is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he is a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Wenye mazolobio akwa mazolobio Max ibia bunye lokwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni biazugo mma olaga do ni biazugo akwa ilochi yo biko rapuzo kona bazia Onyo mazoro biko abamba wazoro dasari Ibya unyane gana mo Ulaga doni biazigo Ulaga doni biazigo abamba wilo chilo biko rapuzoro ona wazia Mazi wako mame Odogu no kwerezu neka Onyoma niga dele mo Mazi ni mazi kame Ibu go with melody Odogu na chala noka Ezi wane mliga delemo Olaga doni bezigo noe Ma olaga doni bezigo Amama mwilo chilo Bigora muzo Anabazi Te Onyama zoro de Sorry, if I were to go on a fool, Olaga, don't be a sugar, as a boy. Olaga, don't be a sugar. I'm a willow chilo, because I put on a ice. A dog can never be kitchen for. Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikeja mabele bege Hey, you won! Eku kampu nekene Ama gondin so Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene Ila polife nini neme webia Kagosili na nina gibu nwanne wisdom megaji Kanye gi maiki kogo banya begwu Isili maxi obu netiri egwu a Malukwa malu ni mego nwanne m ife ọbụla ị chọrọ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị ọgbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị ya zoro 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 Duru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe nwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
Greetings, viewers and fellow panelists that will be joining us soon. I thought I should come in today to share some of the headlines and updates on what has been happening. And thank you, Electricity, for signing off so that I can be able to start this new session. And we will have people from the previous panel join us again. Yeah, I just wanted to give an update on what has been happening, on the continent and in Nigeria this week. There has been elections today. We have had, governorship elections, and it appears APC seems to be sweeping it. There has been boycotts, and there has been, what do they call them? Shady activities from criminal, violent, impersonations, impersonating security forces, all kinds of things that are against the democratic process. This is something that is in a way we've gotten used to in Nigeria. I don't know how we can get rid of it completely because it's not something that we desire. And somehow our people will put on fake uniforms to go and see fellow Nigerians. And there's the boycotting. I don't know whether that is a good idea, because if you are boycotting, you are ensuring that the that we don't want to be in office remain in office. So you can argue that there has been a little bit of a vacuum of leadership within the opposition to fight back. So that is one aspect. I guess a lot of people that have more information about the elections will be able to come in and share with the diasporans and fellow Nigerians on what is going on that. Yesterday was an interesting discussion about the opinions of Machiavelli, and because Nigerians are very, very fond of using him when I was younger, and some of the stuff he said, if Nigerians were paying attention to those things, maybe we would not be in this mess. There is also news on the continent, good news actually. What's the Kenya started, they announced free travel for all Africans, visa-free entry to Kenya for African countries, and starting I think sometime in December, so everybody can travel to Kenya for free. And Rwanda did the same thing. So we are waiting for South Africa to do. We are waiting for South Africa to do that. With Dudula going on right now, I'm not sure that they are going to be in any mood for that kind of. They're not going to be doing that kind of stuff anytime soon. They will be having nightmares. They will be having nightmares about Nigerians rushing into their country. So I'm not sure they will be doing that anytime soon.
Oh, South Africa.
Yeah, South Africa.
It's not even gonna happen for God.
Yeah, there is also, but Rwanda has done it. Rwanda is also a desirable country to visit.
Oh, Lumide.
Yeah, and
Nigeria.
So yeah, let me. I don't know why I should have let people come in first. I want to set up this first. Yeah. So then that is the good news going on. That's good news that African countries are beginning to open up, and I wish Nigeria does the same, visa-free entry to all African countries, because when you do that, it increases the power of your passport. of African countries' passport, then it also increases trade amongst Africans, increases tourism among Africans. This is kind of, and it brings us closer to each other, because one of our greatest weaknesses is the fact that everything we do seems to be going to the West, and now sometimes to the Asian this thing. So our funds are going there. It's not being spent on the continent. That is at the core of most of our problems, really, because in America, they say the African Americans have a powerful, high purchasing power of about $2 trillion. But the problem is most of that money is sent back to other communities because we spend, we don't receive. And this is exactly what we do on the continent too. We have a lot of purchasing power. We have a lot of soft power. We don't have a lot of hard power. But some of all these things can be leveraged to be able to allow us build the hard power that we need to ensure our absolute ability to determine our destiny.
But what purpose will a visa-free country serve Nigeria?
I guess we'll get to that later. So I want to also introduce the
forefathers.
Yeah,
forefathers, please. I do apologize to interject. I just want to say one line and I'll go off. I'll come back in an hour. I want to drop off somebody. This thing. But what I want to say, we have gotten to a place now that you see all these our big grammar. In fact, we need to start mixing our local lingo and pidgin English to get to the real thing. Because these people, they've just told us, listen, if you like, talk and talk. They don't care. Look at what Hope Uzodinma did. And still, some people will be hailing that criminal, that APC. See, what people don't understand now is not about party lines now. It's about our country. People are suffering. As of this evening, somebody was telling me that a bag of rice is 57K. How many people are even earning 57K as salary?
That's righteous man.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking you. What will the visa-free country, Nigeria serve? What purpose is it going to serve?
Only my brother. 1 minute. I'm going off, like I said. Very soon, you see this visa-free. There's going to be a exception to it. Very soon, go and write it. They are going to exclude Nigeria because of our situation. Because a lot of people want to run away to Kenya. Because everybody just want to get away from that country. So far, they just get away from Nigeria. That is just the thing. Because the stress is just too much. Listen, these people are not going to get away. Because the only language right now is force. They're not, listen, let's not be deluded, my brother Olumide. Hello, KJ. They are not giving us a Yoruba nation. They are not going to give us Biafra. They are not going to give us anything because it serves their purpose. You know, I've been saying this.
That's what I'm saying. I know.
It serves their purpose for us to be together so that they will be advancing this corruption and all that, all this. So they're not just, it's just going to be force. Somebody was asking somebody in the previous broadcast that are we ready to get involved? Hell yeah. Do you think we waste, all of us here, do we think we waste our time for weeks now? We spent a minimum of 10 hours here, talking. We'll fight each other. We abuse each other.
That's why I'm asking for fathers.
Yeah. So, guys, I'm coming back. I'll talk to you later. I'll come back later. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
To Nigeria?
Yeah, let me introduce all the topics first. I've covered about half of it. There is also the continuous violence in the country, in Benue, Plateau, the north. A few IDP camps are in Nigeria, and it's something that we need to be dealing with one by one. There is massacres going on, and the latest massacre outside Nigeria now, that is all linked to the problems we keep having on the continent, is that of Sudan that I mentioned yesterday. And that is something that, I was quite impressed with Masca, how he took it, because it's something that is not religious. It's something more sinister than that, about the people taking advantage of our weakness and keep taking our people out one by one. And there is also the Maya that went to Brazil. Oh my God, that one cut deep. And he went to Brazil, and the stories that he was hearing was just as vicious as what we are experiencing here on the continent, about how the Brazilian society, the black community is treated there, how they are at the bottom of the barrel, and they are in those ones, they almost accepted it. We see the same pattern in Haiti. And the other day, I was even watching a documentary in about India. These Indian dark people, they are not Africans as we know them, but they are just treated just as bad.
Fafana, can I comment on that?
Yeah, you have a lot of chance to do that. Let me cover the ground, because they are just want to introduce the topic so that everybody will have an idea of what we are going to be talking about today. And so the way those ones are treated, there are some of them they said they are not even allowed to be seen. They are not allowed to be seen. That you are so untouchable that you shouldn't be seen, and the only time you come out to do anything is at night.
So, forefathers, do you want to talk about how to fix the shit up? I mean, you want to talk about India?
We are going to talk about all that is affecting our people, because the forces affecting us is not only on a micro level, it's not even only on a national level. These are big things that are happening and that's why we've not gotten a grip of it, because we think we understand it fully, but the forces are great, and you can see that how it affects us. It's almost as if our people everywhere, some of them have given up. They've given up. If you look at the way Haitians are treated by Dominican Republic.
But the true picture is Nigeria can create a home, and it can be a good example of what the black nation should be. And these people can come back home. They can come back and settle.
That is the potential. You have to have a clear vision.
You were born in Nigeria. If they tell you move your stuff today, go back to Nigeria, I hope you're gonna go and stay, right?
No. What I'm saying, AY, is that Nigeria, we should be talking about how to fix the shit.
Okay, we are going to talk about Nigeria. All these things. The reason why I'm highlighting all these things is how Olumide, can you let me introduce the topic? It's going to finish soon. The reason why I'm talking about these topics is because these things affect us on a greater scale, and it shows what we can do to fix some of all these things too. Our contribution to it. Everybody needs to know what they are contributing to it. Like what Kenya did today is part of the contribution. They are saying everybody, you're free to move around in Africa. That is part of the instruments that we need to fix all these things. Because if we don't even go to any other people, we trade amongst ourselves.
Kenya or Rwanda? It is Rwanda.
No, there's Rwanda too. Rwanda did that too, almost the same week. But Kenya announced first. Rwanda went on to announce the same thing. And I wish more countries like Nigeria does. And it's going to start sending the signal to all our people around the world that you are welcome. And I think they should also extend it to the 6th region, which they consider like the Caribbean, African Americans. They should extend it to all the black communities around the world, because they are all experiencing the same problems that we are experiencing. So when Wodemaya went to Brazil, some of the stuff they were saying, I was just heartbroken to be hearing those things. And hearing about how their lives are blighted. And when they explain, they're not explaining like with, we are crying and all. It's almost like they are used to it. That is what makes it worse. They are used to being underclassed. It's so strong, they have just accepted their fate. Nobody is there to save them anymore. So that is that. And I think the final one is Ethiopia is looking to have access. Ethiopia is looking to have access to the sea. Because when I spoke to East Africa, sometimes I feel like those their leaders, they listen to the internet quite a lot. Because even one of the guy I was talking to in Kenya, he was saying that like their president, some of the language is using the kind of language we use in our discussions.
It's so bad that, bro, Ethiopia are ready to go for another war, man. If they are not giving them,
because I told East Africans that when we were having that conversation, I said, you know what, this doesn't make sense. If I look at that map of Ethiopia, let me share it just so we understand what we are talking about here. It's really odd what you see there. The Europeans are, all these people, the powerful people, they are very, very crafty. They know exactly what they are doing. Look at Ethiopia here, and look at this is the most powerful nation in that region. The most powerful nation is that it's got about 100 million people in here, more than 100 million. This one is about 5 million or so, 6 million. Kenya is about 30 or 40 million. So this country outnumbers all the countries surrounding it put together. But guess what? they locked them out from the ocean based on somebody promoted Eritrea. Eritrea is one of the most militarized country in Africa. Their military posture is the strongest I've seen it on the continent. As a matter of fact, one of the strongest in the world, their military posture based on their population. And Djibouti is basically a military-based supermarket. Where any country that wants to have a military base in Africa, they go to Djibouti. Djibouti will give them land. The only people they don't give military base in that country is African countries. Otherwise, Nigeria will probably have a military base there. But no. That's too much. They won't let that happen. Typical Africans. So the idea is that Ethiopia wants to have access to the ocean so that they can start pulling their weight. And I think what I told my fellow East Africans then was, I said, you people need to allow Ethiopia access to the ocean, because you are doing your region down when you are blocking Ethiopia access to the sea, because Ethiopia is the strongest nation in that region. It's like Nigeria being landlocked in West Africa. You're not giving it chance. You're not giving your people a chance to do better. So, and now they are thinking of war. They shouldn't be thinking about war. They should talk to Eritrea personally. They should negotiate with Eritrea. If you have to pay them money, whatever you need to do, let them give you a corridor through their country. 2 mile by 2 mile this is road, and you can get to the ocean through there. You don't have to fight each other. And there's tension going on now, because I think BBC was reporting that Ethiopia is looking to start a fight because of that. I don't think they should negotiate it. I think that's it there. Ethiopia, this in eyes red sea ports, flaming tensions. This is the problem, because they understand that needs to change. That region needs to empower itself. And I don't know, I think we'll probably go through the document to see whether they are actually looking to negotiate with their neighbors, because you have to negotiate. I don't think African countries should be fighting each other anymore. So that is that anyway. I think I've introduced all the topics from election, the massacres in Nigeria, and that of this is Sudan, to the visa-free entry to Kenya, Rwanda, but we are waiting Nigeria and South Africa, both significant countries. Maybe Egypt can do the same too if they are kind enough to their fellow Africans. That too is something that we can talk about. So yeah, let's go. Let's get on with it. And the Machiavellian doctrine too. That the question I was asking was that, was he right to have said what he said? Maybe he was right after all. Does history justify? Does history prove him right based on some of his submissions? So those are areas we can explore this evening. And thank you all for joining us. Welcome all the panelists. And gentlemen, we know you are all very busy people, but you care for your country and you choose to be here. And KJ, welcome. Mazi Prince, thank you for coming in. California 5. I know you like it to be said properly. Righteous Man, thank you for coming in. Omo Yoruba, thank you for being here. AY, as always, I'm glad to have you here. So, where do you want to start from, AY? You wanted to say something. AY, can you hear me? AY is busy and he's muted. Olumide, you want to go? You want to start? Or I can start.
So, me, I'm not concerned about what is happening back home, especially with respect to recent happenings. The elections and situations are not getting any better. And I remember there was a fellow panelist yesterday from the north, Mohammed, who was saying that people were too hasty in judging the outcome of the election based on rigging in one polling unit or council. But we finally seen the outcome of at least that of Imo State. I don't know about the rest of other states. I've not heard any news about, but the Imo State, I mean, it belies reasoning. It belies reality. It belies whatever conjecture you want to give to it, polling, opinion, that the man that has subjected his people to the most horrible way of governance, hardship, will be re-elected as a governor. I mean, okay, let us assume that the constitution is perfect, as imperfect as it is. The least you can do to move the country forward is to allow the people choose their leaders free and fair. if we don't make it a do or die affair, people would argue with ideas. It would engender good ideas. It would engender the best of us. You understand? It would move our society forward.
From the result that I saw, it's like Uzodema smoked their nearest this thing. He got 500 and something thousand, while the nearest person got
I
70 something
was
thousand.
surprised.
Those were not those results were manufactured.
How can you see? Hold on here. How can we say that kind of massive margin can be manufactured?
Listen, so let me speak.
Okay.
You give me a reporter. They didn't use the beavers. They didn't use any. They didn't. We don't have a way of verifying the people that voted, the accreditation, and we had seen that in some of these polling units, they had already started writing the results before they were released. Please spare me this, please.
See, some of the things we say
like I said, it belies reality. It belies conjecture.
But how do you explain that? How do you explain that, Olumide? How do you explain that other parties have? Let me ask you now. Let me ask you so that our people understand the structure of the election itself. How do you explain that other parties have agents at these polling stations, and yet the numbers still come out this way? How do we explain that? It's not only one party that is doing this election. It's PDP, APC, and Labour Party. All of them are there.
I don't know what kind of resources the other parties have. You understand? But we need to make sure that everything is done to make the election free and fair. See, we can't have a civilized society. We keep behaving this way. Let us forget US. Let us forget US. Let us forget UK. Let us forget Canada. Let us forget those countries that we know, we're familiar with in the Western country. That is why the white people, I don't know, there's something about the white people that is different from the black man. Sweden, that is why Trump popularly said Africa is a shithole, that he would rather have immigrants from, not that I agree with him, but it kind of makes sense. He would rather have immigrants from Sweden, from Norway, from Iceland, if you look at those countries they exemplify what you call a civilized society. They do their own elections too. It may not be as similar as what you have in the system of government.
Yeah, but I asked a specific question now. You did say it yourself. You don't know how much resources the other parties have. You know what my own thing is that I do enjoy.
They wrote the numbers. They cooked up the sheets.
Hold on now. See, I do like when people call me dumb when I'm talking like a child. Maybe it's a good thing because you have to have somebody that doesn't have any biases to ask innocent questions. It may sound innocent to you. It's pertinent though. Because these people, it's not like Labour Party is not present. It's not like PDP is not there. So what are those officials doing? What are they saying that happened? Don't they have cameras? Don't they take pictures?
The detailed facts will come out. The facts are already coming out. You understand?
Let me tell you, as somebody that is on ground, let me tell you what really happened in Imo State yesterday.
Are you in Imo State? I thought you were in Lagos.
I am from Imo State.
Are you there?
AY, when they were talking about the cost of price of rice, you said they should ask righteous man.
Are you there like that?
AY.
Okay, go ahead. Make a low pull your leg. Go ahead.
We have a lot of motherless babies home in Nigeria, in Lagos here, that we visit every 25th December. We're expecting 10 bags of rice from you. That when we go there to give them, I will put you on call, live video. You watch your rice going to them. So you shouldn't be there getting robust and getting fairer. And every time you're attacking us that are back home here.
No wala. Forefather is there. Forefather is the billionaire.
Which forefather? Every time you refer to, it be like say you be funny guy.
Don't get righteous man started now. Don't get righteous man started. Righteous man. You see, it's because of safety purposes. I'm very. When I talk about security, I'm also practicing it in my own life.
So somebody is saying here, forefathers, that his forefathers not aware other party agents were precluded from the collation in Imo State, and the fact that they even refuse to use the beavers. How can they refuse? because they want to avoid a free and fair election.
So they didn't. Okay, hold on. They didn't use beavers in Imo.
No.
I think we should.
That is not an election, now, is it?
Let me explain to you.
I'm not sure that it's real. I think KJ will confirm
can I interject and tell you exactly what happened in Imo State yesterday?
Share two minutes.
Okay, let's do 2 minutes so that I can go around quickly. Now that the Blackstone is there, I hope he has gone and checked that Germany does have mosque. Blackstone. Don't think I forgot to know. You've gone to check that Germany has mosque. You not that.
You go forget Blackstone. Blackstone go argue. You go argue with
down. No, you are in UK. You just want
Blasto, they argue with Google.
No. With 50 pounds, you can fly to Germany. Okay, can fly down. Just one.
Okay. Your 2 minutes is gone. So who is starting with the 2 minutes? Should we start from you, AY, so that it flows to Righteous Man? Or Righteous Man, you want to start?
Okay.
Since you're already talking, Righteous Man, go for 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah. What happened yesterday in Imo State election? That's my state, and I was making calls yesterday. My local government and other local government areas where I have my friends and colleagues and relations. I was calling them. So what really happened yesterday was that APC, they had already gotten a written result. They have that, and they collaborated with security agencies. And then, not that PDP or Labour did not have party polling agents. They do. But what they got at the polling stations or polling units were not the same result sheet. If you watch Arise News yesterday and early this morning, you will see when the agent at the headquarters of Collation Center, when the LP agent and PDP agent were telling the returning officer that what he was announcing or what was being announced, given to him as figures, were not what they obtained in the field. That's polling unit by polling unit. And there was chaos in the collation room. They started, in fact, the LP guy, the agent of LP and the PDP were beaten up. If you watch it, even a policeman was using his boot, smashing the head of the LP agent. They dragged him on the floor, they beat him and threw him out of the collation center. And if you listen to the press release of LP and PDP, they have rejected the entirety of that election and called for cancellation of it. So it was manipulated. There is no way on earth today that Hope Uzodimma will get 500,000 votes in Imo State. Never. Because before that election, I made calls across, and they were saying,
yeah, sorry, Righteous Man. We get the idea that Uzodimma, probably rigged this election. So we are going to go get deeper into it. Let's go with AY, then Olumide, then KJ, Mazi, Prince, and the Blackstone.
So let me say this, right? To be honest, I told you yesterday, but I was not interested in these 3 elections. I was not interested, to be honest. The thing is, because I know, especially for Kogi and Bayelsa, they are the 2 most violent states when it comes to Nigerian election. Then when it comes to Imo State, Uzodimma, obviously, he is a very desperate politician too, right? So I don't know what transpired yesterday. I was not just interested, to be honest. I just felt this is not going to be an election as usual. It's going to be garbage. What this politician, what they do, right? Especially as a city-state governor, they have so much power. They have the money. They do everything. Buy who they need to buy, the security, the INEC official. They also have structure for real. Because for Nigeria, to win an election in Nigeria, that party structure must be there. What this party structure do, they tell you you are the leader of a local government ward. You have to bring that vote out. So it doesn't matter if you are persuading people to go vote or you are killing people to get the vote. Just bring out the vote. Just like how Trump tell Georgia, hey, look for 20,000 votes for me. That is how it's done because they give them money. They are very so when you hear the party structure, that's what they call the party structure. You have to get the vote anyhow. So it's really like Nigeria.
Why don't use Trump issue. Trump never asked them to manufacture. He said they counting the votes that were counted, that they should go back and recount it. You didn't ask them to manufacture it.
No. I know what I'm talking about. He instructed somebody to give
no.
To look for 20,000 votes by all means. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me make my statement. Hold on. So Nigeria politicians, as long as they are in power, they will do everything. The only reason why you see in case of Bayelsa, it will be very difficult because PDP are in power. They also have that money, the cash, they have the strength to really face them. I don't know what the outcome of that yet, but these people, they are the same, I would say to you. But what really surprises me was the total vote from Imo State, from APC. I'm like, wow, how did you do? How were they able to achieve this result? Over 500,000 votes. Definitely something is wrong. That is so high. The number is so high. The difference is just too much. I would think that Labour Party or PDP will push them to the wall, but the differences were just too much for me.
Thank you. And your time is just up, actually. Olamide, please go ahead.
Are we going backwards or forward? I mean, we've been sitting here. I sat here now for almost.
KJ, we are coming to you next. KJ, you know that.
KJ, you'll be next. I just want to make one sentence. You'll be next. I just want to make one sentence.
KJ, you know we are going to let you.
I just make one sentence and KJ can talk. I just want to say that, in essence, to summarize what AY has said, Nigerian institutions are not functional and they are not independent. It doesn't matter whether the president appoints the head of any institution. They need to be independent, they need to be functional, and they need to be competent.
Yep.
That is what makes a country civilized. America, Canada, Norway, Iceland. It doesn't matter whether it's appointed by the prime minister. Like in the UK now, I was looking at their police force. They said that the police force is an independent institution. Look at what happened to the prime minister of UK when that COVID situation, when they forced him to resign, where he didn't observe isolation and he was holding a party when the rest of the country was isolating. Because of that, they made him resign. They forced him to resign, lost credibility. So they even got the police to investigate him. Can a president in Nigeria be allowed the police force to investigate him?
Can you even investigate it?
See, the problem, to be fair to them, though, let me ask you, to be fair to them, do you catch Nigerian president lying the way the British president lies? Even I know that even if they are caught, they may nothing may happen to them. But the problem is that we don't even catch them lying like that.
This certificate saga, what Tinubu should have done, instead of them going to the US to look for information, mandate the police, the Inspector General of Police, to investigate the issue, certificate issue, if it's true or genuine, and give the report back to the people. Simple. But he never did that. You understand?
Let
KJ go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. With regards to the election, that is why they will roll out the army, they will roll out the police, they will be rigging, they will be doing all sorts, they will be hijacking boxes. Where is the army and the police that they rolled out?
Allow KJ, please.
All right, KJ. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I didn't come to try to join issues here because I'll only be stupid to think that you can actually get anything better from this INEC. So I'm just going to keep straight to the point why I came. The person who is still heading INEC is Mahmoud Yakubu, who organized the worst election in the history of Nigeria. And he's still the one who organized this particular one. I wonder why anybody would think something different will come out of it. and the whole of the social media is agog or awash with the issues that went on in Imo State. I would have thought that AY would have deferred when he said he didn't understand what went on, and so don't even try to throw out a figure because you didn't understand what went on. So that means you're not on hand. You don't have enough information to make any comments that is actually a reality on ground.
Yeah,
Now,
I was
before
just honest.
before the election started, right from Kogi State, all the election results were already being written. In fact, the people of one of the local government in Kogi State resisted the police and the officials. They took those things and showed the how it had already been written. The same thing happened in Imo State. The people also in Imo State was even the one that is everywhere. The whole of Osu local government. There was no election. It was already written out. And they all wanted to use the people to satisfy just like they always do, organize people, line up, and then they give you at the end of the day what result they needed. So this is what has gone on. It's not about money. Yes, a woman, an INEC official in Imo State said in her polling booth, they paid people 2,000 naira to vote for. If you vote for APC, they pay you 2,000 naira.
2,000.
But even at that, the number was not enough. In a particular polling booth, only one person was voted, and that one person, it was later written as 17 in favor of APC. In another place, it was 7 people that voted for APC. It was turned to 700. So these are some of the things that have been there, and it's there. It is on the internet. If anybody who wants to research it, you can go to X. You see, if you don't have it, give me your list and I'll push my X to you. So you see, I have tons and tons of video coming from Nigeria on this issue. So nobody, in fact, the Kogi State on this is even, I don't want to say it's worse because Imo is worse than Kogi.
Bro, Kogi, see, one thing I
Kogi
know about
also is bad. So, and then the one in Bayelsa is equally bad. But nobody should expect anything different. This was the same thing we're saying here. The reason why we're being on this platform, saying these are illegalities that have been instituted. And from now going forth, it's going to continue. Do you think if I was a person contesting in one of these elections, I would also go and keep quiet? No, because I've known that the law now says once you can get elected, you go to court and we'll fight it out there. And so, as long as the law says that INEC, whatever you say is correct, why should I worry myself? I'll get all the talks and they'll do whatever they need to do. And as long as I'm declared winner, any other thing can follow. You see, this is when we are talking, it was like it's a tribal thing, no, or a religious thing. No. It was about of what will become of the nation Nigeria, which is just the first example. You guys wait to the next turn of election, you will see what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you,
Kogi
KJ.
State, if a Kogi State election is free and fair, there is no way on earth APC will win that election.
I would really like to be,
I have knowledge of that more than
I would
You know,
I
to
would
add
really
to
like to
what
see a
KJ
day.
said,
I would really like to see a day that
And INEC is not
to add
free.
to what
can
KJ
I
said,
say something? I
Even
just said
if the
something.
governor of Imo call you,
Listen, now
say,
wait, now not be side by
don't
storm.
use VBAC.
Don't mind them now. All these rabble
Yakubu supposed
rousers,
say,
you know.
you know what, Mr. Governor, we
all
have
these
to
all
make
these
sure
panelists.
KJ had made a very comprehensive submission. As if,
Yes.
in fact, KJ is following what is happening in Nigeria very, very much better. You see, 2027 election.
Sorry. It's not your turn. It's not your turn, righteous
No,
man.
I'm just trying to add to what KJ said. It's not my
15 seconds.
turn.
15 seconds then. 15 seconds.
Okay,
Submit.
yeah. What you have seen that happened yesterday exactly is what is going to happen in 2027.
50 seconds.
That's just the picture.
don't mind AY, you're causing problems.
Our bully righteous man.
I would like to see a day where KJ actually start feeling optimistic about things. That day will be a day to behold.
No,
and
Father, it's not about feeling optimistic. It's real. KJ is having first-hand information about Nigeria.
No, it's not like I'm trying to criticize him. I'm trying to say that the day you can use someone like KJ as a wind vane, because if things starts improving and he starts saying it, things are turning for the country. That's what I mean by I would like
Nigeria
to see a
can be
day
frustrating.
when he starts becoming optimistic. Then things are actually turning in the country.
Optimistic like the Blackstone.
Listen,
AY is a problem. AY is a problem.
Don't mind him.
in response to what you just said, why would I be optimistic? Some Nigerian elders, I'm coming, listen, sir. Some Nigerian elder statesmen met during the weekend, led by Emeka Onyaku, which is somebody I respect a lot. And they gave a press briefing. And they summed up all that have happened by saying that if we do not move away from this trajectory, it's not going to end well for the country. If we don't believe the young, why don't we believe the old? If we do not believe the old and we cannot believe the young, then where are we going as a people? The old is saying, look, where you people are going is not going to lead you to anywhere. The young is saying, we are tired of the system. And yet nobody seems to want to make a change. Then how then do you want me? If I was going to believe in Nigeria, I think I'll be where I am. I've lost that hope. I don't believe in anything. I'd rather take my chance outside.
I think we'll get into that. Let me allow Mazi Prince to respond, and then we get to the troublemaker. Nobody mentioned any names. Let's be wise. Mazi Prince, go ahead.
Forefathers and the other panelists. We just got to know. So good afternoon, guys. Pretty much for me, I am a little traumatized. I'm not traumatized because of the election. I'm traumatized at what happened to that agent. If you guys permit me to show you something. Okay. Okay. I'm again. Now, I work for the county, and I was sitting here with a colleague of mine, and we're just watching Arise TV, the collation, whatever that was going on, and that thing came up. Seeing that man being stomped on is barbaric. I condemn it to the barest minimum. No matter what that man must have done, that does not warrant this stomping. And the funniest part of it was my coworker, who happens to be an African American, was asking me, "Is it what goes on in Nigeria?" And look at even the DIG Mba was sitting right there and seeing these things go on. Nobody could say anything. Nobody could save that man. And the world was watching. Nigeria is gone. I'm sorry to say, there's nothing. Nobody. I pray nobody comes on here to say anything about the election being free and fair. I hope nobody. And I repeat it. I rest my case for now. Thank you.
Well spoken.
Thank you. The Blackstone, please go ahead.
Father,
You're welcome. You're welcome. Don't start anything and nobody will see anything. Please go ahead.
What my trouble? Yeah. Okay. Good evening or good day to the people in the panel. Anyway, I did follow the election a little bit from TV and things like that. And actually, right from the beginning, I never believed that there's going to be an election. For me, I call it, there wasn't an election. It was just, that's been pre-arranged. APC government is in power. So why do we expect that APC will lose any state that formerly belongs to APC? That's the question. So I have a lot of friends in the Imo State. I was talking to them at least about the election. They know, I know what they were telling me. Nobody, if Uzodimma can book all the hotels in Imo State that do not allow foreigners to come into the state, no strangers coming to the state, what do you expect? There were many polling areas, local government, and every election never had, but they had results presented. So when we are to say they are surprised, I just laugh because it is like you are seeing a thief and he's stealing. You say you are surprised the guy is stealing. We know it's a thief. So that was the election in Imo State, and even in Bayelsa, almost the same thing. Only in Kogi, I saw that SDP we are doing very well. I don't know the final result actually. Like today, I talked to my junior brother in Nigeria. He said, let everybody belong to APC and let's destroy the country together. Let everybody join APC so that we can destroy the country together as they want to destroy the country. That is the mindset what people are now taking in Nigeria because there's no hope. So join and the destruction of Nigeria, eat as you can, join them. So for me, election never had. And if this continue, any so-called election will be worst. Next year, Edo State will be having an election. We are going to see what's going to happen in Edo State. So anybody that says here that is surprised what happened, and that LP man that was beaten up by, so it's not the first time. We know that once you argue against the people who has the power, yeah, Nigerians are talks now. So the talks are already there. APC talks are there. So I watched how they dealt with him, and the police was there, the DSP was there. Nobody intervened, and they did what they want to do. So that is it. So this is just the mindset of people in power. So you are against me, I will fight you back heavily. So why do we expect that after the previous elections, the presidential election, and we expect to have a better election? It's not going to happen. So there's no way that we are going to have any other election that will be free and fair in Nigeria, as long as this INEC chairman is there, APC in power and everything. So they are competing, so they have to compete and make sure that they're able to overcome PDP and maybe more than 16 years. So that is their plan. So I don't think we are going to have any free and fair election, and if this continue, anyway, Nigeria is already down. It's like crumbled, and I don't know what we are going to do. At least I think we should all fight against INEC and against all these imperialists in power, and let's try and rescue Nigeria from the hands of the evil people. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is either going to be very easy or it's going to be very hard. There's only both options. So one way or the other, they are going to have to change. In the context of the election itself, I think there is a little bit of a vacuum that has been created. There is no real opposition right now in Nigeria. And
forefather, don't say that, please. Correct yourself.
I'm saying
there is no,
because
there is opposition. There is opposition. But the state has been captured. And when the state is captured, you can't
just say that. Come on, let me just say my piece, please. It's not up to the state to decide whether opposition exists. The people that are the opposition are supposed to create themselves. You can't just expect the rival party to say, you know what, come and defeat me. That's not how it works. You have to.
So is it right? Is it right for the rival party to now rig elections and cook figures?
Of course, it's not right.
That is so what are you saying? Why are you saying there is no opposition?
Now, let me finish. It's not even controversial what I'm saying.
It is nothing but criminal in nature.
You can't just be pointing fingers.
Because all they want to do is steal money.
When you finish, you let me know. So we don't have to, because there are people that are listening. We can't keep pointing fingers when we are not doing much to stop it. We have, even by INEC numbers, we have more people that voted against this government than voted for them. Where are they?
The only thing left for the people to do, forefathers, is for them to
revolt,
to do armed resistance. I'm telling you, because the government controls the police, They control the agents.
Sorry, let me. I want to ask for further something.
How much more?
If you are in Imo State, as for instance in this last election, and you're having election on Saturday, and by Thursday you have more than 30 armored vehicles parading war ready army soldiers with guns parading your streets. You have drafted police people who are mobile policemen, all battle ready, parading your street. And you went to the polling booth and somebody refused you to vote, but your name and number have already been marked as voted, and you voted for APC. Are you going to fight them, or you just quietly go home?
See, let me say this.
No, I asked you a question. It's a question I'm asking.
You go home now. Of course, you go home based on the scenario that you have now.
Now you are going home. You don't even have, and I'm telling you the truth. You don't even have a internet, or you don't have your network.
Data.
Take a call because your network is not working. What do? How are you going to fight?
Let me get a word out. Because I don't know why this is so triggering. I'm basically saying what is on the ground right now. Why is it that a party that won 35-36% of the vote suddenly seem like unassailable, like nobody can stop them? Where is this
in an election that
come on.
Stop repeating that. Stop repeating that.
Can you just stop? Okay, actually, I will step you down if you're not going to let me talk. I'll let you talk.
You're repeating fallacy.
I let you talk. You have to extend the same courtesy to me. I allow you to talk.
That your fallacy is very hard to stomach.
You're fine, but still, you have to allow me speak my own. This is what I understand from the process. Where is Atiku? Where is Peter Obi of the other parties? Where are the leaders of the other parties there to say, you know what? We won more election, more votes in this election. We have a right to have a say in this country. They are not there, and people voted for them. People lend their support to them, and they are not there to actually oppose. And they are all just saying, "Oh, it's going to become a one-party state." That's not how it works. If you don't want it to become a one-party state, then you strategize to oppose them, and that's what they should have been doing while they are going through this court case. They should have had a massive strategy put in place already. But instead, Atiku probably has left the country. He's already left the country. And I'm not sure where he is at the moment.
Forefather, you are provoking. Forefather, you are provoking us that are here in Nigeria. You know, one of the things that is affecting some of us over there is that you think that life in Nigeria is as the same way it goes over there.
It's not for you. How about your leaders?
Hold on. You sit in your comfort zone, and you are just reading a theory, what you read on textbooks. It's not practical in Nigeria. That doesn't function here. You have a territorial regime in Nigeria. You have people that are ready to kill, to massacre. And you have Nigerians that are hungry, that have no food, going to bed. You have people that have no water, no light. The electricity I'm using now, I generated my own light. There's no light.
You can say that all you want.
You know what?
It was in this same condition that those people got about 12 million votes. It's this same condition they got about 12 million votes.
Electoral Commission, what do they call him? They come on Arrest Television. The people that were conducting, they were like, good job. They were like,
I don't understand how our people think. We just disarm ourselves so quickly.
Who are you fooling? You're fooling the whole world.
You don't see if you're in a struggle, you don't just lose one battle and concede the war. How can our people just give up? You literally got 12 million votes at least, maybe even 13 million votes, while the party that is in office got about 8.something million. You are conceding so much ground to them.
They don't need to conduct any.
I don't get it. Those people that voted to give a Labour Party. Hold on, those people. KJ, excuse me.
Righteous man. Did you see the man being beaten at the returning office in Imo State?
Yes, I saw him. Who let that happen?
The chairman of Labour. That's the Labour chairman that was beaten and thrown out.
Yes, okay? That will happen when the people are not demanding their rights.
Hold on, sir. Be kind to me, please. Hold on.
Yes.
When he was beaten and thrown out, what did the rest of the people do there? Did they walk out with him? The police was not there.
Vacuum.
The army was not there. Which of the agencies that were not there that saw that didn't see that in life? They were all there, seated, and nobody said anything. He was beaten, brutalized, and then thrown out of the place. And they sat down and continued reading the results. So we are dealing with a situation that is not a normal situation. I just want you to understand that.
KJ.
How long can we keep
let me begin. In at least to some extent, I support forefathers. To some extent, because if we are going to sit down, the opposition are going to sit down and leave everything to say it is one party state. Because APC is in control, we have no power to challenge them. I was talking to somebody today. I said that Peter Obi, I never heard that was in any rally in this territory state, joined his party to support.
He did. He was.
Let me finish now. How many times? I said Peter Obi is the light. Peter Obi is the light of Labour Party. And if Peter Obi can galvanize the people for his own party, for his own candidate, you understand, people will follow him. He is the light. He's the one that is leading that movement for Labour Party. And
where are they? They have all disappeared. There's no article, there's no Peter Obi.
It was everywhere in the world doing conference. That conference does not have no impact on what's going on in Nigeria. Let me finish.
No, Peter Obi was in Imo State. Peter Obi was in Imo State at least 3 good times. He was in Imo State.
I disagree with you. Do you know why I disagree with you? If you have been following trends of what is happening in Nigeria, Mary Odili, before the presidential tribunal gave their verdict, Mary Odili during a conference,
I heard that. I
she said, listen to what. Let me remind you of what she said. You don't know. Let me remind you of that particular statement she made. She said, we will not watch. The justices will not open their eyes and watch, and allow the people to legally remove somebody that was confirmed as president by the law. So what they are telling you is that they will use any means to bring down any revolution, to bring down anything, any civil unrest, to back the president up. That country is all messed up.
Wait, you know one thing, eh?
No, but sorry, Blackstone. See what you're saying. I think I'm a bit concerned, because now Obi does not have the army. Obi does not have the police. No. And hold on, sir. Just listen to what I'm saying.
Wait.
He does not have any of those.
No, I never said fighting.
Hold on.
Did he need army to get at least 6 million votes that they gave to him?
Hold on.
KJ, why do you say that? Or did Peter Obi use army to get more than 6 million votes that they gave to him now?
Listen. I see we are trying to compare apple with oranges. You see, there's something called power. Power is not in vacuum. There's certain things that gives you the power. One of those things is the state apparatus, that is the government tools, the police, the army, the air force. They are at your beck and call. Obi couldn't have called out the army. Okay, he went to Imo State and saw armored tanks parading the streets. Okay, all the army people leave this place. Somebody gave us an order. And by Nigerian constitution, it's only the president that can order.
What does that matter? It doesn't matter.
Listen to me. Now, when we come sit down here and begin to assertion blame, let me tell you something. I'm coming. You see, there is a narrative that goes on in Nigeria that you must have a structure before you win election. That itself means corruption. Having structure is corruption, because you should be able to run an election without having any agent anywhere. I'm coming.
KJ, sorry, that is politics. Even in America, you need to have a structure to win election. Don't be deceived.
My brother, no agency goes to stand and say, okay, I want to see these things. No, those things are already done. All I'm trying to say in essence is and see, you guys run. Wait, you want to compare America with Nigeria? They are light years away.
KJ, how can you be saying it? You didn't answer a straight question that I asked you. Did Peter Obi need army to get over 6 million votes?
Okay, listen. You know the reason why that is different? The reason why Obi didn't use army to get 600 votes is because
more than 6 million votes.
That was a general election, and a general election, the playing field is much wider, and it's more difficult to.
That should be more dangerous, isn't it?
Oh, listen, sir. It's more difficult for you to be in control of all the operatives. So there are some places you are going to be in control, which will agree to you. The other places you cannot control.
Like Lagos.
For instance, I'll give you an example.
Wait now.
It didn't stop them from still writing results.
Let Blackstone finish. Let's CJ continue.
Let me clear what I was saying. You understand me? I'm not talking about Obi on the election day. You understand me? Let me tell you something. Obi has already a movement, which is the obedient movement. And every member, every people that call themselves obedient, look up to Obi. Right? If Obi is was active in the campaign period of this election season, of this governorship election, and galvanize the home base. You understand me? I think even in that presidential election, Obi won Imo State. I don't know obedient people. Where are they? At the state election.
Exactly. He actually won Imo State in the presidential election.
Okay, Blackstone, let me answer you the question. Blackstone, can I answer you the question?
Why didn't they use beavers?
Can I answer you the question?
But that is what that's what Labour and PDP should have fought against. But their leaders were almost absent.
You know what?
Oh my God! Why will forefather be saying this now? Why will you
I will be saying it because if Atiku and Peter Obi shows up in Imo State and say no, this is not allowed, what do you think they're going to do to them? What will they do to them?
Okay, hold on.
They
will arrest them.
Hold on. Excuse me. When the court gave Labour Party, they go ahead for INEC to release the beavers. Did INEC comply?
No.
Did Pete
comply?
INEC did not comply. And what happened?
And the
never in terms of the presidential election, they did give them the
yes
that they needed. They gave them the information that they needed. They gave Labour Party.
They didn't give them. They went to court more than 3 times to obtain a summon for INEC to release the beavers, for them to inspect the beavers, and then do their cross-examination, which they never got
in the appeal. The Labour Party didn't argue against that in the appeal, so they did get what they needed.
Let me ask you a question. You understand? If you have a problem with somebody, and people went to the police station, and the police said, now work against your father, say you don't have a right on, I say go home. Will you just go home and sit down and not go back and fight for that right?
You will go back. It depends on the condition and who you are.
Okay.
Now that Labour man whose head was smashed yesterday by a police officer using his boot to smash, while the Deputy Inspector General of Police was there looking at a police officer with Nigerian uniform receiving taxpayers' money as salary. Then the policeman was there watching another policeman that he could command smashing the head of an agent. Then what do you think a bloody civilian will do?
Righteous man.
But that is not the reason why the entire election was lost.
Righteous man.
The entire election was lost because it was rigged. The election was rigged.
Let me ask you a question.
What they presented here and what they announced to the world was not what people voted for.
Righteous man, let me ask you a question.
People on the ground allowed it to happen.
Is it the first time it's happening in Nigeria? Is it the first time? Or do you think it be last time?
You say what?
Is it the first time they are beating somebody at the collection center? Is it the first time it's happening in Nigeria? Or will that be the last time? So that's
Blackstone, we are talking of moving forward. We are talking of progressive, we are talking of progressive Nigeria. Okay, let me tell you, in the history of Imo State, it's my state, no governor have ever won 27 LGS in any election. No party.
Let's allow CJ say something before we carry on.
Why are you dribbling backwards? Nigeria. No
worry, they had just said something, and let's allow CJ say something.
Like France.
You see them, him and the Thunderstone, the Blackstone wants to start. Hold on. CJ, please go ahead before these rabble rousers start.
Yeah,
they won't let us rest.
Okay.
What is that?
We are talking about moving forward now, right? And I think the problem with Nigerians not understanding how to move forward. So, and I understand where you're coming from, forefathers. I understand where KG is coming from. I have participated in election in 2015 in Rivers State. I was a polling officer in Rivers State. Man, if you participate at election in Nigeria at that level, then you feel sorry for Nigeria. I'm telling you. You're gonna know that there is no hope.
Wow,
there is no hope. With the way INEC is constituted, there is no hope. There's no hope. It's all about who has the most money and power. Do you have the army? Election in Nigeria, do you have the army to execute it? That's what the structure is about. You have the money, you have the army. I was a polling unit officer. I had guys who are Vikings with their AK-47s around me. You dare not do nothing. They're going to blow your head off.
Yep.
You dare not. And you see the policemen, everybody working with them. You dare not do nothing. So that's why when forefathers is saying, how did they get 4 million? My brother, they write time. You go write time there. You will be forced to write it.
So where are all the other party members then?
Even the
what will you do when you do not have arm? What will you do?
Hold on now. Let's hear it out. Instead of us to just be doing this, you just assume stuff. We want to get to the bottom of things. Okay, good. I heard. Okay, they have AK-47,
and the military people not even there to fight for you.
I want to ask pertinent question now. Let me ask pertinent questions. Are the other party members, after they have been threatened, are they going out now to file their reports to police and say
reports,
this is what we experienced?
Like, you're so funny.
Hold on now. You can't just say these things. You have to have people that are complaining.
You are provoking people here.
Oh, stop
please
it,
change this topic.
I'm getting tired of
you are talking as if you when last were you in Nigeria?
Okay,
when last did you participate in any social activities in Nigeria? Why will you be saying
you may understand something in your head? It doesn't mean all the viewers understand it.
Yeah,
I don't understand it. And I'm asking pertinent questions, and we need to get answers to them. You can't just be stopping people from asking questions.
For that 30 seconds, let me add to what CJ is saying, right? So what CJ is saying, it's not only the city party only. Sometimes it depends on the state. Sometimes when the opposition, they are very strong too. Like, for example, PDP, they have their own talks. So it now depends on the ward, the local government. If his PDP struggled, they go everywhere to ransom. But if a city governor is APC or PDP, they will have that dominant power in terms of money, in terms of the talks. It happens in all the states. That is what is going on in Nigeria. So we need to get this straight. So what CJ is saying is so true. So it also depends on the court group that dominate that region. Some of the politicians belong to court group. They will,
and even what he said bears no merit to an extent, because
no, it does.
Let me finish the point I'm making now. Because it's how many seconds? The presidential election just happened, and the other parties got more votes than the so-called omnipotent parties. I don't understand it. Even you have influence, yes, but the other groups who also have their own sphere of influence. It's not just one-sided.
They do, right? It's not one-sided. That's what I'm saying. But when you are in power, you have advantage because the security, they are likely to work with the government in power.
They were in power in 19 just February here.
It happened. I'm telling you.
No, I agree. I beg. Why do people
please bring another topic? I beg.
Why are you people gaslighting? No, righteous man, don't do this. We have to get to the bottom of things.
Go ahead, Father.
Why are people gaslighting? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that Buhari was in office when they conducted the election. So it's not different from what is happening now. The same party still remains in office. So
okay,
I don't get it.
What you have to understand
this thing, because I'm not going to allow myself to be dragged into it. Now, first and foremost, forefather.
Yes.
In the Nigerian context, let me talk about the East. Imo State has never been an APC state. Remember, Imo State has always been PDP till Rochas Okorocha used backdoor to get APC into Imo State. Even at that, majority of Imo people.
No, Rochas came through Abga.
Hold on now. Hey, come on, man. Don't see. Let me call the name, so you should know I know what I'm talking about. Rochas came in as PDP, and then as Abga, and then transited to APC. The reason why he came in as Abga was because he didn't get the ticket for APC. For PDP. But the Igbos were willing to go along with Abga, and so he came in. Now, since that time, he had declared Imo State an APC state, which is not true. Okay, fast forward to yesterday. Now, of course, we all know how Uzodinma came into the state, and the state has never, but because Igbos are peace love, because that kind of thing that happened in Imo cannot happen any other place, especially in the north. So he has been left to remain there to run out the clock. Now he has run out the clock, which ended, in the last election. Unfortunately, because he's playing a particular role for a particular set of people, I don't want to go into that. They gave him the authority to bring in everything he wanted. Now, if you follow the news in Nigeria properly, you find out that all the electoral materials were taken to a place where he designated, for which they worked upon it all through the night. This was carried on. The opposition shouted out and said, look at what is going on. Nobody listened to them. Okay, on the day of election, they brought everything totally written. They have already calculated and tabulated everything. And so some local governments in Imo State, and of course Kogi State, because Kogi people are like what they did. Okay, those guys resisted them and said, no, we're not going to vote because we want to see the result. The result paper and that sheet. And the sheet was already filled. The videos are everywhere, forefather. And you see, the truth of the matter is, at this point, just like CJ has said, you decide whether you want to go and meet your Heavenly Father or you want to still be seeing your children. So if you decide to want to be seeing your children and you are forced to sign with a gun at your head, you will sign, my brother, to save yourself, because if you die, nobody will even think about it. Now, that is exactly what has happened. And when you see, Nnamdi Azikiwe was said, it's only a madman who can attack somebody with gun. You don't have a gun, you attack somebody. How do you want to defend yourself? Okay? So you do the needful to save yourself to fight another day. But you see, anybody who is expecting something different to happen, himself is not reading the signs of the season in Nigeria properly. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. Because the system that says that even if you go to court, the court cannot see it except technicality, which is the technical that INEC does the right thing at all time. Whatever INEC said is final. If I was even in Hope Uzodinma's shoes, I would do worse than he did. Because I know that when you get to court, it will be INEC defending me, not me defending myself.
You are going too far to court. I'm talking about on the day of the election. And we forget that we have party leaders, powerful men in the country, actually. Atiku is a powerful man. P2B is a powerful man. He's not a floor member.
I have a question for the floor.
Come here, I'll answer your question, but I want to tell forefather something. Do you know one of the reasons why Abiola went to politics? Abiola, after getting all the money, he discovered that whenever he's on the way and the small governor of Lagos State is coming and the siren is coming, they'll push him out of the way. He has to wait. So he realized that at the one point when he get money, money is not power. The real power is political power, because it can do and undo. And so when you have that political power, no matter how you think the person is, no matter how much No be Ganduje removed
saying
the whole powerful.
Abiola
I'm
ran
coming.
for election because of
Dethroned the
motorcade.
whole powerful emir of Kanu. It's not Ganduje. It's not Ganduje. Is it not before that time the Dasuki's father who removed him? It's not the same governor. I mean, say yes, Abacha. What are we saying here? You see, Babangida made the statement. We are not only in power. Don't think we are not only in power. We're also what in government. In other words, I have the authority and the power to put you away, and nothing can happen until you understand
Actually,
that, my brother. You're just
see,
talking
if
about it.
anybody understands power, I would like to think that I do have a sense of what it
The
represents.
INEC chairman
And
Yakubu has even proved that he doesn't have any credibility. The man came out, apologized to Nigerians for beavers not working during the presidential election for shutting down, and he went ahead to conduct election without the beavers machine. He lacks credibility. He's a crook. I'll just confirm that.
the alternative is surrender. The alternative is surrender. If all it takes is to change the country is party leaders showing up with their lieutenants coming, motivating their followers to campaign in the UK now. If they want to run an election, you will see the party leader going in, even in what they call it off-season election, where what they call it by-elections, where somebody maybe dies and they want to do. You will see the party leader going in there trying to support their candidate. This is what you do. But most of our party leaders disappear. Trump, you all know how Trump supports their candidates when there's an election going on. Trump will go to that state, be campaigning for that candidate, saying vote for the candidate.
Let me give you an info that will help you out in whatever you are articulating. Father, let me give you an info.
I have a question.
To put your post your post bill, you were asked to pay 10 million naira, and each of the parties paid. After a week, Uzodimma raised it to 54 million to put your billboard. In Imo State, there was no poster of any political party except APC, Uzodimma, because he refused other parties to do and to campaign.
Okay. That is the kind of stuff you can use to win an election. You know that. I don't know whether our people know how to win politics even. That is the kind of stuff you will shout from the rooftop that they are cheating. You can use that against them.
Obi followed Senator Chionu. Obi followed him. They had major campaigns. They had in Olu, in each of the 3 senatorial zones in Imo State. Obi was with the Labour Party candidate. Obi also went to my own particular local government and he campaigned there. Fortunately enough, one of my uncle was one of those who coordinated that. When I called him, he said they have resolved that this man should go because even during the civil war, Imo did not lose the number of people, youths, they have lost within these 4 years of this man. So the actual thing is,
even during the civil war, huh?
Let me ask a question. Yeah. I have a question, please, for you, a righteous man. There's one election coming next year, which is Edo State election. So what do you now? What is that the solution? What is the plan? Labour Party we have on the ground for that also to win Edo State. What is that? We are not complaining. Now you're not more in the east now.
Let me answer you.
Yes, answer.
Let me answer you.
Let me finish my question now. Let me ask question. Let me finish.
Okay.
So what is the plan? What is the plan now? Because Edo State is, I know that once they carry something for head, they will kind of reach the end. Edo State is number one obedient campaigners and they carry obedient movement for head. So what is not the solution people going to have for Labour Party to win Edo State in next election?
Good. Let me answer you. How many senatorial zones do you have in Edo State?
I don't know.
Every state has 3 senatorial districts. Every state.
Good. How many, after the presidential election, the result, how many senators did Labour pull from Edo State?
I don't know. They didn't pull anyone.
Good. Now, the candidates that Labour will bring will determine whether the obedient will follow him or not. Because whereby there is a divided house, then you won't see the obedient, rally around for the candidate and supporting the candidate as they did for Peter Obi. Edo State is going to be the final bus stop because Emiloko wanted Edo State last time, that the people rose up and said that cannot happen, that Edo is not Edo is not Lagos.
It's my
and
state.
they stood their ground.
It is my state. I know what's going on there. So it is my state.
Yes.
They have people like Blackstone there now. They have bank who say that kind of stuff, isn't it? Edo is not Lagos. Edo is
not Lagos. You are putting Nigerian watch. Nigerian watch is a Edo state now.
Edo is not Lagos. True. You can't just mess up in Edo. Edo is not Lagos. Without Edo state, there is no obedient family. So you have to know that.
Let me tell you this for free. Edo State, they have one senator of Labour Party. But let me tell you this for free. Peter Obi will not have influence in Edo State election. Forget it. Edo State, you cannot, except the candidate is very good, they believe in that candidate, Peter Obi will not have influence.
No, but that was what I said. I say it depends on the candidates the Labour Party will present. And again, the obedient family that is in Edo State.
I disagree with that one. I disagree. If Labour Party and Peter Obi bring out a candidate that Peter Obi support, I got Peter Obi blessing, the obedient family will follow him. Because obedient movement in Edo is because of Peter Obi, not because of obedient something. It's simply because of Peter Obi. So if they have a candidate and he has Peter Obi blessing, and Peter Obi follow him in campaign in Edo State, they will sweep Edo State.
But the thing is, should people vote based on?
Even if Obi comes,
it's not true. See, it's not true because Olumide, just because you didn't win the presidential election doesn't mean you shouldn't win as many elections you can win as opposition. Labour, there's no reason why Labour should not win this governorship election in Southeast, for crying out loud.
Forefather, what you are saying is true. You made a very valid point. But what I'm saying is this:
taking all
with what we have on
as a right now.
Let me finish. What I'm saying is this: with what we have on ground, it is not possible for you to have the correct result from any election in Nigeria.
I can tell you
the people have voted.
Righteous, I can tell you for this for free. Edo State, one Obaseki, the governor, has fallen out in favor with Edo people, so he cannot be able to influence that election.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You cannot
BDP, I don't think they are out.
Yes, because the Edo people brought Obaseki for the second tenure.
And it disappointed them,
and they are all angry about it. Even though if the Nigerian Watch, follow Nigerian Watch on
Nigeria Watch, you mean?
Nigeria Watch, yes. Is that one of the people that actually brainstorming or carrying the.
When I forget that wrong, then go read them. Now nothing appears.
God bless you.
Stop surrendering. Righteous man, don't do that. Don't do that. There is no.
Why are you telling me I should not do that?
What you are doing is hold on. What you are doing is disempowering your people so that what your only option is violence on the street. That's what you are doing. When in reality is that this same group was able to win so many votes in the Southeast. There is no, if they kept that coalition together, they should be taking every governorship election that is coming up. They should be taking it by right.
So what happened in Enugu? What happened the last election, the gubernatorial election?
A lot of people
the gubernatorial election in Enugu. What happened?
If they are in charge, let's leave them. Let them do whatever they like since they are in charge.
Forefather, a simple question. Forefather, a simple question. What happened in Enugu gubernatorial election? What happened between Labour and PDP?
From what I gather, is it not PDP that won it?
Now, I won't mess up with Capone.
With how many votes?
I'm not sure. I don't know, but I gather that
with 3,000 votes, manipulated votes, 3,000.
Yes.
And what the vote they cancelled was more than 3,000. And the electoral law states that if the cancelled vote is more than the difference between the winner and the loser, that election there will be a rerun. But do they attend to that? No. They went ahead and confirmed the Enugu Peter Amba as the governor of Enugu State.
See, let me tell you.
So Lumide is 100% right.
See, let me just say this. This is very important because I think what we don't tend to get as in politics is that people listen to signals. Like when this election occurred and the Labour Party governor is doing very well in Abia State, that's good. But the ones that went to the House of Assembly and the ones that have been governing so far, they seem to be towing the line of the corrupt politicians. If all this while they were fighting them, you will see that the consciousness in the South will be like, these people are fighting for us. We didn't waste our vote in the election. They're fighting for us. Hold on now. They will be knowing this, and you will see that they will go and vote for them in this election. Most of the attention was taken away from, instead of positioning yourself to be winning more support, they are focusing too much on the court case without strategizing on how to take more seats. Because if you take all the governorships, let's say you take like half of the governorship in the Southeast, that is a lot of power you have. You can leverage that power to do all kinds of other things. You can extend your influence, but no, the leaders are nowhere to be seen. The followers are towing the line of the establishment. What did you expect to happen? So this is what you get.
Forefather, let me echo
what you're saying is not right.
Forefather, wait, what on? What Forefather?
No, but it's true now. How many of them are complaining about all the money they are spending for House of Assembly members? How many of the Labour Party members are complaining?
What Forefather is saying, the opposition, they need to wake up. They need to be strong. Don't forget, to be honest with you, this is the first time we are having a city president, a core politician, as a city president. If opposition refuses to work and start now, by
what makes him a core politician?
Hold on. By 2027, Tinubu will turn Nigeria to one-party system.
Let him go ahead and do that.
If they refuse to work, PDP, I don't know.
All of these arguments will only be valid. Listen, all of these arguments will only be valid if they allow a free and fair election.
Where is this echo coming from? There's a massive echo.
Can somebody else?
Oh yeah, it's Clifford.
Yeah.
So how did this man get from my my statements that I don't want opposition? I'm arguing exactly for opposition to be present. So that is the problem. We don't seem to have it right now.
The people responsible for sniffing out, for sniffing the opposition is the executive.
Hold on.
It's the government that is not
It's
promoting
not the government. It's not the government.
It's the government. By rigging the election.
It's not the government.
It's not the government. There's no opposition. There was never opposition in Nigeria.
Labour Party came up as a good opposition.
And they are collecting
prayer points and not saying anything.
Where is that coming
from?
What if you say anything? Did you see what happened at the courts? You go to the Supreme Court, they're all bugged.
Bro, they collected SUV, they collected prayer points. None of them came out and opposed it.
The elected ones,
you're telling me
in that regard, I agree with you.
They should be challenging them because if they offer them all that money that they say we are not taking it, our people are suffering, and you are giving us all this money, you should be stopping it. You will see that people will be behind them. Even northern people will be behind them. That is how you start sending signals to people that you are representing them.
Let me tell you.
Forefather, can I say something?
Forefather, can I say something?
Your mic.
The problem is this. Let us not be going about the card that was given to the assembly members. That is not cash. It was a card that was given to them, and if I'm not standing for the Labour Party, but if you see that if the Labour Party members doesn't take that card, my brother, most of them will join. Will start joining other parties. They will all of them will join the APC. That's what they're trying to do.
Then they are not worthy. They are not worthy Labour Party members, and they should be recalled and removed from office.
Let me finish.
They will join later.
They will join because let me tell you that money belongs. Let me tell you that money belongs to every Nigerian. All Nigerian, that money belongs to them.
Exactly. This is why Nigeria cannot work, please. This is why Nigeria cannot.
No, that is what my father is complaining about.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me finish. Again, on the issue of Imo State election, honestly, when you call anybody from Imo State before that election, he will tell you that they are not ready to vote. That is one. Because they have many reasons. That man is a Dracula. You see the governor there? He's a Dracula. He has been killing people of Imo State.
Dracula.
That is one reason. Two, both LP and the AP and the what other party? PDP. Their candidates are not trusted candidates also. They are not good candidates. So Imo State are looking for somebody they will rely on. So instead of coming out to die for Uzodinjo, it's better for them not to come out. So that was why Uzodinjo did what he did. And again, we ask ourselves, why is the federal government interested in Imo State? Because one, the police officer they brought before was the man who committed crime, who committed this in Adamawa State. That's the one they sent to Imo State. And later they remove him. Now again, the return officer, the collection this thing, that man, that Yoruba man, when LP and the PDP we are telling him that what happened was wrong, he don't want to take their complaints. But the man in Kogi State listened to the other parties. Yeah. But the one in Imo State didn't want to listen to the LP and the PDP. Instead, he said, no, it's not what I came here for. But why did the Kogi man listen to others and the council's nine local governments? So there's something that is going on that this federal government have not told us about Imo State. Because everything they're doing is against bringing somebody that will kill people in Imo State. Because since Uzodinjo came to that state, how many people have died? And nobody's talking about it. That man is a big Dracula. He's a big Dracula. He has been killing people of Imo State. And that is why people say they're not going to vote.
Is he not the one introducing concrete to Nigerian roads?
No.
Which one is that one? Omahi. Okay, that one is Omahi. Okay, good.
I'm telling you, that one is a Dracula. Understand? Imo State people say they're not going to vote. And this vote, you see that they counted. It's not the people that voted. These are the reading the vote. So that is the problem.
Kosan, you know the truth. If a state, if people refuse to vote, it's easier for politicians to rig election. Trust me.
What are you coming to vote when you are voting? Are you going to vote for Uzodinjo? Are you going to vote for the other people? No.
Was it Uzodinma that promised youth that he was going to give them jobs in Europe?
Yeah.
No, don't call him Uzodinjo. Who's Dracula? Call him Dracula.
Oh, God. Dracula. So that is the man that won the election. Oh, God.
That's why righteous man is supporting him now. You want to go work in Europe.
That is a terrible accusation against the good reputation of righteous man. What is wrong with you?
You say righteous man campaigning for Uzodinma.
That's ridiculous.
Let me tell you, local government, the army, the police.
Yes,
let's allow Concern to finish, please. Let's allow Concern to finish.
You just want to.
Leave him alone. Let's allow Concern to finish.
Let me finish what I'm saying. In our local government, you know what the APC, this thing was saying? He said when they were at the collecting center, they want to announce the results. You know what the man said? Because PDP and the LP saying there was no election in Osun State or in Osun local government. But you know what the APC man was saying? How can you say that? Don't you see that even that morning we used three buses to bring people to come and vote? So the LP man was asking, where do you bring these people? These bus that you bring people from to come and vote in Osun. Where did you bring them?
Where did you bring them from? Where did you bring them from? He was asking. Yes.
He asked them, where did he bring them from? So that is to tell you, and the military were there. You know what they did? They took four guys. They took 4 guys, put them in the house, and they were tampering for APC. That was what happened in Australia.
Yeah, but concerns. I think this is where sometimes I admire Nnamdi Kanu to an extent. Because Peter B seems to be too quiet, and he doesn't seem to have the fire in the belly to take over the Labour Party and make it. Because I think they missed an opportunity.
Can I say something?
This election that happened right to gain more governorship.
Godfather. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish. To be honest with you, those that call it's a good position. It's not like it's like Tinubu is a criminal, and the criminal has taken over the country. So it's better for the citizens. If the citizens want the country, look at me. Let me, for example, now the elders. Where are the elders where are the elders today? Where is the clerks? Where are the Afenifres? Where are the Igbo leaders? All of them have to come together and say, stop. Let's stop all this nonsense. What is going on in Nigeria? It's not more a country. Let us stop these things.
See, concerns. I see Peter B is in. I don't know why they keep saying Peter B is irrelevant. Peter B is the head of Labour Party as it stands. If he decides to take over that party, hold on now. This party, you don't understand. Labour Party is in the UK. Labour Party has history. They have what they call links to the unions and all the rest by default, just by being Labour Party. And Peter B is supposed to be the head of this party. This is why I'm saying the kind of fire that Nnamdi Kanu has in his belly, if Peter B had it, he should have strategized by now to take some states at least off these people. Dominate some states, especially in the southeast.
Pardon? The criminals bring a papa. To fight the Labour Party.
I just want to add Father, can I say something?
KJ, you are echoing.
Somebody open 2 panels.
It's Clifford that is echoing, but Clifford, please say something so that you can finish what you are saying.
Yeah, you open 2 platforms.
No, he's muted. Clifford,
I'm not.
Please go ahead.
For that, what you and AY, I think you people are just blackmailing P2B, because I don't know what P2B will do in Imo State to change the result. P2B was in Imo State 3 times campaigning. Even if you like to make research or play some videos, go and search about LP in Imo State. Hope of them 3 days ago when he campaigned at one university, the youth were even accusing him, shouting no electricity since 2 weeks or now. No electricity in Imo State. So how do you think that people will still vote for him? They write the result since 2 weeks or a week ago. They know how everything will work out. Just Google about Imo State, you will see what NASA, one lady, his PA, special assistant, was doing in Imo State. So you people are just blackmailing P2B. What will P2B do to change what the federal government do? Because people always say P2B should do this, but he campaigned with Tatan 3 times the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, he did campaign.
What do you expect him to do again?
P2B messed up. You listen to his
How did he mess up?
He defended Labour Party collect prayer points. He never stood against prayer points.
Yeah, let's KJ talk. It's KJ's turn. KJ wanted to say something before.
KJ have spoken more than 3 times. Everybody have spoken more than 3 times. I've not even finished one.
EJ Amatu hasn't even said one thing.
Yeah, but this is my first comment. People just come out and bring some stories that didn't add up. What will P2B do? Is P2B the residential election collection center or Electoral Commission in Imo State? No, or the Commission of Police. What about, you see, the police and the army, the civil defense, they remove their cartridge. They seize everything from the civil defense that also accredited to monitor Imo State election. Just Google Imo State election. You see what the military and the police did in Imo State. So what do you expect it to be to do?
Is it only Imo State?
I agree with you. There's a bit of a shenanigan, but let's take it out. KJ, go. Let's go.
Okay, I just want to contribute before Mr. AJ Matu comments. Yes. You see, Joe Ajero went to Imo State to try and support workers who have not been paid for 3 years. And he was beaten black and blue by the police. I'm not saying by talks. And then eventually it turned out to say they were protecting him. Why am I bringing that in? The Labour Party didn't, because of that, say, okay, this election will not hold in Imo State. And Joe Ajero is the leader of the Labour Party. The other man, the chairman of Labour Party, is also different from Peter Obi. Peter Obi is just a person who happened to be at the right place at the right time. I'm not one of his supporters. Neither do I support anybody that's on that, that ballot for the last presidential election.
You don't support Peter Obi?
No. All I'm trying to say, because I know he wasn't going to win. And you see, it's not a surprise to me. I knew, he wasn't going to win. We all knew that arrangement was made to hand it.
That's no reason not to support him.
No, I didn't support him because I know he wasn't going to win. Simple and short. Let's leave it there. So, for Imo State,
you really believe?
He said he doesn't support him.
I said I didn't support him because I knew he wasn't going to win. Okay, I didn't. I don't play. I don't want to go beyond that point. I didn't support him.
If that's your partner, then you must well support Tinubu now because you think he's going to win.
That's what you mean.
No, I didn't support Tinubu either because I knew more than some of the things that are coming out now are not new to me. So I mean, why would I support the criminal over people who are this?
You don't know. Maybe your one support would have made a difference in the election, but you
will not
to support. I don't know, man. All these are people that are like, you like somebody, but you won't support them because they are going to lose.
At this point,
Father, why are you saying this?
Please,
it's like you have these people.
I'm just, but he said he doesn't support P2B. I am here supporting P2B, but he doesn't. I find that a little bit odd.
Father, it's his own choice. This is his own choice.
Yes.
His own choice.
Father, I want to ask you a question. Do you know?
Be a gentleman, man. I mean,
I defer to AG Ma to continue, please.
AG Matu, please go ahead. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, guys. This is the second time I have come to this show. The other one, I had a long discussion with forefathers, if you remember, when I was driving down from, where I went to, we stayed, and I asked you to go to sleep. You remember?
Oh yeah, I remember.
Before the election, and I told you that Nigeria will never, ever, and I told you that it's scientific. Nigeria will never become what you guys are looking out for. Nigeria will continue to derail till it will contradict itself and end. Whether you like it or not, Nigeria will end. But what we are saying is, why do we waste our time? I told P2B directly that, Oga, you are a time waster. Stop wasting our time. Igbo people want to be free. We have everything it takes to be like Japan. We have everything it takes to be like the Western world. We can do it in 10 years. You guys keep wasting our time. Just like all of you have gathered every Sunday, every Saturday, you gather and talk and talk and talk. And nothing. See, go back to the foundation. What is the foundation of this country called Nigeria? Who laid them? Everybody here knows who laid the foundation of America, what their dreams were, where they have reached, and where they want to reach. All these things we gather here to talk is just mere talk. I know Mr.
Onwa. I have his number here. I can call him now if it's possible for him to pick. Tell me which of the states in Nigeria now that is not a criminal that is the governor or the president. It is coming. Before, you used to have some good, clean guys, but now you can never get it. Let me tell you what happened in our village. I'm from Umbise, so Imo State is my constituent. In my own village, I was following it. The election took place. The guys, the big guys in the APC, they got all the money. They took, everybody got something, the chairman, whosoever that's coming, until they decided in my own polling booth to give 3,000. If you agree with the APC, come and take 3,000. People went, they took. Meanwhile, there's one of my cousins that is contesting to be a governor, General Ogunewe. Everybody want him to. He's a good guy. To an extent, though. So people want to vote for him. But of course, there's hunger in the land. They take the 3,000. Some of them voted. Some of them, I'm twisted the APC big boys and did not vote. Okay, you think, because forefather, from what you used to say, you feel that thing they voted there is actually going to count. No. But when they got to the collecting center, over 50 military men came on trucks with fully armed. And I can bet you, I wasn't there, but I can bet you that those 50 guys, there won't be 2 of them that are military. Or every other military, somebody wearing military uniform is fake. That is the extent of criminality in Nigeria right now. So if you come here and bring science, you come here, you bring art and experience to, play on what is happening in Nigeria, you're wasting your time. If you expected that Labour Party people will get to the National Assembly and behave, you're wasting your time. If you expected that P2B will become the president of Nigeria and make Nigeria to look like Europe, you're wasting your time. It will never happen.
Let me ask you then, do you think that Nigeria should have what they call shadow cabinets? Like in the UK, they have the opposition has what they call shadow cabinets, which means they have people that will be like Minister of Defense when they get into office, Minister of Finance, and all the rest of it, so that the people know and they will study the people before they even get to elect them into office for a long period of time.
What happens in Switzerland, sir?
Yeah.
You don't understand it. Among all the people that gather here, to have discussion, you are the worst because you don't.
Classic, man. That is classic, man. The worst. Oh my God.
Everything you go back to,
Oh my God.
After May, to start discussing the aftermath, the next election.
Seriously, I'm the worst.
But forefathers, I confirm what the man said. What the man said is true. Honestly speaking.
No, it's not.
Start telling us about Europe. Start telling us about Europe.
You know, stop about all kinds of things, but the worst, they call me devil and everything, but the worst.
Father, I was shouting that you are provoking people. You remember I was saying it. I say you are provoking people because any person that listens to you, especially those of us who comes back to Nigeria or who have family here that tells them what is going on here, and you come on stage like this on platform to make that your submission. Honestly, you provoke people now.
Yeah, it should provoke them. It should really provoke them because these are questions need to be asked. To be fair, there should be opposition in Nigeria. You can't go on without opposition in Nigeria.
Father, go and ask my good general. You know my good general. Go and ask him his experience when he came to Nigeria. He was talking like you before until he decided to come down to Nigeria with his group so that they can cause a change. Ask him his experience. Come my good.
Yeah, but see, I'm talking about things that have already happened, not only because of Maigu. I'm talking about parties that won about 30 million votes.
No, they didn't win. They were allocated.
Oh, so the presidential election, they just allocated PDP 6 million, 6.5 million. They gave
Yes,
Labour Party
yes.
6.5 million.
It was allocated, yes.
Okay, I see.
Look at
Okay,
what happened in
that's
Lagos.
why all of us spend many of you spend a long time saying that Labour won the election, and now you are saying the one they got is allocated. I don't know, man. Even the one they cheated out of, did they win it or not?
Hold on.
Answer the question.
I think you are mixing the whole thing up and making all of us look sound like we don't have work to do.
No, I'm asking pertinent questions because I don't like the idea that Labour Party is not sweeping the Southeast, at least the heart of Labour support. Why should they not win more states by now?
You see,
breaking news. Kogi State.
You are not real, Mr.
I'm not real.
You are not real at all.
Oh, I'm still trying to figure it out myself. You know,
being utopic. There's nothing we ask for. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
See, Ejema to see. All I'm asking is that Atiku is a powerful man. He's part of the establishment. He's not the pushover. P2B technically was one. He's run for vice presidential position before. He knows of the system. So don't tell me that these people cannot be on the ground, take over their parties, manage it properly. Atiku, I don't even think that one is in the country.
Forefather, let me ask
breaking news. Breaking news in Nigeria. Kogi State. APC have been declared the winner. Breaking news.
Look at that.
APC have won Kogi State.
Absentee landlords that should be opposed run out of the country.
Breaking news, everybody already knows.
Let me say this. You see, the Nigerian election cycle, you actually have 7 days in order to, if people complain, people put up a complaint, you have 7 working days with which to look at all the complaints coming in from the places. These are statutory things written in the manual, but nobody follows it because it has been established that whose name is declared becomes the winner. All you need to do is go to court. When you go to court, you can use your muscle and get results for yourself. You see, we have been saying it here, and one of the reasons why I come to this place, not because I'm going to change people's mind, but let it be on record that some of us spoke while these things were going on. That's simple, okay? Because if you don't agree that things are not working the way they should, if you don't agree that the constitution has given right to certain individuals to do
criminals, not talking to criminals.
No, if you don't agree with those things, look. How do you now say, okay, the youth, for instance, in Imo State, should go and begin to fight the system? How are you going to fight the system? Even those who are sitting in a live camera, where results are being called, put up a complaint, and they are beaten before everybody, and nobody is saying anything. Even before the police should be the ones to arrest these individuals. Then you expect me to tell my cousins in the village to go and fight? I will tell them, if you die, just make sure you keep money.
Not to go and fight. Not to go and fight. KJ, I'm sorry to say, the fact that you don't support P2B, your opinion now, you are not even an obedient. And then you go as far as not even supporting him, even if you didn't vote for him, but support him at least. And your opinion now, I will be diluting your opinion a little bit on this matter because you are not supporting P2B at all.
Hold on. The first time I called my sister.
My sister said she's going to make. She's one of the district. I called her. I said, "Never. I don't want to see you there. To go and be one of the agents. I don't want to see you there. To go and work for INEC."
Why not?
No, let me finish. Let me tell you. I know how Imo State is. I know how that man is killing people. Then I tell her, I don't want you to go there.
Okay, you're worried for safety.
I told her, how much are they going to pay you? He said 15,000. I said, okay, don't worry. Monday, I'm going to give you 100,000. Please don't go there. My brother, you didn't see what happened to the chairman of LUP? LUP yesterday.
They flog him a little bit and they embarrass him a little bit, but his point is made.
They beat him. They beat him up there.
So, what point has he made? What point? Hold on, sir. Concern. What point has he made?
The whole world now knows they were messing about.
Did that change the result?
No, it will change. No. It will. You see, if what he's saying could have changed the results, that would have done it. But the idea that they are maltreating him for actually calling them out on their duties is a good thing. And how do we expect this to be easy? It shouldn't be easy anyway. Hold on. Do you expect it to be easy? We shouldn't expect it to be easy.
The problem is that
in America, it's not easy to win elections.
No, so I think we should let this situation die for you to get first-hand experience.
You know the worst part of it.
First-hand experience, go and apply as
but who are the one beating the man? The tops are beating the man there.
Forefather, can you allow SMO to speak now? Concern have been talking, please.
Keyboard, hold on. Let SMO and others talk. Yeah, concerns feel strongly about some of all these things. SMO, thank you for coming in. You've been at the backstage for quite a while. I saw you there, and it appears you're in Nigeria, given that burglary proofing that we all spend trying to burglary proof our houses. You know, this is another wastage that we spend. Where we could spend in the military, we keep defending our houses as if we are living in Fort Knox. But it's all right. We are going to live and learn. SMO, welcome. And welcome as a Nigerian, especially welcomed. So go ahead.
Don't you think thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we should have a proper opposition. Now we should have a proper opposition in Nigeria. Don't you think so?
Yes, I think so. And the idea is, my own idea on the opposition is that we are not looking at kind of political opposition, because at this point, political party opposition may not work. The way I see it, I'm looking at it that we have a slim opportunity in the obedience team. If it's possible to organize it as a sort of a kind of a pressure group, the decision pressure group, at any point where an important decision is being taken, the obedient will have a voice. How do we do it? If it's possible to raise a kind of form an organization, like we have all been speaking to different parts, we have, if we all agree, those that are not interested in going into politics per se, maybe they are not interested in becoming governor or becoming any form, we can then see how it can be set up as an organization, have a kind of a structure, an account. I don't know how it's going to be, but where we have a fund that is used to sponsor any particular, maybe we'll see opportunity in OB, because I saw what happened during the presidential election. To tell you the fact, there were rigging, but there were those that voted for this government. There were those that, because in the area I live in the north, yes, I live in a barrack environment, and I saw that at the end of the result that came in, even in my polling unit, of course, there are people that voted for him. There are the numbers, even though less, though in ratio, the Labour Party ratio was much higher. But generally, if he could get that number in a place that we are, how much more the interior? And then there was a problem. The Labour Party men, those that were to oversee the polling agents, for instance, they were complaining bitterly. They were there from morning till night. There was no form of refreshment, no provision for their welfare. Some of them at the end of the day didn't get anything. They were not paid anything. Now, if we can have organizations that take it up by themselves, have a group, the way we look at it, the whole nation, for instance, they can sponsor polling agents that can be paid good amounts, not on the account of political party, but on the account maybe that obedient name. I'm sure it will go a long way. It will go a long way to a kind of create that, because you are telling people don't sell your votes, don't do this. But I look at it, the people that are going to be used in selling votes, like I said, the obedient team or the Labour Party polling agents were not eating. We are not giving anything from the party.
We're supposed to play them.
Is the of course through the party system. I'm not
The
a
party
member
supposed
of
to pay
the
them, and the party
party.
didn't pay them.
Yes, and the party didn't pay them. Why the
They are
other
not
party,
even in
for
office
instance?
yet. They're already denying people salary.
Labor
Yes.
no dey give shishi.
No. Why the other party? They don't have the resources. They don't have the resources.
They don't have the
That is it. It's not even issue.
Okay,
They don't have the other party.
I'm a bit
We are
surprised
sending
because
food.
a lot of obedience will be that we need to contribute to that. That I'm a bit
Yes,
surprised.
that's what I'm saying. If there's no proper channel for that, and even if it were to be paid through Labour Party, the system is so corrupt that even the people on ground that were initially original Labour Party members were the regular Nigerian politicians. So even some of them, there was a story of money coming in but being diverted. So if this group now is formed as purely pressure group to enforce a decision, the people will know, because when they speak, if we want to organize a protest, for instance, you think it's just the way we are shouting, go out, go out. Who is going to initiate it? Throughout the rally for the presidential, for instance, I was like, okay, if I want to go out for the rally, for instance, I look at it in my business, I will leave my business. I will go there, stay there throughout. Nobody knows me. Nobody cares whether I come or not.
Okay.
I know.
Let me just
At the
ask you
election,
one very important question, because I think that question, I can see it in the forehead of a righteous man. Are you sure you are not an Agbado supporter?
Me?
Yes. Are you an Agbado supporter?
I can never be.
I have to clarify because of the statements you are making here. Seems like you are trying to pour sand in some kind of narrative.
I'm just being factual. I see things on ground. I didn't go out for the rally. Let me tell you, I didn't go out because I'm engaged. But I made up my mind that I will speak about it wherever I am. I will, in any engagement I have opportunity, I will talk about that. This is the right way to go. I saw the opportunity, and even when I saw some statement that Alex Oti is making and the impression, what he's doing now, I see that is the kind of politicians we should be looking at. These people amass so much wealth that they cannot finish it in their lifetime, but yet they still suppress the ordinary man. So, yes.
Which state are you though? Sorry.
Right now, I'm in Kaduna State, but I'm from Enugu State.
Kaduna?
Yes.
Okay, it seems you know a lot going on. What do you think the Northerners, the North generally, do you think Obi really got the support he deserved in the North? Like, do you think people really voted for him in the election?
In the North?
Yeah,
no. Yes, he would have gotten a sizable number of votes, but majority will not vote for him in the North for two reasons. One, they are not kind of informed enough of it. And the other one, they are skeptical of an Igbo man being the president. So all boil down to information. So I engage them even within the city. Many of them within the city, they also see what is happening, and they believe that Obi could make a change. But another thing is that they don't believe he could win. And for that, they said instead of him then throwing their votes to him, they rather focus maybe Atiku or the one they are sure they are going to win. They play party, and in the North here, they play party a lot. If you are a member of this party, you can rally anybody, irrespective of what that person is doing in office. So long as he's a member of your party, you are going for him.
Are you reasonably safe as a southeasterner in the southeast, in the like Kaduna? This is it's not about the topic. Just as my curiosity, are you reasonably safe?
I'm as yes, I'm as safe as any other person in the North.
I see. So are you like your
because
everyday Nigerian?
The story of
Are you like everyday Nigerian, or you're
Yes.
doing maybe a little bit better than your everyday Nigerian?
What do you mean everything?
I don't understand.
No, because when
I
we
don't
hear about
understand what you
Nigerians,
mean.
one of the things I tend to hear about Nigerians is that everybody is dying of hunger, suffering, and all the rest.
It's not everybody.
So,
Like something like
hold on now. Hold on. Righteous man says that quite a lot. So that's why I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to find out where we are, because this guy looks fresh, probably fresher than many of you overseas. Clifford looks like I don't know, man. Clifford, this thing you are wearing. This guy looks fresh. He's in Kaduna, fresher than all of us. Okay, me, I dressed up for this one today. So look at this. He thought that the Blackstone now. The Blackstone, he probably is working all day. You look
I
fresh.
hear you. Not everybody is hungry in Nigeria anyway.
Father, you made reference of my statement, right?
Yeah, because when you say everybody is suffering and we see this fresh looking man coming from
Forefather, listen. You have a family in Nigeria. Call the family you have in Nigeria. Let them give you for sound information. If you believe that my telling you or the panelists here that Nigerians are suffering, that I'm lying.
No. I'm not saying you're lying. No, I'm not saying you're lying. It's true. But when you look at them, they look fresher. Most of the time, they look fresher than me when I'm not even properly dressed. And
it's not necessarily that I look.
You know, the last time I visited
I can assure you. But I can assure you that in Nigeria, yes, there are a lot of hungers. For instance, I have a little farm, and to tell you, it's not the way we're raising it anyway. Like here, there are some places we actually go to farm. I have a farm, although I don't do the farm work myself. I contract it out to some people, and most of the people that help me in the farm are Northerners. But an example of the hunger that is on is after harvesting, there was an incident that happened. I was not able to move the grains from the farm that night. And before morning, it has been looted. Many of them were taken away. So, because there are hungers, I heard story of people that their crop is due for harvesting, and before you know it, thieves go in at night and harvest it. Wow. That is evidence to tell you something is going on. There is hunger actually.
About harvesting where you didn't sow.
My brother, forefather, a woman from Sierra Leone went to Nigeria.
Why would you say don't mind me? I'm telling you, the guy looks fresh. The guy looks fresh. I look at you. You look like you came from the mechanic shop. The guy looks fresh. He's in Nigeria. If not because I dressed up, I would have been looking rough too.
Forefather, so the reference point I have become a reference point for campaigning the Nigerians are suffering, right?
No. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that maybe there is a reason why people are not showing up on the street. Because the Nigerians are not, I think I said it yesterday, people were like, oh, I'm saying nonsense. Because I've seen Nigerians. I told you this week, I had somebody to come and cut grass. They was like, you want us to cut it to the bottom? We are not doing it anymore. They went to cut grass. You are going to pay them. They
Maybe you are not paying them enough.
But they didn't. You know what they said? Some of them said they are going for harvesting, so they don't care. They don't care.
So they are busy.
So, but it tells you that they have priorities. It's not because there's no means for them to make money. He didn't charge us more. He just walked. So maybe it's because it's Abuja. I don't know. But Nigerians have options. I've seen Nigerians that used to earn about 50,000 2 years ago. Now they are demanding 300,000 a month because they are progressing, and that same person is overseas.
Because what 50,000 will give you 2 years ago is no longer giving that. So you have to demand for more.
The reason why he is doing that, he said, is because he's working for people overseas while he's in Nigeria. There are a lot of teachers in Nigeria that are teaching people overseas because they can do it over the internet now. Ngosika is one of them. I spoke to her about this here. And she even talked about how Indians are pricing out Nigerians. In other words, Indians can take less money to do the same work that Nigerians will refuse to do because the money is too cheap.
Where?
In Nigeria, Ngozi can say that here.
Which state in Nigeria? Which state? Hold on, please.
I
Which
think she's
state?
in Anambra now. Ngozi is in Anambra, if I'm not mistaken. So she says she also does work online because I was noticing this stuff.
What?
Because see,
The issue is this. The issue is that those guys that are able to go online to work online, actually they are comfortable to some level. So they are not the ordinary Nigerians you see on the street. For somebody to be able to afford internet and use it that way, you should know that it's a little bit comfortable because the average Nigerian will not be able to, cannot afford data and use it for that long.
And those are the ones that normally end up on the street, like the NSAS ones. Because those
yes,
ones,
now that is why, that is the area I'm talking about, having a pressure group, an organization that can actually sponsor protests in a way, because if you put people together for a period of time, there should be somewhere maybe around there. I can assure you that if you have a center, for instance, that you want people to come together and you start sharing food there, playing music, you will have crowd there protesting, doing whatever you want them to do, so long as they have morning, afternoon, and night food there.
And
so they can stay there for days.
The internet is quite good too. It's not so bad actually. I really am impressed by that. You know, righteous man and your internet is quite solid. Tony, you want to say something?
Not to step now. The guy,
can we mute our mics, please? Somebody is playing something.
Somebody just making noise. I don't know.
Oh yeah, is the former speaker? Yeah, please go.
If we can allow each other as well to talk, we'll be able to hear each other and communicate. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Hope you're having a great weekend, except for Nigeria. Okay, now where do I start? Let me touch on one or two topics that SMO touched. Sir, SMO, being on the internet is not luxury. There are people right now, the world we live today, it's an e-world. You can be in London and be working in New York and be delivering whatever service. So you don't have to be said. So it's not about like the privileged few. It's not about privilege that you're in Enugu and you could be an English teacher for a school in Beijing or anything. That's what it is. And the second thing is, you said you live within a military. Are you a military man, if I may ask? You don't have to answer me. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now, okay, I'll go to the next one. Listen, what we should just realize right now, we're in a very critical place. I don't know what all of us are thinking. That we think that if we think that we're going to have a free and fair election. When we saw all the rubbish that we saw for the presidential election and all the elections and all that, we thought that this one is going to, I mean, we're just living in a cuckoo land. We're living in a cuckoo land. Nigeria has been taken over. The rigger in chief is a person sitting in Aso Rock, and he's going to spread his tentacles. I don't know whether you guys watch a broadcast. It was a long one. I think it was about 30 minutes or about 40 minutes, where he was speaking Yoruba. For people that understand Yoruba very well, you have to understand Yoruba very well for you to read and understand what Tinubu was trying to say to us. Listen, basically in a nutshell, what he's just trying to say is that, listen, I am the maker. I make people. I made Buhari. I put him there. I can remove anybody. And I make governors and all that. And there's nothing, he's not even talking about the populace. He's not talking about the real issues of Nigeria. And yet, the people that are singing his praises are telling us about Finch report. What the fuck is Finch report? Excuse my French. You know, what the fuck is when the real cost of food store people are really
this thing. There are family people that may be listening to us. We have to watch the swearing. You see what I mean?
I'll put in my apology after that. So what are we talking about? The real issue, people are suffering. See, I'm not talking about party lines now. We're talking about real issues. These people are not going to leave. See, pressure group or no pressure group, or we'll debate here and use big words and all that. You know, it's not about, see, it's not even about IPOB or no IPOB. Listen, let's get real. Like I said earlier at the beginning of this broadcast, get it right. Let's just understand this thing. There's not going to be any Biafra. They're not going to allow that to happen. They're not going to allow Oduduwa to happen. They're not going to allow a Yoruba nation to happen because it suits them best for us to be together so that they can further appropriate their fraud. It's not going to happen. The only way we can deal with these people is by force. Listen, somebody might ask me, you are in a diaspora and all that, you're enjoying running. I didn't run away. I came back here even before Nigeria became worse and all that because I was opportune to come back here and leave. Okay, now if it kicks off and we have to go back, I will go back. I've said it many times here on this channel. AY can bear me witness, and forefathers must have heard it. I will buy my ticket and go. There has to be a force. Revolution is not a passive word, and I'm not talking about war. Let me just make this clear. I'm not talking about war. I'm talking about real revolution. Forefathers lives in London like me. Yesterday was Remembrance Day, okay, in the UK, right? Armed Forces Remembrance Day. 300,000 people trooped out of the streets of London just to register their displeasure with the way Israel was bombing the Palestinians. Now, in London alone, they are not. We don't even have. I don't think we even have up to 25,000 Palestinians, but people. It was mainly the British. Do you know if for each city that we can troop out in Nigeria 200,000, they're not going to shoot us. I'm not saying you should hurt anybody. We come out and register and all that. That will shake them. If the small NSAS, how many people were in NSAS at the gate? How many people were they at the, I don't even think they were up to 20,000. So if we cannot come out, and start lending a voice. A young man came yesterday, was saying here, we in diaspora, we are saying that issue. Nobody is asking you to fight. All we are asking you to do is to come out and register your displeasure. Come out, register your displeasure. People from abroad, people that have balls from abroad, I know there are cowards amongst us that will not go, that will just be there typing away. But people that have balls will join. And that is the way we can start affecting change. They will not listen. Anybody that thinks that Hope Uzodinma won that election and all that must be on some very nice spliff that they are smoking. Look at Kogi. You know, we are in a state capture. These people, the only thing that they will understand right now is going to be civil disobedience and force if it has to be.
Yeah, but the problem is, the problem we are not capturing, like we were just discussing, is that the people themselves, they know when to go on the street. They were able to do that with NSAS when they did, because they felt like this is unacceptable and they did what they needed to do. Maybe there is something we are missing. You said it earlier on that these same people that should be on the street are the ones that are working for foreigners and doing their own businesses and choosing the path that they want to choose in the same country. So we may be missing the level of, you see, I feel like there might be a disconnection between the discontent from the diaspora and from some Nigerians versus what people truly feel on the ground.
Exactly. And I'm just so I was looking forward to Mr. Obi potentially coming, because I had some hard questions to throw at that man. In fact, by the time I will have finished interrogating him, he would not even know whether I'm obedient or anything. Because the Labour Party itself is a messed up party. Let's be truthful. Forget about
that. To me, that was, they missed an opportunity. That's at the core of the problem.
They missed an opportunity.
They are supposed to be strategizing to take over the country.
We keep saying the Labour Party, there are a lot of criminals within the Labour Party structure and all that. If I was Peter Obi, what I'm going to do is I will just rebrand and all that. Those that want to follow him, because all the people that were voted to the house, they rode on the crest of his popularity. That was how they got in there. It wasn't about their
party.
Yeah, it wasn't about them. It was on Peter Obi's way, the way by the time and all that. Because we still have people, we still have idiots like Apapa there, Arabambi, and so many other funny characters and all that. How do you want to move forward? 2027, we think 2027 is far. If Labour Party wants to take seriously, they want to take this business seriously, they need to start doing something dynamic from now. I will rebrand that party and expect, so you leave the old Labour Party for them, rebrand the people will move over and all that and start planning.
Why would you give the party up when you have 6 million support?
You're not giving the party up, forefathers. See, what is making, one thing I want to ask you, forefathers, what do you think is making Labour Party tick right now?
Labour Party ticking right now is P2B, so you keep it in there. The reason why I'm saying is that,
hold on, you're not understanding me. If I was Peter Obi right now, I would just say right now, I'm going to rebrand to New Labour.
Yeah, you can call it New Labour.
Huh?
I say calling it New Labour is a fair way to go.
New Labour. You don't ditch. I'm not saying you should ditch the name entirely. New Labour and all that. Let's start again and all that. Then you start to get people. After all, which is a fair statement. Those people that were there and all that, they collected the SUVs, didn't they collect? Why didn't they refuse the SUVs?
No, they didn't. They said because they bought it for them. That's why they have to ride it. They have to ride it and swerve across the gallop on Nigerian roads. Yes. But it's all good.
People are dying of hunger. People are dying of hunger, irrespective whether you're Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Efik, Ishakiri, and all that. There's real hunger. There's real hardship across. This is not even about party thing and all that. So when I see people still talking about whether you're Yoruba, you're saying you can call me any name and all that, and then you have people from IPOB, they are very happy that people told you not to vote. Omo, let me just say this to you: if you do not vote, like forefathers said, if you abstain yourself from voting, you do not have any right to criticize anybody because you did not register your vote. Peter Obi is going to be locked up by Tinubu, because Tinubu does not want further problems for himself. So it serves him best to leave Kanu there. The only people that can release Nnamdi Kanu is the Labour Party.
Yeah, thank you.
His incarceration is illegal. Everybody agrees.
No, to be fair, it's okay. It's okay. Let's not open that kind of worms. Don't give me the fight today. Don't come with fight today.
I don't have it here.
Steph, you want BQB to say something because he seems to be in a hurry to trigger a lot of people before he leaves.
No, not actually. Not actually.
No, nobody. He came here to make trouble. Hold on.
Yes.
No, hold on. Because Steph was here. We have to respect people's time. You see, we didn't pay them to come here.
No,
and he has been here.
But he gave preference to some of us in Nigeria.
Hold on now. Let's just ask if Steph, do you think he should go ahead?
Okay,
or
no problem.
Yeah, he should go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. See, gentlemen, we have gentlemen here, so be a gentleman, BQB. Go ahead.
I'm always gentle now. At least hear some of us to have a contrary and objective opinion about some of the comments made so far. I'm joining you from Lagos. Let me first of all start with Righteous Mind. I've been following this program every time. He comes up to say the same thing. People are suffering. People are eating fish head. People are practically dying on the street. That is not what I can see in the street. I live in Alimosho, which is the largest local government in Lagos State. Of course, there has not been any time that people in diaspora, people have always been complaining Nigeria is hard. It's not only now that people are calling their family loved one in abroad that Nigeria is hard. It has always been like that. Although I will admit that progressively, it is becoming worse. It's better under Buhari than now. It was better under Jonathan than Buhari.
It was better under Obasanjo than Jonathan. If you follow the trend, that's the way it has always been. Even the exchange rate too was progressively becoming worse as new government came in. So people eating fish head is not a reflection of poverty. Some of
I
us
don't
love
get that
fish head.
actually. When he said that before, I thought about it. I think bigger issues went past. I was like, what is wrong with fish head? I did it. No, I don't want to repeat all the
If
stuff.
I
I'm
trigger
eating in
fish
my
head,
time. But it's okay.
their own dog fish head. I said that fish head narrative is not it because some of us love fish head. Point and kill. In fact, if I do point and kill, that fish head is the most important part for me. Is what I settle down on to divorce. So now saying somebody is eating fish head to want to portray the reflection of suffering, I don't think there is it. Then it comes up with an over-exaggeration of the true realities. What I see, at least I travel to Nigeria regularly. This year I've been in Nigeria 3 times at different occasions. I was in Nigeria. For some of you that say APC travel big, I was in Nigeria. I voted for Peter Obi. I broadcast the result in my polling unit, so I can tell you categorically that almost everybody here were just pulling their support in diaspora. But me, I was there, so I voted. I can tell you categorically what happened. So that is just. Then again, there is a disconnect between how we feel about the suffering in Nigeria, in diaspora, than actually what Nigerians feel. What I see every time I go in, I just see people going about their normal activity. Of course, you can see people selling in the traffic. You can see people complain that business is not moving on. But I think from what I see from my area, I don't know what's happening in the east, central area or not. But what is happening in Lagos that I go to the local market. I see people buy what they can afford. I see people sell what they can sell. And I see the commercial activities and transaction day-to-day activity going on to me relatively normal. But if you ask anybody, you say Nigerian is hard. That is the thing. So what I see for most people projecting here are over exaggeration of what people feel. There's no way you can call me from abroad. I'm in Nigeria. I will tell you that I'm okay. People normally say,
what's the cost of bag of rice in Nigeria?
If you follow my trend, I've put in my intro was telling you the narration of how Nigerian price of things has progressively been increasing from one government to the other. Price was cheaper.
Just tell us now.
That's not what I'm going to tell you. Okay, wait. Is your own family member, are they eating sand now that the price of bag of rice is 60,000? They are still eating.
That is not the question.
I need to respond to
Let me don't jump to me. Let me just make my point. Even if bag of rice is 100,000, people will still eat. People will still find themselves to eat. I think you go to the market, Mr. Righteous Man. Did you see anybody that is not? People are still finding something. They are still eating. So even if bag of rice is 100,000, people will still find a way to get it and eat. So that is just about that. So you can't use because
Can I ask you a question?
No, don't worry. You ask me a question. Let me finish. Let me capture the last point so that you can ask. So the last point I want to make is that Nigeria is too. There's so much going on in Nigeria that even an average, maybe middle class, lower, middle class, upper people that can afford data, I'm not sure they can be on the internet and be having this kind of discussion. There's so many activities that you can give in. If I'm in, most time I join this show is when I'm not in Nigeria. If I'm in Nigeria, I have so much activity going on. I can go to club, I can go to bar, than for me to now be involved in this kind of discussion to stay 10 hours. So it's not a reflection that I don't have data or I can't afford data.
I don't
tell.
Yeah, let me just add something to what you are saying. I don't understand why people are so triggered by some of the stuff you're saying. Because when I go to Nigeria, it's not, you literally said things are getting harder. And that is true too. And when you go to Nigeria, even when I came out of the airport, I have not visited my barber for a long time, and police officers were trying to ask me for money. I said, look at you. You just went to barber, shaved your head, and look at me. I don't have I have a long distance relationship with my barber. You're coming to ask me to give you money. No, I'm not giving you money because you are probably doing physically better than I am. Maybe I'm in the UK having more money in terms of salary and everything, but physically, if I look at you, I'm worse off. Don't tell me
Yeah, they are still.
you're the one suffering more. So that is the contradiction people don't tend to pick up sometimes. He is correct to say that nobody you will ask in Nigeria, they will tell you that their life is good.
Yes, that's the emotional narrative.
BQB,
Back from the day, not now.
BQB, are you telling me that I'm wasting my time? Wait, righteous man. Are you telling me and every other person here that we're wasting our time spending 10 hours and talking about Nigeria?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm only alluding to the fact that an average Nigerian will not join you in this kind of conversation to stay on this platform for 10 hours. There's so much activity to do in Nigeria. If most people don't come to Nigeria, that's why you can dissociate yourself. If you come to Nigeria regularly, you will understand what I'm saying. This weekend now, there is Owambe. This Saturday, wait. This Saturday now, there is Owambe. So if I need to go to Owambe, I would have time to stay on this platform.
Nigerians have marriage holidays. When they get married,
there's so many activities.
Break.
Please. He mentioned my name. He made reference of me. Can I ask him questions?
BQB.
Yes.
Righteous man, don't worry. You ask him questions.
Let me ask him questions.
BQB, it seems you are trying to be elusive. Yeah, let's deal with facts.
Exactly.
Are you saying? Are you saying?
Look at the kind of allegation this guy is making. Where are you living in Alimosho?
Wait now. Let me
ask you questions.
One at a time.
Hold on. He made reference of my statement.
Let AY finish now. I'm getting the point of Mr. AY.
Did he make reference to AY? Why won't AY wait? Let me clear myself from the
nobody is accusing you of anything.
You could be my question to you, right? So
yeah.
Owambe is once in a month, once in whatever. Are you saying majority of Nigeria are not passing through what we call poverty right now? Do you know even if you earn $500,000 in Nigeria now with 2 children, you are gonna struggle to survive with the price of gas, price of foodstuff? A head bag of rice like 60,000. Are you? What are you saying? Can you just be factual? Go with the. You are a bit confusing me.
No, I'm not confusing you, Mr. Ewa.
I talk to people back home. They complain every day. I have family.
Is it now? Wait. That people that you talk to, how long have you been in abroad? When you talk to them during Buhari's time, were they not complaining? They were telling you they were living fine, no problem. And that's my narrative now.
But just be clear. Because people are listening to you. Be clear. Let us know that Nigeria are doing well. They are not suffering.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. No, my point is simple. The narrative of people in Nigeria telling our families in abroad, in diaspora, that we're not doing well is as old as the relationship between Nigerians and their family abroad. That's what I'm saying. Even somebody building house. Yes. No, that even now, even somebody building house will tell you that it's not doing well. That's the narrative. So even now, linking it to now, we can all agree that if you call anybody, price of commodities and things are going up, and the earning power is not commensurate, there's no commensurate increase. I accept that, we agree. But what I'm saying is that the extent of that suffering is not as much as we perceive it in diaspora. That's what I'm saying. That is why most of people in diaspora, wait. That's why most of people in diaspora, of course, we send them money, now we increase the amount of money we send. That's why most of us in diaspora feel that people should be on the street. That same person that you're saying should be on the street is probably still managing to eat and find something to do. So the person will not say, why should I not be on the street?
Because you are in Lagos, I think some of this narrative is Lagos and Abuja, not necessarily other states.
Come on, boy.
Absolutely, Mr. Forefather.
This guy to this guy now.
Just wait.
I don't like
He has not insulted anybody.
Just wait. If I come on here, I give you facts about what happens in my environment. I can't tell you what is happening in Imo or Anambra.
You're wrong.
I don't live in Anambra.
You're wrong.
So I'm going to tell you, I'm even going to narrow down what happens in my local government. I'm not going to tell you what happens in Ogun State or your state. So if they are telling me if Ngozi call now and say people are dying in Anambra, they are falling on the road and dying because of poverty, I can't argue with her. I don't live there. So what I'm saying is my own circle where I live. So that's the
Can
point.
I ask
Mr.
you a
Righteous
question?
Man.
Okay,
Yes,
that
go
is
on,
your
you can go on.
circle. Your circle.
Let's allow Righteous Man. Righteous Man has been patient here,
If your
KJ. Please, we have to allow Righteous Man go, KJ.
hold
KJ,
on,
please,
I just
Eh?
please.
now.
This man
Righteous
made
Man has been
reference to the
patient.
statement I made
Your
2 weeks
circle
ago.
must be very wealthy
But see,
because
KJ,
the minimum wage in Nigeria
Righteous Man has the
remains
mic. Come on now. We have to have order,
30,000.
KJ. Come
Hold
on.
on, sir.
Let's be gentle with each other. Righteous Man, do you want KJ to go ahead or you want to ask your question?
I want to ask him questions because
Okay,
he
please
made
go ahead.
reference of the statement I made 2 weeks ago. Okay. And sometimes it looks as if when someone makes a statement, you don't actually understand from the angle the person is coming from. You will just cut it. Now, the question I want to ask you, you say you live in Alimosho local government.
Who is playing B2B there? Him and his charismatic voice. Is it?
I am the one.
Hello?
You see, the Blackstone, you've started now.
Hello?
You've started making trouble for again. Where is? Sorry, go ahead, the Righteous Man. Don't mind the
I'm asking,
Blackstone.
I said, do you, please, for clarity, you say you live in Alimosho local government. I'm not hearing you.
That is what he said.
I said yes.
I said yes.
Okay. Alimosho local government in Lagos is the poorest in every ramification as far as Lagos State is concerned. I've lived in Lagos State for 43 years. 43 years I've been in Lagos, yes. So when you're talking of Alimosho local government, I will educate you and school you about that local government. It's the largest in Lagos State, even in Federal Republic of Nigeria, with population about 3.2 million.
And it's the poorest. You remember we have Ekpe. We have we have Ekpe local government, so we have Badagry local government.
Listen,
but Alimosho is the poorest.
Can you listen to me?
Already.
Can you listen to me?
Continue.
I am asking you a question. Now, if you say you are living in Alimosho local government, you are a part-time person there. You are not living there like you settle there as I am in Nigeria, 247. Witness everything that goes on here. Maybe you come here, you spend 2 weeks or 3 weeks, you go to your club and gyrate, and then you fly back. Then you now say you are living in Nigeria. My friend, you are not living in Nigeria. That's number one. Number two, the fish head I made reference, that was 2 weeks ago. I said I went to a nearby market to pick up some things for stew, for my wife to make stew. Then I was shocked. This elderly woman, where I was buying fish, the fish seller was, cutting off the fish head, the smallest aspect of fish head that they normally use in preparing food for dogs. And this woman was begging. So I was moved. I said, Mama, why are you begging for this thing? This just very little, this thing they use in preparing rice for dogs. He said, oh, Mommy, I don't have money. Nobody to feed me. I was surprised that 2 other people were standing by her, wanting to still pick from that fish head. I told the guy selling the fish, I said, please give Mama 1 Titus. That 1 Titus before, we normally buy it at 600 naira. As of today, the 12th of November 2023, it sold at 2,100 naira. And it's not as if it is big. So I now asked that guy, the fish seller, to give that mama one fish, let me pay for it, instead of her picking those little off-cut. Not that is the main fish head, just an off-cut.
Okay,
so
you added a detail that wasn't present before. You talked about fish head. You never said part of the fish head.
I was not telling the panelists here, that was 2 weeks ago. I said, okay, things are getting worse in Nigeria. For an elderly woman and 2 other people standing to contest for just little fish head. I mean, normally it doesn't happen like that before. That was what the reference I made. And then you are talking about feeding. You see, sometimes I believe that some APC paid agents who will parade themselves as obedient comes to this platform to make some statement that when you go to the root of it, you discover is 100% lie. You can't defend the statement you made. Tone have asked you question. AY have asked you question. You can't defend them. You are parabolating with statement. You just come up to cook something to make as if you say that I'm over exaggerating. Mention what I've over exaggerated. An average person here is paid 30,000 naira. Can you use 30,000 to manage a family in a month? What are you talking about? Can you use 30,000 naira to manage a family? A family, you pay house rent, you pay electricity, you pay for water, you pay for dustbin refuse, you pay for security, and then you pay for your children education with 30,000 naira as minimum wage, and you are telling me Nigerians are not suffering? Is that the mentality you carry? If you have the millions, come and share it here. You can't come to the platform and begin to sell a wrong message that I'm over exaggerating. What am I over exaggerating? That Nigerians are not suffering. Is that what they are telling me? They're telling me when Nigeria. Oh, hold on, please.
How long are you going to?
Forefather, hold on. Somebody should not come to this platform and tell me that I'm over exaggerating. I'm telling lies. What is the lies there?
I understand. No, I don't think he said you are telling lies. I don't think he said you are telling lies.
I never mentioned you are telling lies.
67,000 naira to 70,000.
Being emotional.
Was a bag of rice sold at 70,000 before?
Being emotional is not going to end you any point.
As a human being, you must be emotional. Don't tell me that. If you're not emotional, you will not be careful. Don't tell me that I should be emotional. I should be emotional because I'm human. People are dying here, and you are coming here and saying I'm over exaggerating.
You are still emotional again. Which people are dying?
See, we have to keep check of ourselves. Hold on, BQ. See, BQ didn't insult anybody. I didn't hear him say anything very controversial. That it's like
you won't hear him, Forefather. You won't hear him.
Hold on. See, I work with Nigerians every day.
How can he some platform that I'm over exaggerating and I'm lying?
See, hold on. See, righteous man. We may not be in Nigeria. So hold on, righteous man. You have to respect other people's opinions. They have opinions. People have opinions. You have to learn to respect.
Not to say that I'm lying. It's not even in Nigeria. You should come back and say
you're lying. He didn't say you're lying.
I never said you are lying. I'm just trying to.
See, this kind of stuff. Hold on, I will step everybody back now because this is kind of stuff that is causing problems in our country. We can't even have simple conversation with people just because somebody doesn't share exactly the same opinion as you. You just are shouting at them. He didn't insult anybody. Why can't we just hear him out and you say you disagree with him, that he's very wrong, just like he says you are wrong? There's no need to just start quarreling as if we are fighting each other. We are from the same country. We all want the best for the country, don't we? So let's
people come here to gaslight other people, Forefather.
I don't think it's
let me
This man came here.
Hold on.
I never insulted him. I just share my own perspective of the same country.
He said people that are getting average salary of 30,000.
30,000.
The job that people walked away from for that would take them 2 to 3 minutes was 30,000 pounds job, and another job that they were supposed to do to cut grass. They walked away from it in Nigeria this week. They didn't even bother to price because they are going for harvest. That is the same Nigeria that people are suffering. I'm not making this up. This happened. So let me bring him back. And righteous man, please allow people to have, because Nigeria has different areas. People have different experiences.
Absolutely. So let me just respond. I'm sorry if you feel that I never mentioned that you were lying, and there was never a time I mentioned lying in my statement. What I'm just trying to tell you is that some of us love fish head. So it's like an over-exaggeration for you to say somebody queuing. That's not the first time that kind of narrative happens. If you go to the market, you always see people begging for something in the market. It's not now. It's not because of Tinubu of 6 months. That's happened. If you have been to the market before, that particular incident might happen. So don't now try to want to narrow it down to explain that it's because of the suffering now that is happening. That's what I'm saying. So you come out and say Alimosho is the poorest local government. That is another. Alimosho can't be the poorest local government in Lagos State if you really said you've lived in Lagos State for 40 years. So that's just another point. If you think that you can be emotional to say what I'm saying is wrong, I'm coming here to deem your character. It's not. I'm just trying to push an alternative narrative of the way I see.
Can I talk, guy?
The way I see things
Steph,
in
yeah, let's
the
allow
state.
Steph to sorry,
No problem.
Steph, is there this thing? Because when I call you Steph, it makes it sound feminine. Is it Steven or go ahead, because when I call you Steph, it sounds like it's a woman, but you are not. So I don't know whether it's Steven. Please go ahead.
Okay. I think I appreciate everybody's position, and opinion, and everybody is entitled to his or her own opinion. But when it comes to, there are some issues that verifiable or that are factual, and there are some issues that shouldn't be partisan. Because when we talk about economy affects people across party lines and across gender, across tribes, across everything. And when we make use of some words that are actually relative, sometimes we should maybe hold our peace even if we don't agree with it. Because when somebody say exaggeration, is relative. It depends on him to explain the degree of the exaggeration. You understand? It could be possible that some people exaggerate. And but one thing from my own perspective, as the way I am listening to him, ordinarily you may understand it that he's playing it down a little bit. You understand? So it's easy for somebody to understand what you're saying when you talk about people are exaggerating it, as if you are playing down the situation on the ground. Now, of course, people are surviving. Nigerians survive. They know how to survive. But by comparison, what you need to understand is within Tinubu's administration have not been so long. You understand? And economy have been bad over the years, as you mentioned, progressively bad. But what you check is the kind of changes that have happened in the economy within the past 6 months in terms of the increase in fuel price, which affects every economic activity, and the increase in exchange rate, which also affects every economic activity. So the rate of increase in those things, the impact it had on prices, and the rate of increase in average income, I'm not talking about 30,000 or 20,000 of anybody's earning, no matter what you're earning, the rate of increase in those average income of people within that short space of time, have they really, can you compare it to anything that have happened between maybe the last 15 years? It's a sharp distortion. So it's going to really take a long time for that shock, the economy to accommodate that shock so that people will feel less of the impact. So the hunger in the land presently, if you just say, okay, yeah, there was much hunger when Jonathan was there, when Buhari came in, there was also much hunger. When this person came in, there was also much hunger. It's as if it's being played down a little bit, which is not really my understanding of what is happening. The truth is that everybody here have families at home. You understand? There are family members that are a little bit closer to you, that you can actually understand. Maybe you are the one that carries their burden of day-to-day life. And there are those that are a little bit distant, that can just tell you things. You may not really have a way of verifying it.
for some of us maybe that have aged parents in the house, you really understand, you can connect to their daily life to have a better understanding of what is going on. I'm not trying to, undermine the fact that what you said, that some people may exaggerate it more. You understand? But there is actually hunger in the land. Thank you.
You see, I like the way Stephen has spoken, because he calms people down, and the way he spoke, he's disagreeing, but not being disagreeable. Let's try to be civil with each other. Yeah, KJ, please go ahead.
Okay, this will be my last comment on this issue, because I think we're actually spending time on what we know is the obvious. Anybody who is in Nigeria and had believed that this government under Tinubu and under the INEC chairman was going to do anything different, I think we think again, because you don't get apples out of oranges. You only get apples out of, if you squeeze it, only apple that can come out, not grapefruits or orange juice. So here is my conclusion, and for BQB, I don't know why he's going with that. That because the value of the naira has kept falling. So that means that if you're earning 30,000 naira in 1 year ago, right now is half of that money that you're having, and the value have is half. And so if it's half, you have only 15,000 naira. So distribute it. You're going to work. You're paying electricity bill. You're buying food for your children and paying school fees or paying for school bus for your children. How are you going to say to people? There's videos on internet of students, university students who made a video. Say those students whose parents can no longer afford, they know that living in university is on the internet. They gather students who who are sure they can't go back to school when school resumes because their parents cannot pay their school fees. It's there. And then you said this. Well, maybe like you said, your own side, everybody's doing well. The side where I come from, a lot of them, almost 90% of them are not doing well. So if people have a way of helping us, I can give you their addresses so that help can be extended to them. Finally, I will say thank you guys. I'm no longer interested in debating the issue of the politics in Imo or Kogi or Bayelsa, because it's the same result all over. I don't want to,
KJ, you don't support Peter Obi.
No, I don't. Please don't put me in this bracket. Like I said,
you are an Agbado man.
Oh, Father, let me.
I can't trust people that don't support Peter Obi on this platform. This is unacceptable.
Oh, Father, let me also contribute to what BKB said.
They will not allow him to win. I don't invest energy in things I cannot change. The system will not allow him.
Why he just vote to Agbado now? I mean, since he's going to win.
I don't want to engage in wild goose chase. So that is where I am.
I'm going with your statement that you are not going to support who is going to win.
Good night. If you keep,
don't worry, I'm just joking there, KJ. You know, we kid around now, KJ. We kid around.
Father, let me contribute to what BQB said.
Yeah.
So, Mr. BQB, I'm very surprised that they can come here and tell people that people are not suffering in Nigeria.
I didn't say people are not suffering. You just hear what you want to hear and twist the narrative. No, you can't start on the wrong statement.
No, wait now.
To be fair,
I said people are not suffering.
Let me finish.
Oh, you are this angry. This angry, Mr. Righteous man. We only come start your statement on the first note. You only start the statement on the first note. Did I mention Nigeria? Did I start anything mention Nigeria not suffering?
Wait now, not shock me.
You can't just start on the wrong note and you think you can continue peacefully like that.
It's okay. The blacks don't take it easy. We started with the wrong distance.
No.
Yes, now you can say your own family are suffering.
Excuse me. Don't bring my family to it. I'm sorry, yeah. Understand me?
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Family to it. You understand me? Well, your statement was that Nigerians things are hard, not like what it said during the Buhari regime. But let's be frank with ourselves. Even United, the World Bank has said that more than 6 million people will be added to the poverty rate in Nigeria with this Tinubu policy. 6 million Nigerians will be added to below poverty level in Nigeria. That's World Bank estimation. You understand me? Even today, somebody that is working, went to work, called me to send him 3,000 naira to take a taxi back home. He's a worker. He's at work. I should send 3,000 naira to take transport back home. You understand me? The cost of diesel, which is the major fuel that powers most industries, and that the transporters use to transport food items and everything, is now 1,000 naira. For you to fill your truck, it's 1 million naira. 100 liter. I cannot drive. They cannot carry you from the north to the south. So let me say that carry food items from the north to the south, it's going to cost you almost 2 million naira for fuel alone. You are saying that things are not hard in Nigeria. It's not hard enough. Abi? Let's be with ourselves now. Let's be frank. Not only petrol issue. Industries are closing down because they cannot afford the cost of diesel to run their power plants. We are saying these are not suffering in Nigeria. If you are not seeing them, because maybe they are still trying to struggle to work as like the living dead. You understand me? To survive. I know how many calls I get from my friends every day just to get money to feed for food. So let's be clear and say them. Things are rough. And like you said that it was worse than that of Buhari. Not even worse, it's worse. Because I can use that word. That time of Buhari. Buhari said one thing now. He said, if I go, people will remember me. People will remember Buhari now. So these are really tough.
This is bad though. We are remembering Buhari. I remember actually Ngozi did say something about that. If I'm not mistaken, it was her that said people are going to take Buhari. It was way better than Tinubu.
Buhari said it with his mouth.
Nigeria calling
he said, if I leave, people will remember me. He said it with his mouth. That was Buhari's statement. He said, if I leave, Nigerians will remember me. That's what he said himself. He said that 6 months old. Tinubu is almost 6 or 7 months in power now. Look at what is happening in Nigeria. So before you get to 2 years, what will happen? People will be down on the street. Look at dollar rate.
Yeah,
dollar is more than 1,000 naira to $1.
Yeah.
If you are even producing, it would have been good. By next year now, they are saying that 40 fish container will be around 10 million to clear 40 fish container from next year. Customers have brought out new tariff.
That brings me to this question: what is happening with Dangote refinery? What is delaying it now? When is the new timeline?
I don't know.
Let me just make a comment.
Big QB, do you have any idea?
No, not really. Let me just quickly respond to you.
Okay.
The concept of suffering as regards to people coming out on the streets to protest. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about your just like his own perception to what I see on ground for people to come on the street and protest. You link this thing together. Wait now.
They would have come. They're not afraid. What happened during the SARS protest?
They are afraid.
If
they are hungry and they are not eating anything, there is nothing to be afraid of now.
Okay.
If you are hungry, there's nothing to be afraid of. That's the point. I'm linking this point to Mr. Tone. If you feel that people should go on the street, people that you wait. You feel this revolution that we talk about. We feel
let's take it easy. Let's not get BQB. You don't go and stay the honestness all over the place because there's a lady here now, and my own rule is that when there is a lady around, she has the right to interject at any time.
No, I'm not saying she should not interject. If you see me comment here, I'm not going to comment and mention what is happening in the East. I'm not in the East. If you come in and say people are suffering, they are falling on the street, I'm not going to dispute what you're saying because I give you the point me I'm speaking from, and I see it and I see what we feel in diaspora. Those are my points, and those points I made are objective points. So you cannot now want to rebuff me and say what I didn't say.
No,
One man said I
BQB.
was lying. One man said I said
BQB,
Nigerians are not
BQB,
suffering.
what we are trying
I
to
just
say.
mentioned all those statements.
I see. Augustine, please wait. Let if Ngozi wants to say something or she wants to allow you, go ahead. She has got the mic at the moment.
Good
Welcome.
evening, on a happy Sunday.
So it's not equality, it's not superiority.
No, there's equality now. It's just that you guys
No,
have
it's
been
not equality because we came before her, so it's not superiority.
Women,
Ladies
they are
first.
underrepresented. It's only fair.
Ladies first.
Yeah.
Ladies first.
Okay,
Please
go
go
on.
ahead, Ngozika.
Good evening, Mr. Augustine. Sorry I took your turn. It's not deliberate. I'm only
It's
going
okay
to be
then.
here for just a while.
You're welcome.
Good evening, though. Forefathers, I greet you. I greet all the panelists. Mr. Tone, I see you. BQB. You're looking fresh these days. Though. The Tinubu government is really favoring you. I bless the Lord for your
That's your
sake.
perception. Is the narrative that you come here to push. The person you support did not win. So most people pushing the narrative that you came to push.
Oh God,
so you see things in a negative way. I understand what you are going to say. Push the same narrative that people are dying in Anambra on the road. The hunger is killing them. Push it. Let it here. But me, I didn't see that in Alimosho.
Can you leave it? So hold on, please.
Let me just make the point. I know what she's going to say.
You don't know what she's going to say. For all you know, we can congratulate you of all kinds of things. Can we let it go? You don't have to answer. Okay, please, because you can go ahead.
I didn't know it became a crime to give a compliment.
Exactly.
Anyway, since you don't want the compliment, I withdraw it. Anyway, good evening,
make
everyone. Oh, shut up.
I've not eaten. There's no money here. Maybe somebody from diaspora can send money so that we can eat.
Can we leave it, BQB? You shouldn't have complimented him. This is causing to confusion. Please go ahead, Gozika.
Let me find trouble. I was here last week and I said something. I said that the people who are constantly supporting this government, that I hope they get paid, because that is the only way that it will make sense to me. I do not know why you should support even if you liked somebody or you believed that they have something to offer. You also have a duty to keep them in check and to say when they're not getting it right. It is unfair to yourself. It is unfair to everybody else to see the people you support doing things that are aggravating the realities of others, and you keep silent or you just cheer them on. It is just nonsense, arrant nonsense. This week I've been very subdued because I witnessed something very terrible. Before I came on the show, I was debating whether to share it or not, because we have a lot of knuckleheads on this show who are going to run with what I'm about to say and make it propaganda. But I am going to ask you in advance to please respect yourself and everything you hold dear with what I'm about to say, because I would not be civil if you make any statement that I find not funny. So earlier this week, I had gone to my friend's house. We were in the kitchen, the three of us, me, her, and one other girl. When we heard a noise, we made a joke about it. So this was around 8 p.m. And this, if anybody knows Enugu, this happened in New Haven. New Haven is one of the better part of Enugu, for those who don't know Enugu. And it happened inside the street. And their street is not too far from New Haven Police Station, not too far from Otiba Junction. And it's one of those quiet, bubbly streets you see in Enugu, for people that know Enugu. So we heard the noise and I said, it's a tire burst. And the other girl said, no, it sounded like a gunshot. Then we heard the same noise again. And this time around, the three of us were like, no, this one is a gunshot. And then I think one of us made a joke about taking cover and we laughed it off. Around 9 p.m., we had to go downstairs to go dispose of the refuge. We went downstairs with a trash bag to go and dispose of the refuse, because if we had let it go to the following day, it was going to smell. There was a fish head in it. So when we came downstairs, the street, there are people, when something has happened inside street, Nigerians, now people were gathered in clusters, talking, and we were hearing bits and pieces of the news. Apparently, what we heard was a gunshot, and there was a dead body not too far from where we were standing. I didn't know. So we went to throw the garbage away at the dumpster, and on our way back, things were still unsettled, and the way people were milling about, everybody was restless. At that point, we did not know that somebody had been killed. We were hearing bits and pieces of the news that somebody was shot. Unlike me, that I would have just, because they go use that kind of rob person. You just gather and somebody will pickpocket or something like that. So I know they gather where these kind of things happen. For some funny reason, my friend said, let us go close. We went close, and then we were hearing the gist from people standing there. Somewhere, this one will say, they shot him, and they went away. This one will say, we shall go closer. It was when I got closer that I noticed somebody was lying down on the floor. At that point, I didn't know the boy was dead. And now that I think about it, I think if I had known he was dead, I would not have gone to see him, because I got there, and this boy, Jesus, he can't be more than 25. He was lying down there. He was dead. He was dead. He was so peaceful. I didn't see any blood, but he was dead. I couldn't take my eyes off him. This was past 9 p.m. I was shaking, but I couldn't take my eyes off him, because he looked like it was not my first time seeing a dead body. But just to, I could, for all those minutes that I was staring at him, I couldn't reconcile the fact that the gunshot that we heard and were making jokes about was what took that boy's life. He was just lying down there, and people were scrambling about. Everybody was just confused. I don't know if I would call it confusion. And that was when we started hearing what happened. So apparently, I'm saying this to reinforce and tell you people that when I say Nigeria can happen to you, you people don't understand. You people don't understand. That boy only came out to charge his phone. He came out to charge phone and withdraw money from POS and was caught in a robbery. They were trying to rob the POS person and they shot him twice. That was how he died. He just came out to charge his phone and collect money from POS. That was how he died. It's been almost a week. I still can't get the image out of my head. It didn't help matters that while I stood there staring at his dead body, trying to come to terms with the fact that he was dead. At that point, I don't think anybody knew who he was, because it was late. It was at that point that one woman from the crowd came closer to him, looked at his face. I said, Jesus, for those that understand Igbo, she said, Jesus, is this not Ebuka? Is this not Ebuka? That was when the corpse on the floor took a human form for me. He had a name. He was Ebuka. And the woman started shouting. At that point, I found the strength to pull my eyes away from his corpse, and I shakily went back upstairs. It was, I think, not too long after we had gone upstairs, we started hearing wailing. His family had found him. I don't know how they got to know. I don't know who told them, but it was heart-wrenching. I could hear his mother's wail. All I kept asking my friends was, what are they going to tell this boy's mother? What are they going to tell the mother? That he went out to withdraw money or to charge phone? bringing back his dead body. I think the most traumatizing thing for me was how he was just left on the floor there in front of that shop for over an hour. What is an hour? That thing happened around 8. He was just lying there. They couldn't do they didn't evacuate the body. The family had to come and see him there. Do you know how painful? I still can't get over it. He came out to charge his phone and withdraw money. That was all he did. It wasn't even that place is one of the coolest places.
Ngozika, can I just Ngozika, 1 minute. Forefathers, can you do something about these idiots in the comment section? We're talking about someone's life that have been taken. This is not about party lines and all that. You're making jokes. Clapsal, you're bang out of order. You are bang out of order. You're going to be banned. I'll make sure. I'm going to speak to Dr. Damages.
Yeah, that is inappropriate, really. That is really inappropriate.
Honestly,
you can't. There are certain things you say.
Who is making jokes?
It's just. But let's not take away from he's on the chat.
Nobody's making jokes now. There are some pertinent questions being asked.
No, he's saying that what is wrong with this lady? He's saying what is wrong with this lady. He's not asking question.
Who is the person?
Somebody on the chat. But it's okay. Let's not completely dignify them and bring them into the discussion. Really,
I don't care what people on the chat are saying. All I'm telling you is, when we say, "May Nigeria not happen to us," like Jesus, you think that bullet asked that boy if he was party A or party B? You think that was what the bullet asked him before he hit him? He wasn't even trying to challenge those people. I heard he was shot at the back. He was trying to run away. He wasn't even trying to confront them. The boy was just trying to run away when they brought out their guns. And
is there any chance that it could have been a form of assassination?
They came to rob. That was the story. There were like 4 of them in the keke. They came to where the POS person was, and that was where the boy was, unfortunately, at that moment. If he had been late to that POS, if he had been late in coming to that place like 10 minutes, he would have not died.
I shot him at the back. That whoever did that thing is a marauding criminal, and this is part of the security problem. I didn't know that there was this much crime in that region. Actually, I thought most of the issues is due to militancy and stuff.
Nigeria's problem is not even politics. I just pity people who are making this about politics. You think you're safe? Like Jesus. You think you're safe? You're living in Nigeria, you're gloating. I was obedient. You think you're safe? Really? Somebody came out to withdraw money and that was it. You think when those criminals shot him, you think they asked him, "Hey, come on, are you party A or are you party B? Who did you support in the last election?" You think that was what they asked him?
Exactly.
There is a problem every single time something like this happens. It makes it more obvious how much arms are in the wrong hands. Who gave them these arms is a question for another, is a discussion for another day. But there is so much arms in the hands of mischievous and criminal-minded people out there. And given the current situation, economic situation, you think they are going to use it to sing praises and worship? They are going to use it to do things like this, and no one is safe. No one is safe. So you can gloat about it. I don't even know the boy. I don't even live in that area.
Because we are this successful in the robbery.
No. They ran away. They said the keke they just sped off with their keke.
Yeah, my advice to you, if you can talk to a therapist, do. Because you seem actually affected. That such experience.
I was staring at the dead body. I couldn't take my eyes off it.
I know.
I couldn't.
If you can talk to a therapist, do. Not that we take it lightly. It's not funny, man.
I
Na
think
good night, I beg.
thank you
That's
for
all I
coming to
came to
share
Tell
it.
us
say.
about
And
Imo State election now. Which one you
what
did?
is wrong
I
with
don't
you
care
now?
about the elections right
AY,
now.
We
AY,
have to allow this lady to
you are
go, please.
recommending therapy, and the next minute you want
Allow
start to
her to
tell you
go.
about him. You know this AY rascality. It's unbecoming, really.
Can you
Eh?
hear this guy? Oh
All
my
these people
God.
and their attitude. It's okay. See, this is the security thing that we keep talking about, and it's not about party politics. This, and I thank goodness that not more people lost their lives there. I didn't know there was more this kind of crime in the southeast as much actually, because I thought the street was under control by either the militants or the military. But this looks like they are still killing people because you want to rob POS. It's ridiculous, really. So who
Actually,
is next? Oh yeah, it's Augustine, I think, isn't it? Augustine. Thank you for coming
Yeah,
in. Sorry, Steph.
Ngozi, I'm sorry for the situation. And Ngozi just answered B, kill B, because
Yeah,
I
answer the
see
question.
empathy at work. And that is exactly what B, kill B lacks. He lacks empathy. And when forefather, you said that he never insulted people in his submission. To be candid with you, he insulted every one of you, everyone on the chat room with his submission, because it is the highest level of insensitivity and dubious submission. Why do I say that? I just have my...
Insensitivity is not an insult, though.
No, it is an insult. When people insult it, intellectual
It's not an insult. It's
dishonesty is
not
the
an insult,
highest
man.
level
It's
of
not an insult.
insult.
It's not an
BQB,
insult.
please leave it.
This is not an
Please.
insult. You can make your points by
I said
others. Don't start
intellectual
on this thing.
dishonesty is an insult. What you gave was intellectual dishonesty. Which country do you live? Do you live in Europe or you live in America?
Tell me one thing he said that was false, please.
Yeah, that was an insult. That was false.
It's
That's
okay,
the point.
BQB.
Go to the
Please,
point.
BQB, let's deal with this, because
Yes.
one of the things I want to be doing is that when we say
Go to the
stuff, we have
point.
to be
I
able to
said
Make your point.
intellectual dishonest. Okay, forefather, let me ask you one question. What is
You're talking about empathy
the
or no
salary?
empathy.
Tell me who is
please leave it, BQB. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I go on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the question is, who is the average person in Nigeria? What will be the salary of an average person in Nigeria?
Are
How
you
does
asking?
that question relate? What are you relating the question
Somebody
to?
that you
What do
can
you want
count
to?
as average in our country, Nigeria, what would be the salary of the person?
And the
In
average salary
America,
for the last time I checked is around
sorry,
47,000
in
in Nigeria.
America, if somebody is making $120,000, the person is considered as average. Am I correct?
$120,000 in
No,
America.
no,
That's
Annually,
not
yes.
average. Where did you get that from?
no, that's not correct.
That's
How
a lot
can
of
that be
money.
average in
In
America?
the
That's
UK, that's
way
about
more than
80,000
average.
pounds. You see how you
That's a
smart
lot
in
of money.
Augustine. Augustine, you just did one
but that's why
funny
you're talking about
business right
middle
now.
class for
And
us.
you say somebody is doing
Yeah, middle class, that's what I mean.
intellectual
Middle class.
dishonesty.
No, that
This
is
is
not
fact
face.
dishonesty.
That's well above middle class earning in
Yeah, it's
I
above
guess
middle
it's somewhere
$120,000.
middle
Sorry,
class. Yeah.
sorry.
No,
Why I
it's
said
middle
that?
class. It's
This
Middle
is fact
class.
dishonesty.
Mm.
Middle class, right?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Thank you for that, for getting that. So that now let's go to Nigeria. What would be the middle class earner?
Middle class have disappeared in Nigeria.
So because he made the comment of middle class, that's why I am going to that point. No, why do I come here? So you see, when we lack that empathy, when we lack that honesty, in America, the rice we are selling 60-something thousand in Nigeria. If you go to what's it called now, a restaurant depot, it is about $50 to $60. Who earns $60 in a week? Nobody. But this is 60,000 is a salary of somebody to buy a bag of rice. So I was in Nigeria during the election, and when you came up to tell us that you voted P2B and you broadcasted your vote, that was also an intellectual dishonesty. You just wanted to rob us into something to believe you, which is not
No. That's
true.
what you obedient people does. You like to just push a narrative that you don't know. Why would you call
Can
that?
I finish then you respond? Because I don't know still respond.
He's just making some. You can't just be lying now. This is just false statement that he's making since.
It's okay. It's okay. Just
So
you will
in
have your chance
February,
to
March,
respond
I was
after
in
you finish.
Nigeria. I nearly went into depression when I was looking the faces of the masses. If you go to the market, you go to the mall, you go to church, you will be crying. Then I got relief when I went to Cameroon. Cameroon, was the war, the eastern part of Cameroon that is still at war. You see people refreshed. You see people healthy. You see people looking good. But if you go to Nigeria, everybody is looking malnourished. And somebody is telling me that we are exaggerating poverty. So the average person in America, if you are being paid for your mileage, a mile, you are giving 80 cents, 80.10 cents for a mile.
Why do you always have to compare America with Nigeria? Are they on that?
I don't understand though. He compares Cameroon at some point. He's not comparing America again. Even your comparison doesn't link. You compare Cameroon now. You're not comparing America again. I don't understand.
What is America economic strength?
So why I am comparing is because when he lives here with his dollar or pound, he goes. So let me finish. I'm having a narrative. When you live here with your pounds or your dollar, you go home and you see people that don't work. You rally them around, you have activity, and you feel that people are busy. Busy doing what? Doing nothing. So when I mean the comparativism is, nobody in Nigeria buys gas without feeling it. Over here, you buy gas, you don't feel it, no matter the car you use. So that is where I'm bringing the comparison. When the things that cause you pain in Nigeria do not affect you over here, then something is fundamentally wrong.
So, how old is America and how old is Nigeria?
I don't understand the question.
I said, how old is America as a country and how
old is Nigeria? Does it make a difference? How old is the?
It does.
Wait, no, stop this thing you are doing. How old is United Arab Emirates? How old is the United Arab Emirates?
He said,
so why should I moving fine?
Let's calm down now.
I know the Blackstone.
Not be comparing America and Nigeria.
The Blackstone. When Nigeria was 10 years, Nigeria was more valuable than America.
When Nigeria was 10 years, yeah.
Yes.
So, what was the meaning of that?
Yes, man. It's a comparison with us.
Nigeria, when Nigeria was 10, was bigger than that of America.
Because
bigger. How do you mean bigger?
Wait, excuse me. That was overvalued. At that time. That was the truth. Nigeria overvalued their currency, overvalued everything. It was when they began to realize that these things were not going to hold.
Wow.
That's when they begin to disvalue all this.
Like in the 80s, they overvalued their currency that they were buying.
Of course. Let's go back. Let's go and check the.
This is another intellectual dishonesty.
Intellectual dishonesty.
Even presently,
That's not in Germany, but you know what deceit is. I think you know what deceit it means in German.
What does the deceit means? What does it mean? When we are not truthful to ourselves. When we are not truthful to ourselves, how can you compare that time with that time when the 1 pound was to 1 naira? Was it reality? Were we producing at that time? What were we
even
producing?
now, it's not the reality.
Excuse me. At that time, what were we production?
Even now, it's overvalued.
It's overvalued now.
Overvalued.
Well overvalued.
A country that don't produce anything. What do we produce? What do we export?
Yeah, it's overvalued now.
At that time, what were we exporting? At that time,
Cocoa. We were exporting cocoa. Cocoa House in Ibadan.
How many?
We have cocoa and timber. Cocoa and timber.
Cocoa and timber.
Cocoa granite. Yes.
And granite pyramid in the north.
Pyramid in the north. Yeah.
That's when we earn our forex.
That's when we earn our forex.
And palm oil.
Okay.
And palm oil.
So where are we? So let's I think the name of the just to refer back to what Ngosika went and shared just now. I think the name is Ibuka, and let's extend our condolences to the family of the bereaved. I don't know whether it's bereaved because they lost a family member, and we've all lost someone. It must be painful, and if we are hearing their story, it's also proper for us to extend condolences to them. And I hope that they, we all. I would like to say that I'm sure all of you want to extend condolences to Ebuka. Ebuka, she said, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ebuka.
Papa, that's nice of you.
Yeah, it's a.
You can be nice sometimes. That's good.
I mean, what do you mean? You always bring up all these things. Let's remember that because these things are not. See, we've all had bereavement in our family, and
just say hapless. Just say.
Yeah, so I just thought I should highlight that.
In all honesty, that kind of insecurity is everywhere. Not only
believe me, if it was a woman, she said this happened to, I would be more cross than I am right now. Actually, for some reason, that drives me crazy.
Last week, here where I am, a lady was shot in front of an ATM machine. A mother of two.
In Nigeria or in the States?
Where?
In Chicago.
Oh, that one.
People get shot every day in Chicago.
Chicago is every day, every minute, per second.
So what I'm saying is that kind of insecurity is everywhere.
Yeah.
No, that's what she was trying to highlight too.
Exaggerating the rate in Chicago.
No, American one is worse. So the America, they lost 40-something thousand people every year. That country, my God, I don't even know how people live in there. I'm telling you.
Consider a country that they have license in Florida now. At a certain age, you don't even need license to own a gun.
Not only.
How do you guys do it?
In Georgia, in Texas, a lot of states.
Like everybody has to be super polite in America because if you say the wrong word, somebody can just go into the
someone like righteous man, and Big Hildy did what he did.
Now, if I'm in Chicago now, I will have gotten shot here by so many people here already. There's no
righteous man would have pulled that one.
Yes, now I've gotten.
How dare you?
All righteous man.
Well, that fish thing confused me a little bit because he came back now and said the fish was caught. I hope we know about the fish thing. I remember in Nigeria we used to buy fish heads, mackerel fish head.
Fish
they
head
fry it and we used to do that in Nigeria. So this is not new. So I was a bit taken aback when he said it at first myself too. Like, is it fish head that is this thing?
What we eat is catfish head. It's not mackerel.
What are you talking about? Are you a proper Nigerian? What are you talking about?
If you go to Abattoir,
catfish head. When did they start doing mackerel catfish head? Catfish is just recent. Those days is proper mackerel, and the other one that goes with mackerel, I don't even know the name of that one. You buy it, they carry it in the head, and they do sell other parts. But the fish, the head is also a specialty. Is it only me?
Or the bone part. If you go to the abattoir or the bone part with small meat, some people will still collect it too. It's not, those things are not like new. It's something that happens regularly here.
True.
Okay, so the main point I was making was that the opposition in Nigeria, we could have done better. And in a way, Ovie was right when he was saying something about organizing. We can't just always complain. We have to also organize. They are doing what they are doing. Then you can strategize to take control too. That is how countries work. You can't keep complaining from the sideline that they are corrupting every system. But like Tone, to be fair, Tone, you come out and you say, okay, let's go and fight. But what if you can take less drastic action to achieve the same result? You've not tried that. Nobody. They basically won this election without any opposition. Because everybody just stood aside.
Governor, can you organize without the institutions?
You create one.
You create another police or the same police and the military that they use.
Oh, no. Yeah, what I mean by that is that if you want to take over the institutions, you also create. See, how do you think they do? They take over institutions. They form alliances within the institutions themselves. That's how you two do it. You know, you also start forming contacts and alliances, relationship with institutions. Police will need some form of assistance and stuff too. You show them that you are on their side. They are Nigerians. They are your people. If you are about to serve them, you have to tell them this is what I want to do for you. Soldiers, police officers, they too vote. They too support people. If they order them to do something against you, they are the first to tell you what they are planning against you.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What was their demand? Are they not fighting for the police? Part of their 5-point demand, is it not all about the police force? Increment, yeah. But it's the same people that they're fighting that they used to disorganize them or kill them.
I think for me, sorry. What I see in NSAS is that they succeeded. The mistake of NSAS is that after they got what they wanted, they carried on, and it looks like he wanted to transform into something else. That is what led to, in the last, remember, it went on for weeks. They started breaking into prison yards and freeing people. That's not with
all due respect, you don't understand Nigeria. Honestly.
Maybe I don't know.
You said the NSAS start breaking prison in free people.
No. I didn't say NSAS people. I didn't say the NSAS.
Who then? The government people. The people that this guy organized, Kiamo organized. That's the people that start breaking things. You see, they were using government cars to come and drop people that are fighting the NSAS people.
Yes, we saw those cars. We saw those cars in Lagos.
In Lagos and Abuja. So that is why you don't understand Nigeria.
You are breaking into politics also now. They are breaking into more. Almost all surprise months was invaded.
Audio is really bad, but you need to check echo cancellation.
But it wasn't from me. Maybe somebody else is doing it. But because I don't have all that.
It's yours. It's yours. The moment I meet you, goes away.
Okay, I'm sorry then, but I don't have any other channel.
I think you open.
No. There's no other channel open.
Just move first. Let's
talk about the device.
I think it's from his side.
Yeah.
I think it's from his side.
Forefathers.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Clifford, when you open up, when you get into the studio, on the actual YouTube, you need to mute on YouTube. So if you don't mute on YouTube, when you're on the studio and you have the YouTube page and all that, you tend to have a feedback. Some people don't know. Okay, right. Okay. What I was trying to say is, Forefathers, I've got I asked you a question on the private chat. I think it's very, very critical when you're moderating. I'm not teaching your job, with all due respect. When you're moderating, please keep your eye on the private chat. And I don't know why you're not. I don't know why you're doing it. You could see the aggro that is going on.
That one wasn't bad. Yeah, that one was bad. I mean, the Clapsal stuff wasn't good.
No, he keeps on. Just look at. The thing is, I'm not worried, but you know.
Okay, I was trying to see. I didn't even know I can put people on timeout, but I will see what I can try.
You can. Yeah, of course you can. You can.
So guys, stop being rude in this thing. You know, you guys have been calling me a dictator for a long time. Hold on. I need to straighten. I need to make some people fear a little bit. You can't keep doing this. You can't criticize me anymore. You are not allowed to criticize me. I will put I will time you out. Now that told us
Forefather, forefather is an APC agent.
What I was saying, other words.
I will ban you.
And Mibutiki is a party chairman.
All these people that are calling me dictators, I will show you.
He's not in Nigeria. He's not in Nigeria. You should tell us which state he's from. Which state are you from, forefather? Tell us.
Don't mind them now. I will abuse my power thoroughly.
Okay, forefathers. Yeah, I just wanted to address a BQB further. My brother, it's not about party lines right now. Let's be real. If we're real with ourselves, we all want Nigeria to be good, and we're talking about somebody that's been shot. You see, God forbid that we should, any of us here will hear news that somebody that is related to us or even close to us has been brutally murdered that way. Why should it happen? Yeah, because that boy is not the son of somebody that's important. That is why he just wasted away. And a lot of people are just mocking, and that it's all about the obedience that Ngozika was trying to whip up another false narrative. It's not nice. You see, I have seen in my young life, I've seen listen, if you ever seen a man gasping for his last breath, fighting for his life because of a gunshot, I've seen that many times. It's not a nice thing. It's not a nice thing at all. So let's just be a bit sensitive. I know a lot of things that happen in Nigeria is no fault of mine or no fault of anybody here. We're all concerned about Nigeria. That is why we're here. But if we just start talking about on party lines, and like Kulata, my brother, just said, we should stop demarketing Nigeria. It's not about demarketing Nigeria, Kulata. It's about saying things that are wrong. When we see things that are wrong, let us just call it out and all that. We're not demarketing Nigeria. We just all of us definitely want Nigeria to be good. If Nigeria is good, man, listen, it's for all of us. It's not about demarketing and all that. A lot of bad stuff happened, even here in England that we live and all that. There's some certain neighborhoods, some bad things happen. And we talk about it, and it doesn't mean that we're demarketing the UK. It's not about demarketing. Let's you see, we have known our president. We have fought. We've talked about. I mean, you cannot Obi's running mate said that he respects Tinubu, but it does not remove the fact that there is a question over his certificate. Okay, the Supreme Court have told us that it's okay to call wrong right. Has anybody gone on the street so far? Nobody has gone on the street. But my own thing. This is coming from Tony. This is not. It's coming from Tone. We should go out there and say no to this criminality. Last week, somebody from it was alleged that somebody from LP collected 100 million naira bribe. Is it not the same obedience? So there's corruption across all parties. There's corruption. We need to start calling out everybody that is wrong, be it LP or PDP and all that. It's not about tribe or anything. So Kulata, my brother, we're not demarketing anybody. We're not fighting anybody. There's no point calling ourselves name and all that. We need to start calling out and all that. We need to start thinking and start putting pressure on people that are in government right now, that you need to start doing right things so that our economy will come back. Employing 100 aides and all that does not bring back the economy. It does not address the economy. We need to. I mean, you said you're smart guy, Kulata. I'm sure you're a very, very smart guy and all that. We need to start formulating things that we can. Do you know
that Kulata?
Lady.
Yeah. Don't mind. Okay. Fair point. If he's free to interject anytime she's fit.
Lady first. I always campaign for ladies. Ladies first.
All these. Okay.
I'm
go
not
ahead.
like forefather.
Let me finish my sentence now. Let me finish my sentence.
Okay.
So, Kulata, my brother, it's not about Yoruba or Igbo or anything. It's all about humanity. We are people that are suffering. We are the privileged that are out of Nigeria. We are very, very privileged and blessed at this minute, but there's people that are really, really suffering. Okay, so that's all I'm about right now, and all that. If be it OB, if OB shows anything, he will receive it from me, and all that. It's not about OB. It's not because OB is from my state or whatever, you know. Okay, thank you, my sister.
Yeah, and welcome, Ife. Thank you for joining us. I guess the original discussion was about we as opposition. There doesn't seem to be any opposition in Nigeria right now, and you know, that has led to, you know, APC basically cleaning out all the election that has just occurred. So, and you heard about the, you know, the story Ngosika came and shared with us, and you know, whatever you want to talk about, you can go ahead and respond.
Hi guys, do we still do elections in Nigeria?
No.
Yes, they just concluded one.
No elections.
Yes, don't mind that now. She wants to start
the
again.
Bayelsa coalition is postponed to tomorrow. It will continue tomorrow.
And that's an election, right?
In Bayelsa.
It's election.
How many
Election without opposition, I guess.
Yeah, it's election.
And that's
but I think PDP is leading in Bayelsa. PDP is leading in Bayelsa.
Ah, okay. Let's hope so.
PDP will win Bayelsa. They will win Bayelsa.
It's a start.
That's not election. That's selection.
Okay.
In
selection.
We need to start telling each other the truth. I mean, where are we even heading to? Let's forget about the opposition. Let's forget about Labour Party, PDP. Let's just tell ourselves the truth. Do we need opposition for this country to move forward?
It helps.
I heard when Augustine was talking and Blackstone said something, stop comparing Nigeria to America. The issue is not comparing, but my question, do we have to get to 100 years before we can see changes happening in our country? So we have to wait long as America waited before we can see any change in that country. If we can't have common election done properly, how do we expect to move that country forward? Common election, where we already see, we saw the pre-filled result sheet prior to the election or prior to the selection. You know, we constantly come here all the time and talk about the same thing over and over again. We're talking about the opposition now.
Okay, you came in because of what I said then. Thank
My
you.
opposite. No, I did not come in because of what
the Blackstone was.
No, Blackstone.
God, all these people. But if he don't you think they won the election even before the election? Because the opposition was not there anymore.
No, because come on, this is not election, forefathers. What are you trying to say? Are you telling me that this election is free and fair? That this is the actual result? We already seen the pre-filled paper sheet, the result sheet before the election. So
but that's my concern that the election is not free, and maybe it has never been free.
So okay, how can we say? Of course, we know that. In your mind, do you think that this is the actual these three people actually won this election? In your mind?
If you ask me, even if you left it for the vote to be counted and people to be voted normally, they probably would have won because the other party was not doing anything. Many of them sat back because I didn't. The reason why I'm saying that is because their visibility was not there.
Forefathers, I'm so sorry.
I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken, but their visibility was not there.
Your opinion, your comments right now are very detached from reality.
See, I heard that they boycotted it in some areas. They actually boycotted the election because they felt that the whole thing is not going to work.
Okay, forefathers.
Just for UK where you did.
If you boycott election in the UK, you're going to lose, isn't it? That's what is going to happen.
In about 10 polling units in Imo State, there was no election, but they had the result.
Okay.
They had results. And there's some area whereby there were no devices used But they have
in the whole local government. You
Yeah,
mean
where
in the
is
whole
Labour
local
Party
government there was
then?
no election?
Where is Labour Party?
Yes.
Where is PDP?
No, you mean there was no election in the whole local government? You need to all these facts that you're pushing. You need to be sure
I said,
that there was no
No,
election in the whole
you
local
know, the
government.
Blackstone, when the Blackstone says
No, now,
something, we have to
Mr.
check.
Blackstone, in the whole local government,
Oh,
how can you say
sorry,
that?
let's let the
Are you
lady talk,
everywhere?
speak, please. Let's let the lady finish.
I said pulling
You are
unit.
not everywhere. Don't say.
I didn't say government local. I said pulling unit. That's what I said.
Oh, okay.
Let's let
Okay.
Ify speak, please. Finish again. Go ahead, please, Ify.
So are you telling me that Uzodinma won all the local government in Imo State? And you believe that? He's won the whole local government.
How can he win?
I don't believe he's that popular, but I believe that the other side boycotted the election too. From what they reported, that they boycotted, they chose deliberately to boycott it to an extent. So that could have led to the kind of result you are seeing.
But what about Kogi State? What about Kogi State? Who are we supposed to win for Kogi State election?
No. I think I was reading it. Where is it even? I can share it.
Please, I need. Where is it?
Yeah, I want to see what I can find it. If I find it, I will share it so you can see it. Actually, I read that too. They said
where did you source it from? Just tell
the election.
us. Which media?
I don't know. It depends. I think was it not on BBC, Pidgin English or something. I don't know which is which.
BBC.
Hold on now. What am I supposed to tell you? Tell you lie? I'm telling you what I do, what I saw.
Because I followed with channel. I watched channel news. So the
even channel news, they will tell you. When I find it, I will share it. Channel, one lady was reporting. She said that some men came and collected the result sheet. That is how she put it. Channel, I think 2 minutes reported by channel.
Yes,
that was one of them. Yes, that was one.
There's a lot of irregularities now. And if you please go ahead, I understand your your frustration. I'm arguing on a bigger, in a kind of in a more holistic way, that I didn't see a lot of opposition to the government in the National House of Assembly. The Labour Party members that a lot of Southeasterners voted for, they will go on and start taking the cars too. You didn't see them protesting that they don't want these things. They could have put. I think it's not Governor Ochi that said he's not going to take salary for years or so. Those are the kind of signals you want to get out there to show you're on the side of the people. Okay. If you're on the side of the people, they are willing to suffer with you. But you can't tell them to suffer when you are enjoying.
What about looking at it this way? That that even if they go out there to vote, the institution is already stacked against them. The police, INEC, the army, all the machineries of the state are already stacked against them. So what's the point in going to vote?
It was stacked against them even in this and yet, hold on now, Lumide, it was stacked against them in the presidential election, and they won more.
Organi, BQB.
You really like it's okay. I think we probably will move to a different topic because there are quite a lot of topics here. I think we've gone this one for about 4 hours now.
Please allow Ify to speak, please. I think Ify is controversial.
When he finishes,
so many interjections.
It's not controversial. She's saying the obvious, isn't it? Our honorable is behind. Let me see if I can get KJ in here. You know, if people have said something that is probably annoying KJ. I discovered that KJ is not an Obi supporter, so we have to be watching him very closely. For all
are you a Obi supporter? Are you a Obi supporter?
Of course, I'm an Obi supporter.
Are you sure?
Yes, KJ is not. We have to watch him very closely. For all we know, it's Agbado. Your people have been accusing me of being a bull and all the rest of it. But he just told me this evening that he doesn't support Peter Obi. I found that astounding. You know, all this while I thought he was on our side. He's not.
How about AY?
What is funny about Call Obi?
AY is an Obi supporter.
What is funny about Call Obi supporter? The moment you make any statement, that is ordinary. all the 99 you've done, cancel.
How did KJ get away with it all this while then? KJ is not an Obi supporter. How did he get away with it all this while? Jesus Christ. Okay. So, if you please go ahead and who can wrap
KJ is PIOB now.
Clifford,
Clifford, this is your audio. You need to sort it out. You need to sort it out. Jeez. If he's not here anymore, I think she's gone. Okay.
I think he has been.
Yeah. I think we need to move on to
all right,
the
so
issues that we have been facing.
Good night. Have a wonderful time, depending where you are.
Thank you for seeing you. For joining us today. The Blackstone.
Forward, is my audio still strong?
Let us go and sleep.
I think it's sounding better now. Actually, yeah, it's not echoing anymore. Thank you, BQB, for coming in. You're always welcome, and as long as we keep it civil, it's all good. Because I think we have to start talking with evidence and not just evidence. And sometimes if you cannot find evidence, you give us examples that we can reference.
Okay, boss.
You see the Blackstone. You started now. The Blackstone. You started. The Blackstone has started now. Have you found the mosque in Germany yet?
That's your problem. That's your problem.
I have to make sure because you spent a long time saying you're going to travel there.
No, are you a Muslim?
We have to confirm. This is why I want evidence-based discussion.
You fly down. You fly down.
We've been arguing for 2 weeks, 3 weeks that whether Germany has got a mosque.
Wait. You can take Ryanair for 50 euros, 50 pounds. I'm back in Germany. Come and look for the mosque. So there's a lot of arguments. So you fly down, so you have time.
I already believe you are the one that said there was none.
No, you fly down.
Why should I fly down to confirm something I already believe?
So forget it. You don't to believe what you
Either way, thank you for coming in.
Saying is believing. So that is it. So fly down, come and see it. All right, everybody. Have a wonderful time. And God bless you all.
Thank you. And so yesterday we were having this conversation about what Machiavelli talked about, and it led to all kinds of different things. Then we went to Sudan, and I was quite impressed the way Masca responded when he saw the news. I was a little bit surprised because you always often assume that they will just, people in the north will be defensive because it looks like we're attacking Islam, but that wasn't the case. And I'm sure someone like I Can Fire is interested in what is going on in Sudan. And this has been going on a long time. And nobody's talking about the war. Everybody's talking about Israeli-Palestinian war. Just yesterday or so, or 2 to 3 days ago, 1,300 non-Arab Sudanese were massacred. And this is not new. This has gone back ages, like since the 1980s. I saw a documentary in the 1980s where some of these black people that had some culture that is tied to the ancient Egyptian culture, that it resembles some of the things that they're doing. They saw the painting on the Egyptian walls. These were so traditional, they didn't convert to Islam. But in that documentary, they were actually being kind of moved on. That the priest, kind of the spiritualists in the society, the community, they showed him on video. He was walking away. He was going away from that area completely. So they are being pushed from a long time ago. They've been moved. And this latest one we are hearing now is not new. Non-Arabs are being pushed away from their ancestral lands. And if this thing can carry on, in the next 10, 20, 50 years, maybe 100 years, it will look like northern Egypt, and people will be wondering, what happened? Did black people ever stay here? Were they ever here? Nobody would know about them anymore. They will be gone. And we sit here in Nigeria and in West Africa, we watch it happen. Gradually, all these things are going on. In Mauritania, our people are being enslaved. And Nigeria is in West Africa. They have a black population that is being enslaved, and they allow it. Where is that echo coming from?
Maybe it's me. I'm not sure if it's my.
Yeah, it's probably you. I think you just unmuted just now.
But y'all need to make me jump in on this.
Did you have to? You check your echo this thing cancellation, so that will take care of it. Then you have the issue with not an issue, it's a good thing actually, with Kenya, announcing that they should have visa-free travel. Rwanda announcing the same thing. This is the kind of stuff we need to be hearing from African presidents, because it's going to start opening the doors for us to be trading amongst each other, which is supposed to be a green, a kind of silver lining in all the bad news we keep hearing recently. And I would like Nigeria to do the same, and also opening it up to the greater diaspora. After all, they are supposed to be the 6th region. I guess they have to start with Africa first, then they open everything up to the greater diaspora. Someone like Akanfire can fly to any African country without needing a ticket, a visa to come through. So those are the kind of stuff we are dealing with. We are going to be talking about next. And Akanfire, you were not here yesterday. We talked about. I talked a bit about. Actually, the main topic I spoke about was about Machiavelli. I said I brought that topic up because Nigerians know a lot about Machiavelli. They talk about it when I was growing up all over the place. And some people even said yesterday that that was Abacha's Bible. So Machiavelli, it turns out that some of the things he was saying, we were not following the rules at all. Because he went on to say, ultimately, what creates good laws is good arms. In other words, security.
Hold up one second. Hold up one second. To Niger. I thought it was a rule that you take off you show your camera.
Yeah, I don't mind all these rascals. I don't know what they are doing now. AY, Steph, Tone,
y'all need
KJ, Olumide, camera on. I don't know when they all decide to have a meeting and turn their camera off. It normally is on. Don't mind that they will be back. I think it's just a coincidence that all of them went off. That's very abnormal.
No, it's not. It's because there's a non-Nigerian on the panel.
You think so?
Yeah, and I don't like that stuff. I think that it's prejudice. And y'all need to check.
Hold on. No, I think the last time you were here, it's not true now. You were here before.
Have some more respect, man. You feel me?
You were here before. They didn't turn the camera off, did they?
But anyway, what I'm trying to say is, right? Let me tell you this. We black people, everywhere in the world, we are more comfortable speaking for hours on irrelevant stuff. Things that don't stimulate your brain, things that don't create anger in you, things that makes you not question anything, like ugali. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's what we love to talk about. We talk all day, every day about jollof.
What happened to my camera too? My camera went down. Sorry. Let me stop my camera. My camera is messing about.
All you have to do is just keep a little distant from your thing. But anyway, this is what I'm trying to tell you, that it's not us to be blamed. We're not really supposed to like blame yourself for how we are, because we were programmed to be like this. You feel me? But it's a state of what you would call what comfort zone. You feel me? Where none of us don't understand, where none of us don't want to talk things that matter. You feel me? Like Sudan. You feel me? None of Sudanese people, none of the Sudanese people don't matter to the other set of our people. You feel me? It's like we are Nigerian, and Nigerian don't be thinking of anybody else. And you're not gonna really think. We are not mad at our other brothers' demise. You feel me? You see everybody all mad and gone. Me personally, I don't care. I'm not looking for friendship from none of you. You feel me? We come here to face the fire and talk about things that really matter. And first of all, y'all can go away, but you're not gonna go away from the white man stealing your oil from the ocean. You're not going to run away from that. You feel me? How much billions of dollars of your children's money that white man stole from you for how many years? But you want to run away from me, a little black man just like you, talking about you feel disrespected, but you don't feel disrespected how the white man just stole your oil, and it's been happening for maybe 20 years, and you didn't even know. Didn't even know. Thought you own your oil. Huh? But you still want to be friends with them Nigerian fellows. Still want to be, you're not mad. You angry at me. You know what? And guess what? You would even hurt me because we are cowards. All we do is put hands on each other. That's all we do. That's why we ain't really mad about the boy. We're not really mad. We don't get mad when our people die. We don't get vexed.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting now. It's a bit weird how these people just disappeared. So I think it's because they've been on for a long time. They will be back. I think so. It's a bit odd, really. That I find that very, very strange. Because Tone did say that I should set him back. Say that's normal. But AY,
I'm not really. I don't
know where Olumide disappeared.
I love my brothers. I respect my brothers and everything, and that's why I talk to them like my brothers. I will object my brother. I will object to my brother. If you really love your brother, don't be a hypocrite. You feel me? Your brother's supposed to love you for not being a hypocrite. So I'm not being a hypocrite. I just state my mind. And what I'm saying is we as black people are very comfortable talking about stuff. It's just your YouTube.
Some of what you just said, and then you can continue. What you've said, that is the crux of why we come here almost every weekend. We come on this platform to talk about what is happening back in our own country, what we are doing to ourselves back home. We're not treating each other right. We're made up of different ethnic groups. So exactly what you're talking about is what we're talking about back home. So it's going to be difficult for us to think about what's happening outside of our country. Maybe even though it's not right, other Black African countries, Sudan fighting, we've not solved our own internal problems.
I think I can find. Where is your echo coming from? Don't you think we should deal with it? Because
I don't think you're getting an echo from me. My phone is normal. I don't know. I don't think it's me. You want me to let me mute? Let me mute and see if you get it better. It's better.
Yeah, when you mute, it goes away. You see, it's there again. Now it's gone. There's no more echo. So there's something on your settings page, audio settings, echo cancellation. All right. So I get some of your frustration, and you thought maybe this guy stepped out. I think it's just by coincidence. Some weird stuff happened, and I do understand the sensitivity of some of all these things, because none of those people have any kind of stuff against you. Maybe KJ is a little bit shady. He doesn't support Peter Obi, so I have to watch him with one eye. KJ, but still, he's an okay guy, and he's a journalist, so he knows his stuff. See this Sudan stuff. I don't like to hear about it. I don't like to hear about Nigeria. The same thing is happening in Nigeria. I put it there. I think IDP camps, which is internally displaced people, where they go and live. We have them in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, Janaba comes from an area in Nigeria that they have been suffering a lot of, if for want of a better word, massacres constantly. So this stuff has been going on, and I'm getting tired of it. And our people need to start waking up to these challenges.
Is it still echoing?
Yes, it's still echoing. Unfortunately. It's still echoing. Oh, okay. It's muted now. It's gone away again. Yeah, Righteous Man is here. So yeah, Janaba, are you? What do you think about the visa-free entry that we have? I know you may be interested in having, chiming in on the election and lack of opposition, as as I'm been talking about. But the visa-free entry that Kenya, Rwanda, they announced this week, and there is also the bad news of 1,300, Nilotics and Sudanese getting killed because they are not Arabs. In that area, 1,300, that's a lot of people. And let me see if I can share some videos so that we have an impression of what, have an idea of what we're talking about here. Because I don't like it. There's something about seeing our women getting, any black woman suffering. I just don't like it. I'm fed up of it. Because no other group allows their women to suffer this much, really. It's becoming a pandemic in our community.
Better now, right?
Yeah. No. It's still there. The echo is still there. Did you put echo cancellation? Under setting, echo cancellation.
Yeah, I turned it off.
It's supposed to be
turned
turned
it on.
on.
I mean,
it should be turned on.
I did turn it on.
Okay.
Well, okay.
Okay, let's see if
come
I
out
just
and
share this
I'll
briefly. Sorry, I can fire. Yeah, I heard you said you are going to look into it. I don't know what is causing that, because there are two people now. Before, Clifford had that same problem, and I don't know what is going on with echo cancellation. So let me just share this quickly. I'm getting fed up of seeing this sort of images.
A new surge in ethnically driven killings in Sudan's West Darfur targeting non-Arabs. A new wave of civilians fleeing. The paramilitary.
I hate seeing this sort of image.
Non-Arabs. A new wave of
I
civilians
really hate seeing
fleeing.
this. This is the image of many of our women all over the place, constantly getting destroyed and attacked, losing their home, losing everything, and they keep moving. And the weirdest thing is that African leaders pretend as if nothing is happening. They just pretend as if they don't see anything. They just pretend. I don't understand it. Constantly, you see this. This is not the first. It's been going on since the 80s. Maybe even earlier, because that video that I saw was, because the way the white man was speaking there, it was a really old video, and it's been going on a long time.
The paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, now controls all but one major city in West Darfur as fighting escalates with the Sudanese army.
They told me that my brother was killed and we don't know where he is. I, my mother, and my sister's children came to Chad. We don't know where my father is. We couldn't find him. They burned everything and took everything. We did not bring anything with us, only God and our clothes.
Humanitarian groups operating in the region report civilian massacres, abductions, and forced marriages at the hands of RSF. Its war with the Sudanese armed forces began in April, and since then, 4.5 million people have been internally displaced, and more than 1 million have fled to neighboring countries. The overwhelming majority of refugees are women and children. At this UN transit center on the border with South Sudan, refugees continue to arrive, though there is not enough shelter, food, or water.
The transit center is overwhelmed. It was built for 3,000 people. Now hosts 20. The situation is unbearable. Humanitarians are overwhelmed. We are reaching a point where it is undignified for the people of Sudan to be in this situation.
The UN says the Sudanese people need humanitarian aid, but above all, they need a ceasefire and a political solution. The two warring parties are engaged in talks in Saudi Arabia, but haven't been able to agree on how to implement a ceasefire.
Here now, they are in talks in Saudi Arabia, not in Africa. Do those women look like the people that are should be their future should be decided in Saudi Arabia? I don't know, man. There's something is wrong with our leaders and something is wrong with our men. We shouldn't be allowing this to be going on. Why should they be talking in Saudi Arabia even? Why this is happening on the continent to black people, and it's black people that are doing it too. Those black people that claim that they are Arabs. Do the people killing them, do they look like these ones? These are not the same people in Sudan. The people, sorry, I think I thought I was sharing the screen again. The people that I was just trying to highlight that the way these people looked, they don't look like the Sudanese that they are going to take their instructions and settle the matter in. Our leaders run to Washington and this, and then the Arab ones or Muslim run to Saudi Arabia. Yet we have the African Union. We have the African standby forces. We have all this, and what are we doing with them? And just the whole thing is just exhausting. And I am tired of seeing this. How our men can watch their women getting massacred, displaced from village after village, and it's happening in Nigeria. It's happening in Burkina Faso. It's happening. This is the same kind of displacement from the north pushing down. Yes, there is an element of the Sahara doing some of his stuff, but you always get this same pattern. First is religion, the next thing is the Arabization. These people that are suffering, they are Muslims. Muslims doing it to other Muslims. So this is not about religion. When I keep telling people the blood that is in your veins determines your future. It's not about religion. All this stuff they tell you about religion, we are all in the same family together. This is a lie. They are Muslims, and look at what is happening to them. They don't care. The kind of stuff. If that is a nice video, if you really see the bad thing that they are doing to those people, you will not even you will lament. And this happens everywhere. Go to Haiti, Dominican Republic, the same thing. You go to Brazil, the same thing. It just never ends. But that's my own frustration anyway. Out of the way. So I don't know who wants to add to this. Righteous Man, please go ahead.
Yeah. Father, you know what is going on, eh? Nigeria is supposed to play an important role for the liberation of the black race. And you know, when Nelson Mandela was alive, he did say something pertaining to Nigeria, that if Africa must stand, Nigeria must first stand. As long as Nigeria is down, blacks have no respect anywhere in the world. I don't know if you watch the time that Rohingya Muslims were having problem in is it Miami or whatever. You saw that the whole world, the Al Jazeera, all of them, they carried it, they were beaming it. But whatever that happens to the black race, these major international media, they don't cover it. Blacks are like, they don't have value before the war, just because Nigeria has failed. Nigeria is supposed to be the home of the black worldwide. Anywhere you are.
Sorry, Righteous Man, you are so correct with that point. Actually, even Nigerian media doesn't even cover Sudan. They cover the Arabic-Israeli conflict more, or Ukraine conflict more than Sudan, their own continent. Please go ahead.
So if Nigeria gets it right, the black race will have respect, and that is why this thing is fueling the agitation in Nigeria. Since being together, our leaders doesn't want us to, raise the black flag so that the black man will have respect in the Committee of Nations. That is why you see agitation for separation, because being together has not helped the black race. But had it been that we got 2023 election right, the story would have started changing. The Darfur region of Sudan, maybe you Google it and cross-check, Darfur region of Sudan has about almost 95% Christians. That's the Christian part of Sudan, the Darfur region. and they have been in war. They have been fighting for years now, you know. So it's just the failure of Nigeria to stand as the giant of the Black War. And I don't know what to say, but I know I'm just wishing that somehow we can get it right. Because if Nigeria did not get it right, the black race have no value anywhere in the world. They are not respected. You can't treat the Chinese people like that. You can't treat the Arabs like that. You can't treat Indians like that. You can't. We have nothing to leverage on. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing. So it's really a pitiable condition.
Can I say something now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I know I might be echoing. Let me tell you something, my Nigerian and African people. You must guard your brain. You must guard your children's brain. It is paramount. You have to stop people from trying to turn you into idiots. Let me tell you something. The best slave is a slave that don't have no sense. The best slave for the slave master is the one who the slave master control his mind. You feel me? And only if you are idiot, they can control your mind. So what they want to do with 200 million people is to keep them as fools. But when I say that it's not to say that you're wise. I'm trying to say that they already turned you into what they wanted to turn you into. And me saying that you need to go look at it and change it. You feel me? And I like what Righteous Man had said. Nigeria must be a black power country. Black power alone should rule Africa. Let me tell you something again. You feel me? They don't want us to gather intelligence because we want back. We supposed to want back all of North Africa. All of it to the coast. It should be black power. You feel me? And now what I'm trying to say is, don't think about it now, but give your children intelligence. Make them know who the enemy is. That is Arabs and white people. I'm calling who it is, because a lot of people want to dilly-dally and all that. Arabs and white people are Africa's enemy up to this day, and as long as Africa know itself, those are our Africa's enemy. And you Africans will not get any respect until you go to war with both of them.
It does not have to be war. The Chinese did it without war.
Yeah,
maybe
sure, man.
Maybe there are ways we can strategize to accomplish certain things, but we have to be prepared for everything. I agree on that front.
You know what's going on in Niger? You know what's going on in Niger? White people think that Africans are not mentally capable of having such a precious material in their custody, such as uranium. They think it's theirs. They will also kill you for it. You feel me? I'm wondering if African people understand that they need to prepare themselves to defend themselves with intelligence and force. You feel me? Because you possess things that's in the land that you come from that they will devastate you to clear that land off you for it. You feel me? And a lot of times we say, oh, we need to go to war, and you be like, oh no, we can't talk about that yet. Well, these people are at war with us. They're putting out AIDS. I mean, like, we not mad about how these people do us all type of little disturbance to lessen our population. I mean, like, we're not upset. Like, why are you killing us, bro? And we just like, oh, you're still our friends. Oh, we for everybody. Me, I just love black people. There's too much black people in the world for me to spread my love for other goddamn people. You feel me? I just love black people. You feel me? And I just want, if I had the power, I would only satisfy black people. You feel me?
Yeah.
Before anybody else. You feel me? And that's Nigeria's problem. That's Caribbean problem and Black America problem. We want to satisfy everybody else but our Negro hair and our Negro skin people. You feel me? We need whatever. Hold on.
I just wanted to add something to what you're saying. Hold on now. You're going to go. It's interesting how almost these rascally chat people like you. I don't know what's wrong with these chat people. They like you, and no matter what I say, I'm on there. I'm an idiot, and told they will sort everybody, but they seem to like you for some reason. But it's all good. It's all good. Thank you. So go ahead, please.
But you know, to Niger, I know you don't give me my props, but over the years since you known me, I have changed a lot of your perspectives. You feel me? So that's me noticing that, but I'm not sure if you're giving me the props. But let me tell you something. I'm freedom fighters.
They have to rein you in a little bit. You are literally advocating war with the North Africa. Come on, they have to rein you in.
Hold on, wait. Not the black ones.
Yeah, but still it's war on the continent you are.
Let me tell you something. We need to convince our black Muslim brothers that these Arab bastards don't like you because you are black. Let me just hold on to Niger. Let me just say this to my Nigerian people. All of this manners thing, bro, you're still poor, you're still broke. All of this don't get angry thing, you're still poor, your people still live on a goddamn lake. You feel me? We need to stop looking at this face value thing like we are nice. We are not nice people. We just need to be nice to our blackness, and we don't care about the rest of the people because they don't care about us. And they have proven that over the years, over 500, 600, maybe 2,000 years, that they don't care about us. We need to put our good energy to our people and our babies, and we need bad energy, and we need to put our bad energy to Europeans and Arabs. Anytime we do that, our problem is solved. No Arab should walk around in Nigeria freely. You feel me? All of these things should stop. No Arab privilege in Africa. No white privilege in Africa. Only black privilege is allowed in Africa. That should be so. It's our place. That's the only place we can have black freedom. So it should be only black privilege in Africa. All of Africa, coast to coast.
I think to an extent you can say that, like I talked about the Kenyan, the Kenya is looking to, they are announced visa free for all Africans. Africans, although they didn't say for only black Africans, because North Africans, they are also free to come in, which is fine. They're the same continent with us. We're also looking at Rwanda doing the same thing. So do you think it's something that, African countries need to embrace? All of them start opening their doors for all Africans to be able to travel freely, including North African ones?
Are you talking to me? Of course. Well, yes. On a diplomatic level, we should allow that, because I'm not saying that we should show them face right now, but we should be preparing. We should have a black conscious education for sub-Saharan Africa in order to galvanize the youth's mind towards black consciousness, so none of these Arab bastards can take advantage of them, just because some of us feel like we're not black and some of us feel like they love everybody, not just black. You understand what I'm saying? When we be like that, we've given people permission to treat us bad, because we will disown our own color too. You feel me? And we need to stop that. We need to, Nigerian men, especially in the South, you need to stop your women from wearing wigs. You need to burn down the cosmetic store that sell wigs. You need to go hard on these wig people and get rid of wigs and ban wigs from out of your country. You need to beat up or dismember the business owner who refused to hire the lady with her natural hair. You need to make these things known that all natural hair is accepted anywhere in goddamn Africa. You feel me? And stop trimming your little girls. Stop trimming stop. It's European perpetuation in your country on purpose. Stop trimming your little girls. Let them be young girls and young lady, look like young girls and young lady. You feel me? Say you something, man. A lot of, and then you call it African culture. It's not African culture. It's a colonized culture, and Africans need to take interest in what they are doing. What is keeping you poor? What is keeping you poor? The lack of love for your people and yourself. That's what keeping you poor. Because the next Negro can't stand seeing the other Negro grow. You see me? And these are the things that's keeping you poor. Someone will have the means for your success in their hands and will withhold it because they don't want you to develop. So we need to put in our education system that children should work together and make things grow and make things and build things and be trained to love each other and work together and make each other grow in school. I think we should start these things in school. And this church thing, a lot of our women need to be put in line. We need to ban churches. You feel me? We need to ban churches. That thing is making us petty. It's making us. That's what I'm telling you. That it's the woman that's upholding it, not the men. It's the woman.
But is the church necessarily the problem, or the fact that we don't take control of it? Because
I said we should guard our brain. The reason why I say guard our brain is because something is turning us into idiots, bro. Something is turning us into petty, stupid mind people.
I have an idea what that is now. I have an idea to an extent. It's not like we have not tried to find out why our people are the way they are. We talked about some time ago about how the leaders we have in our countries right now, they were groomed for more than 50 years of ruling. It means they had children and their children had children. They were groomed by European during the colonization period, and they handed over to them peacefully. They didn't fight anybody to take over from them. And then they started seeing Europe as an extension of their country. They are all in Commonwealth. So they don't necessarily see us as separate from Europeans. And this is serious for Francophone countries and Anglophone ones. But one of the questions I wanted to ask you is about this quote. Do you think this is the principle that they follow currently in the West, but we don't even think about this type of things at all? Look at this quote from Machiavelli. He says, "War."
I've been hearing. Go.
Yeah, he says, "War should be the only study of a prince. He should consider peace as only a breathing time, which gives him leisure to contrive punishes with ability to execute military plans." So in other words, that's, for me, when I hear that, it sounds almost like the principle that America follows right now. Every time they stop war, it's just a brief period just to rest a little bit and they start another one. And do you think, from the way they've operated all this while, they might actually be following this principle? Like everything is peace for a while, but they are preparing for the next war.
Yeah, I think America follows it because they make, listen, and Europe follows it because these people have been relentlessly keeping Africa poor, keeping the Caribbean poor, keeping Black Americans poor. They relentlessly do it. You feel me? So that means they keep their enemies weaker than them at all times. You feel me? And what I'm saying about Africans is like, Africans don't think that the Europeans and the Arabs consider them as enemies. Did you know that too, Niger?
No, I didn't know that. I don't think. Let me put it this way: they don't think like that at all.
Go ask any random African if he or her thinks that Europeans think that we are enemies. Go think that. Africans would be like, no, we are not enemies. We're not against Europe. Well, we don't care. I don't care about what you think. It's what Europeans think. Europeans know that you are the enemies. You know why they think that you're the enemies? Because they attacked you. And it's only logical that you get mad and fight back. It's only logical that you carry a grudge and want to get back. But you don't do that. It's not like that's not.
Thank you, I can fire. I think the other guys are beginning to talk now. I told you that they will turn the camera off and start turning on. That if you want to be on stage, you need to have your camera on. This is there are
camera on this time.
Yeah,
okay,
the
no
camera
problem.
on session. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. I'll step back and be in the background there.
Yeah,
Nice to see you and all that stuff.
Yeah, all these shy people, they don't like to show their face.
Great to see you, Dot. Now you know who I am. I'm a warrior.
Yeah.
I can see you're angry, but you're not as crazy as people think. You're just angry. not angry.
It's not angry. It's just a energy of how we supposed to see things and be. You feel me?
Okay.
Not this little softy that don't want to get mad about hundreds of Sudanese people just being cut down.
Anger is not a bad thing. Anger is not a bad thing. In fact, it gives you more focus, and concentration and energy and power. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. So when you're angry, it's actually
don't extend your stay without your camera on. All right, we'll see you later backstage.
Let me tell you something too, Niger.
Sorry, I can't fire. There is okay. Jonaba is not there at the moment. When he comes, we have to let him talk because he's been there for a while. He hasn't said anything. So I can fire. You can go ahead then. KJ and Paul. Yeah, okay. Jonaba is back. Let's allow Jonaba to add to this. I don't know which part he wants to start from because there's a lot of things we need to unpack. And let me just announce this. I think it's good for us to start setting a higher and higher standard for the kind of quality information we will be presenting. When we present our own kind of solutions or anything, we will need examples in the real world to qualify it. And if you want to make allegations or make claims, we need evidence. I think that one we're already doing in the evidence part. But I think we have to start taking our discussions quite seriously because I am tired of seeing our women just helpless. It's like there are no men. Sometimes the Chinese will come to Africa and they will just take our children and use them for whatever they like. They will make videos of them. I don't know what is wrong with our men. I really don't. But I just think that this is serious, and I'm getting fed up of seeing our people being used as toys. And maybe Akanfire is right. We just have been made so docile and almost downright stupid. You don't see Europeans going to China or India even messing around with their children. But that happens in Africa repeatedly. You don't see them. Their people keep getting cut down from one country to another, and they just keep quiet, pretend as if they didn't see it. Our leaders don't even say anything. Our children are going to Mediterranean Sea and dying. Okay, the slavery one, they made a little bit of money. That's the end of it, and it's still going on right now. This is too much. We can't keep carrying on like this. This generation, if we don't turn it, I believe that we are going to pay their price for it. Me, I don't care too much about suffering on its own. I don't care too much about what they call it, political stuff, religion, and all this stuff. I care about our survival. And I think we don't pay attention enough to that, because we get distracted by other things. Because if you're not around, you're not going to be around to argue whether you are Muslim, Christian, or about whether you can't argue about anything else. Survival should be the focus of our religion, our ideology, our politics. Because what I see going on in our community is so bad that anybody can come in and do whatever they like with us. In Nigeria, outside Nigeria, in the diaspora, everywhere we are, the same thing is going on. And our leaders are just rudderless right now. Nobody is catering to 1.3 billion people. If that was a business, the business will take care of their customers. But our leaders, somehow, they don't care. 1.3 billion, I'm telling you, that's a lot of people. So I will leave it at that. Akanfire, please. No, Akanfire. Jonaba, please go ahead.
Thank you for having me. I didn't know. I was coming from church, and I saw the stream on my thing because I didn't see the link, and I was like, "What's going on?" And I just saw that you guys started something not too long ago, and that time you guys were talking about the politics in the election that went down on Saturday. So now, with what you have said about the value that are placed upon us and how we also valued ourselves, this is a generational thing. It has been a long walk. We have to start from somewhere to regain our dignity and our respect around the world. And it takes unity to do that. Because if I want to fight for my basic human right and I get caught in the process and nobody is fighting for me, and if I'm locked down in prison somewhere or any situation, and you don't have your brothers and your sister to come for your aid, then you are losing. You are alone, and it makes it difficult to win because one person cannot win alone. And we will continue to advocate and a better way how to solve our problem. If we are waiting for the leaders to do that, I think they are too busy with their own life, enjoying the life, and somehow it's human nature that some are so greedy and careless about others. But a true leader carries his people with them, and that is a true vision that he carried them along. But we don't have such leaders for now in Africa. So we continue to use platforms like this to educate our people, to inform them, to empower them, and to deal with their self-esteem, that the people that told them they are not better than them, if at all they are not even much better than the people that told them they are not better. And we will continue to praise those people that are doing well and support them in any shape or form, those that are fighting for us in one way or the other. The fight may not be a combat fight to the war, but our people take risk every day to speak out about injustice. People give donation to support, to carry on a message and to change the narrative because we're so poisoned to the point that sometimes we don't even have the sense of who we are. And I pray that we continue to spread the good news and support. Support is very, very, without the support of South African and so many African and black people, even some white people around the world, Mandela could have died in jail. But the world came to his aid. And let us continue to fight that fight. That's all I can say for now. Nigerian politics is nothing new, and this is all connecting one way or the other. It's about people who have themselves in their own mind, and they don't care, and they can do anything for power. And they are not serving the interests of the people. They are serving themselves, and that is not leadership.
Thank you, listen, Jonaba. It's a bit of a sad day, really, and we heard what Ngozika came and shared. Nigerians and some of the things that keep going on in that country that seems to, like water on our back. It doesn't seem to get to anybody. And I must say, it's resilience, isn't it? I think it's KJ that came next, isn't it? Yeah, KJ, please, go ahead. What do you think about all this? And you saw the quote by your friend Machiavelli, and all this. Just please, whatever you feel like, because the whole thing is just there is good news, free travel to 2 countries. So I try to add some good news there. Please go
Well,
ahead.
just like my brother John Abba has spoken, no one should accept more courtesy than your own people are giving you. If you are a husband in your house and each time your wife wants to serve you food, they serve you with a broken plate, and you come to my house and decide to give you in a rubber, you shouldn't complain now, because I see it in your house. The irony of it is that we need to go in and reevaluate ourselves. Colonialism, someone gave me the new meaning of it, or rather the deeper meaning of it. Say colonialism is simply a deeper form of slavery. So the slavery have not gone away, and we're still being, even now it's a mental slavery, as Bob Marley would say. And so it is more difficult to deal with. And then we have leadership who are not, majority of them are not amongst the 50s. Majority of the leaders in Africa are above 50s. And so they are still battling with understanding, behaving like the colonial masters they saw in their time when they were young. And so it is difficult for you to see a shift. For instance, you cannot come and tell my son who doesn't even know all these stories that went now that a white man is better than him. He won't take it, because he doesn't see anything different. He doesn't see you superior to him. He just knows that you have the different colors, and that's it. That's where it ends. So we need to embark first and foremost of recolonizing, or rather rebrandishing ourselves, rebranding ourselves as first and foremost as a people with a superior mentality. Because if you check it all through, almost everything goes back to Africa. Almost everything goes back to that place that we all feel it's not giving much. And why do we feel it's not giving much? Because the people who have taken over, when we were growing up, there's a program in Nigerian television that was called Ichoku, where the man who interprets the English to Igbo and Igbo to English just take advantage of the people, so he decides which way the judgment goes. If you give him, sometimes you bring a bit better goat, you'll be the one to win, even though the white man may be saying something differently. That is where that's where we are still as Africans. And you see, this is my own opinion, and I'm not, criticizing anybody out there. But I feel that if we need to go back, we have to define a lot of things, even from beauty, okay? Even from the way we dress. Okay, you came to Africa, you say we are covering up. Oh, you are not covering up. Oh, cover yourself. Now you are teaching us to expose everything. So does it mean when we are covering up, when we are exposing everything, you say no, we are supposed to be covering up. We are not covering up. Now you say, oh, now we have to expose everything. So the question now be, we need to be the ones to define where we want to be and what we want to do. And as long as we keep taking directives from them, it's not going to change. And I give you an example, whether I don't know for those of us, some support Israel, some do not. Well, I stand on one side. And the side I'm standing to take this position is the side of Israel. You see, even if the whole world today says
Hey God.
Israel,
First, you are not supporting Peter
don't
Obi.
let yourself run
Now
away.
you started again. I'm watching you.
Just listen to what I'm saying. Don't let yourself run away with what I'm saying.
You don't
Just
support Peter
follow my
Obi.
train of thought.
Yeah.
I'm giving an example of a nation where they will take their decision irrespective of whether you think is correct or not. Their first interest is to their people, not to what you think.
True.
Africa should come to that point where we now take positions based on what is good for our people, based on what is good for the black guy. Okay, we should come. If Africa was getting things correctly, by now there would have been no difference between the black Africans outside of Africa or the ones inside, because we would have told them this is the history. What stops Africa from organizing what Obasanjo did in 1977 when we were still all in primary school? They call it Festa. Why don't we have a festival of, a comradeship of blacks in one nation and tell a history with good documentary and good storytellers and tell our people this is the way forward, this is the truth. You see, what I'm telling you is what the tribe I come from, the Igbo tribe, does. Before my dad passed, he would tell you the story. This is where you are coming from. This is who is your grandfather. This is who the other one is. This is from which village they came from. This is the locality from where our fathers came. You are told all that. Okay? And I love one of my late uncle. He recorded everything, so you don't need to even go too far. The family tree is drawn out. You know where you have relatives. This is the reason why they do that. They say they don't want you in future to go out and marry a cousin of yours or a blood relation of yours. So everything is traced out properly. But I see it differently. Okay? It is a grounded way of telling your people, this is your value, this is your principle, this is what we believe, this is what we don't believe. We should go back to that and expand it for every black person and say, look, irrespective of what you do, even though they're giving you long hair to wear as a woman before you think you are beautiful, even they're asking you to expose all your body parts before you know you are beautiful, that is not how we behave. This is what our own belief is, and this is the way we should do it. Okay? Are we saying we should not respect the person who doesn't have the same skin color as us? No. We're saying that each and every one of us is unique or are unique in our own ways. We shouldn't throw away our custom.
Can I get a second?
No, please just hold on. Let's just hear him out. Sorry, listen, I can't fire. Let's just hear him out first.
You shouldn't throw away your own custom. We shouldn't throw our own. Let's understand our differences and work together with it. Now, as for Machiavelli, I'm not one of the people who love Machiavelli. Even though a lot of people have talked, I'm not one of those loving, because I've seen how that almost destroyed Nigeria through, because that was what Babangida practiced throughout his governance. Okay, he was dribbling everybody and doing all that. But at the end of the day, did he leave Nigeria better than what it was? No, I think we're worse off. Okay, so sometimes these things are, they are better studied as textbook and then left at that point. Because if you to be frank, if you want to deal with people and be honest, there's no way you
know what?
and be correct. Anyway, I think this guy has more to say. Let me leave him.
KJ, you know what? I can just hold on for a second. KJ, I do have my serious disagreements with you and all the rest of it, but I think the point you made just now It's quite a very powerful point. You said it in a more, journalistic way, but it's a very, very powerful point. And I didn't know too much about Festac. The fact that you brought Festac up, I went and looked into it because I thought Nigeria was just, a kind of bedouin and having fun. But the significance of what that represents, I don't even know why they cancelled it. And now I'm beginning to understand why many Africans actually looked up to Nigeria. Because if we're able to pull off that festival, the festival is a long time. It starts from January 12th to sometime in February, 6th of February or so. That is a long celebration of African culture, of Africans. They said Stevie Wonder performed there. It's a powerful thing. And now we go to the UN Assembly. We don't even talk to Americans at all. We just ignore them as if they don't exist. I think that is a powerful point, and there is something about what we should consider beautiful and all the rest. I think you made some cogent point. Sometimes I don't understand. I don't support Peter Obi, and sometimes it's all right. We can't be perfect. It's okay. We can't all be perfect. We will take it like that. Akafaya, please. You wanted to interject. Go ahead, please. And before Paul goes ahead.
Yeah. Listen, man. When I heard my brother speak a while ago about Machiavelli and shit, I mean, like, so you Nigerian people are using the Machiavelli theory in Nigeria on Nigerians. I mean,
exactly.
that is lunatic.
Let me bring the quote again so that they didn't apply
wait, man.
Let me bring the quote again.
Hold on to Niger, man.
Yeah.
I think that is lunatic behavior. I wonder if people know the concept of what the man is talking. He's talking about defending himself from international. I can't believe Nigeria, how y'all got tricked. You need to stop calling Cameroon people international. You are idiots if you do so. You can't be calling people that live in the continent international. Then how would you distinguish America and Europe? How would you distinguish them? International also? So you have international in borders and international out borders. What are you talking? Lunatic behavior. You can't do it. Y'all need to stop doing that, bro. You can't call your people international. Yeah, they come from Cameroon, but they're not international. Outside of across the ocean is international. Across the ocean is international. So you can't use Machiavelli theory to say that it is to use on another country. Cameroon is your country. Hold on. So when Nigeria loses and Ghana is still in the run, don't you still be glad for Ghana in the run? Don't you still be glad for Senegal to bring us up there? And Senegal is bringing up there. So that behavior, man, that's what's killing everything in Africa, because Africans are considering Africans as in international, and the international people, it's just, I don't know, they're on another level. Then America is international, and let me tell you, that's what's messing up Africa and keeping you poor, because you are trying to distance yourself from your brothers and trying to foreignize your brothers. You're not supposed to call anybody black foreigner. It's foolishness. It's being cocky also. It's being cocky. Like, oh, I have the rights to be here more than you. We need to stop those type of behavior. You see me? And that's what's messing up everybody. That's why you could afford to use the Machiavelli theory on other black people. How can you do that? When European, they're winning. Why you not using Machiavelli theory on Europeans and Arabs? That's what Nigeria is not
Exactly.
doing. They're not using.
That is what it was meant for
They're
external.
not using it on Europeans and Arabs. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
That is what it was meant for. Military plans is not for your country; it's for outside people to prepare.
Can I make a bit
KJ, I don't think I don't know whether you were here yesterday. This other one is even to me. I think this one is even more important and more pertinent to Nigerians. This one that he made here. I don't know whether you saw it yesterday. It's about
I was listening yesterday.
Good laws.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so if I'm to read it again, just to make it easier for everybody to see it.
What I wanted to add was that
go ahead.
The Nigerian, when I made reference to Machiavelli in the Nigerian context, it's not because he's applying the first law which he just showed, but rather the more fact that those people who have come into power has exploited that book to try to manipulate the Nigerian people and kept it. So it's not a question. And you see, my brother who spoke earlier said, and this have been, we shouldn't apply this to black people. The thing is that there's so much division in our mindset in Africa. It's so difficult to even have the Francophone and Anglophone countries agree on a single law. And that, as you go further into Africa, whether north or south, you keep having that division because the same people who colonize these entities are still around, telling them the reason why you cannot be in the same country. You know,
Can you take
the reason why
so we can see our face? I'm sorry to interject.
And the reason why they should not agree with you. If you remember, some time ago, Nigeria proposed a single currency in the West African, West African countries, and that was single-handedly, frustrated by the Anglophone countries led by the man in France.
And Nigeria should have went to war with those countries. Nigeria should have invaded those countries for doing that thing.
How are you going to invade France? See,
not France. No, not listen, bro. Come on, man. Not France.
Okay.
Cameroon, and goddamn what they call it, Senegal. Those two countries.
Yeah. That's true.
Nigeria is. Let me tell you something. Nigeria is the boss. Let me tell you something. We are playing. Nigeria. I don't want Nigeria to do anything bad to anybody. I need Nigeria energies, like the bad energy, to be directed at the right target. Because a place like Nigeria, 200 million people, you don't want it misdirected. You don't want bad energies in Nigeria misdirected. It is chaos. So you want black love in Nigeria. It will solve all the problems of the tribe because everybody is black. So give respect to blackness. And that would negate tribes. You feel me? Every tribe give respect to Negro hair and black skin. And that's it. Or else you die. That's how it's supposed to go. You feel me? And we supposed to watch if anybody give white people and Arabs respect over black people. We should go after those. Because black love must dominate in especially Nigeria. And that those people who fought against the one currency should be engaged.
That's it, impolite.
You feel me? Because
you have to restrain yourself.
You feel me? I mean, I have to, my Nigerian panels are what you call distinguished people, and I have to maintain respect. You feel me? You feel me? Because excuse the noise. You feel me? Because I think that only black people deserve my total respect. You feel me? So that's why I have to regulate on certain level. But I have to tell you, big bro, all people who try to stop the development of our black race need to be opposed, and openly. We need to stop playing hypocrite. If you don't like a person's attitude, say it. Don't be no hypocrite. You are a bad person if you are a hypocrite. We need to understand that. If you cannot display what you like and what you don't like to almost anybody, maybe on a respectful level, you are a bad person because you are a hypocrite. You feel me? We need to tell people, hey, you have to love your blackness. You feel me? Hey, you have to love your hair. And we need to fight for that. Our women need to be, listen to the lady here. Our women need to feel comfortable in their hair. We as men need to make our women comfortable with you wearing their hair. We need to pay them respect with when they out with. We need to promote women going in public with their natural hair. We need to do it. Give them confidence, and stop telling them all that they need to look like Europeans. Let us be satisfied with who we is and love it the most. Sorry, I know I talk a lot.
I know. I think you're on point, and even if you may have something to say about that, and Paul, definitely you have been very patient. Thank you for your patience, Paul. Please go ahead.
Why should Paul speak before me?
Oh no, not before you.
If he
would,
everybody knows the rule now.
If he calm down, I wanted to ask you.
If you want to come and shout with all this
I wanted to ask you that you want to talk. When you talk, finish, then I will
messing
talk.
with you, Paul. No, Paul. I haven't seen you in a while. No. Uncle John, I'm just messing with you guys. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I don't have anything to say. Don't worry.
I've been around. When I was in Atlanta, I was calling you. You never answered me.
Liar.
Oh, if you live in Atlanta? Where is Ika Fire? What
is there?
Let me just make a comment, please. Ika Fire.
No, AY. Your rascality is getting out of control. There's a woman here. There is Paul there waiting all this while.
Paul, you need to help me out. Paul,
your rascality is getting out of control. You just came in there. You want to start talking.
AY.
No. Yo, let the Muslim.
I'm the most gentle person on this platform.
You used to be.
He's a gentle giant. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to talk, he can talk. He can talk anytime.
Ika, my man. So when I was leaving, actually I was driving. I heard you say, "Oh, why all of us we are leaving?" No, it's not deliberate. Nobody have anything against you, man. Nigeria, we love people. We might have
you especially. I saw you just disappear as soon as I can. I can't believe it.
No.
I couldn't believe that.
I thought it's not deliberate at all.
I told him that it wasn't deliberate.
But now that you come back, I feel much better, man.
Nice one. One love, man. One love. Don't listen to that forefather, man. He's a bad guy. He's a
What are you talking
You
about?
see?
I was defending you, and now you're coming to.
Black energy. He doesn't have black energy.
What is this guy? You're talking nonsense. I was here defending you that you didn't leave because of me.
You people have already made me forget everything that I want to say now. I don't even know. How funny it is. Yesterday was my best day in this podcast, in the sense that I argue, get it hot with Pansat. And how funny it is, for Father, when you left, we all, every one of us, we came together and reasoned in one accord. It was like mind-boggling. It was so funny that we all can reason together. That was a good thing. Then also, talking about what Icon Fire said, to some extent, I sometimes I can't get it. I can't really understand it. Maybe the level of I've traveled wide and I've lived in the West world, not so long like some other people. But what I understand, living in the West, is almost rare for us to see a beautiful young lady like my sister Ify, you understand, happen to be a white girl, that I would say I want to go talk to that girl. It's always rare. It is rare for you to see that. You understand? We either carry what in my local palace, what we will call bad market. You understand? We either do that, and if you see a young Nigerian man carry a white girl, say a foreigner, you know, carry a white young girl, you discover that probably maybe they are classmates together. And even if that boy will see that girl to the girl's family, the girl family don't want to see the guy. Maybe the girl will either tell the family that, oh, dad, she's the one helping me with school. If not, I would have pulled her from school. Okay. Now they look that, okay, she has something to offer. She's doing well with her school. Then to add another one again, probably the guy will still introduce the girl will still introduce the guy that the father is a chief. They have oil in their backyard. They have gold in Africa. Yes, they might want to think. And you know how funny it is. Statistics again, sometimes you still discover again, these people will marry, maybe even have baby, 3-4 years, they will divorce. It is rare. But when I see a Chinese person come marry a Nigeria, God, we go to social media, we'll be so very, very happy. It's never like that in the other side. It's never like that. You don't see a Nigeria go marry to an Indian. As we go to all the MITs of this world, the Georgetown of this world, you don't see a Nigerian married to somebody from the so-called Jewish people. You find them in all the Ivy League schools in America. It's very, very rare. It is very, very rare. It doesn't just happen easily as you think. But when it comes to us, we so celebrate these people. But these people don't welcome us with the way we welcome them. We welcome them, we give them everything. If a Nigerian man married to a young, pretty white girl, a young, pretty white girl, go find out. It is that guy, family that has something. If a Chinese man married to a Nigerian woman, it is either the family have land that they want to take, or it is either the family has a position to sign certain things in some ministries and parastatal that will making their business go flow easily. I don't get it. You understand? It's time for us to love ourselves so much, in as much as our differences. All I'm telling everybody, let us make our differences like the way you and I, when we're growing up as siblings, we fight, we argue at home, but we grow more matured and still love one another. Let us see it from that place. What if we think these people never like us? When South Africa is fighting for apartheid and everything, you go to United Nations and tell me any Arab race that fought for South Africa. I don't see one. You go to United Nations and tell me any of these Middle Eastern or West Asia that fought for South Africa. I didn't see any. That's why South Africa said, Israel, leave my country. We don't like what you are doing. You understand? Because they feel the pain of what Hamas, what Palestine is going through. This is exactly what they went through for donkey years. These people never fight. If somebody wants to tell me an individual who fight for black people and everything, I'm talking about nation states that come out in United Nations and said, we stand for you people. It's not there. But you see, with Africa, with what is going on, Africa cannot come outside and say, let us even take one stand and say, you know what? We don't support these things. Go and look at what you are saying right now. You see countries like Bolivia, you see the Caribbean countries and everything. They are taking a stand. They are condemning Israel. Colombia is supporting Palestine. It has nothing to do with them. They are taking stand and everything because they understand when somebody comes from somewhere else, destroy your nation, label you with one name, and they stand with that name, continuously giving you a bad name so that everybody will see you like that. Oh, don't go there. Don't put all their travel advisories. Don't travel here. Don't travel here. Every day I tell my African Americans, you tell them you want to come to Africa. Hell no. But I tell them, you people are so dumb. White people go every looks and crannies in my country. But the same white people that will tell you, don't go to Africa. But they've been to Africa. They live in Africa. They do business in Africa. You know, so these are all the things. It's time for us to learn to love ourselves. I'm telling you, when I see this Palestinian thing, when people talk all these things, yeah. Look, I support my Palestinian people. I stand more for Palestinian, but I can still tell you, I stand for Palestinian more like an individual. Because these people, these Arab people, they don't like us. These white people, they look down on us. See, Fire said something some minute ago. Talk about when they are playing soccer. Let me just land with this.
Paul,
Yeah.
what are you talking about? You're contradicting yourself. What can you say you don't like Arab, and yet you say you're standing for the Palestinians? How can a man come to your house and kill people?
Do you hear what I said?
And murder people and they will not respond?
Tone, you can't be more offended for.
Understand what I am telling you.
No, you gotta leave him. He's right. He's just saying that he's just being.
I'm telling
he's
you.
being diplomatic.
No. I'm not talking about me. Maybe you didn't get it very well. The feedback is really messing me up. Okay. What I'm saying is that if an individual from the other side said, oh, they stand for George Floyd, Black Lives Matter. So does that mean me as an individual? You understand? I said, okay, I think I support you. But what I'm talking about, the big thing, nation states, where these people, nation state, they go to United Nations. Did they stand for what the pain that we are going through? The answer is no. That's what I'm saying.
Paul, you're a little bit confused. You have not stood for your black brothers in Sudan. You've not stood for people in Africa. You're going all the way to
That's the more reason why I'm telling you. That's the more reason why I'm telling you that.
They call you dog. They call black people dog and all that.
That's the more reason why I'm telling you. I'm telling you that war is not my war. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me because these people don't know anything about me. They don't even want to talk about me. It has nothing to do with me, so it doesn't concern me at all.
But Tone, are you holding that position because you support Israel, or is just because he's acting as if he's supporting?
Let me just land. When you ask Tone, then Tone will take over from me.
I'm coming from two standpoints. I'm coming from a military standpoint, and I'm calling from authority. You cannot come to my backyard, into my house, and rape people and kill people, and you expect me to be quiet. This thing has been going on. They know that these people.
But you know full well that is not what happened. So that's a little bit disingenuous on your own end.
You guys, listen. This is what happened till today. You are still living in denial, forefathers. I'm going to put it.
They are. How can you all day? You can't be enslaved. Hold on. You know what? We are going to debate that issue. We are going to hold on. We are going to make time to debate that issue because that issue is a very, very clear situation. So we'll deal with that later.
Forefather, that is a very complex issue. But on the real sense, with what I'm saying right now, I'm saying from both sides is none of my business. You understand? We have our own issues to treat. It's none of my business. So if an individual want to tell me, from the place of an individual want to tell me, oh, me, during Black Lives Matter, I'm telling you, your nation states did not stand for me. So if you ask me from an individual point, I can talk like an individual. If I went to study medicine in university up to my final year level, and they kicked me out of the school. Guess what? I understand everything to be a doctor, but for the fact I don't have a certificate, I'm not a doctor. I can advise you as an individual, but now not giving you an advice as a doctor. You understand? So this is the part I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that this war is none of my business. Being Ukraine, being Israel and Palestine is none of my business. We are seeing Sudan, we are seeing Ethiopia and Eritrea, all the issues that is going on. It doesn't really make the news. It doesn't really make the news. So it's none of my business. We have a lot of our own to deal with that these people don't care, even when they are the one that perpetrate all this evil among us. Look, South Africa, Zamfara, all the gold in Zamfara. Go and look whether we make 1,000 naira in Zamfara for gold. And then for that, it is even other people that is pumping all this weapon. And these people are fighting, killing themselves. People are being displaced in their own state. You understand? But nobody's talking about all these things. Then when they have issue, we want to talk. We black people will talk about everything, but we never talk about ourselves. I'll go back to my sister talking about this woman thing of how we talk to woman with hair. I think that woman thing, we have to sometimes learn to balance it very well from corporate level. How? Because it pains me so much. In Nigeria, I may not really know this much. In Nigeria, when you talk about corporate level at the top of every businesses, these directors, they come with their African attires. But these same people also force these women to dress like European people, which is completely wrong. And that's where it started. You understand? That is one aspect
so
of
it. Are you gonna say I don't know about what's going on in Nigeria when that's what I'm talking about?
No, I think he's not saying it in a kind of
never say you don't know about Nigeria. You may not understand our corporate level. You understand? So let me tell you.
I don't understand you. Of course I understand.
Okay, can you throw more light on that aspect if you understand?
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you that I'm saying that.
Answer my question specifically so that let you not look at accusing wrongly.
Yeah. So I'm saying that the Nigerian people should formulate groups and go after these corporate leaders.
You are dodging the question. I don't want to look at accusing wrongly.
Now let him land in this thing, please.
Yes, for dictating to women that the dress code is European style. You feel me? The people, there should be black conscious movements that are dictating and fighting against these corporate industries who are forcing black women to Europeanize themselves as being presentable.
So that corporate thing, they also do the same thing to men. It's not only to women. You understand? But that to some extent may be a little bit micro, because they do the same thing to men. All the years that
we all know. Hold on, we all know. But we all know that it's more damaging to women. Because you don't have to change your hair.
To every one of us.
Hold on, you don't have to change your hair. People like me as Rasta, maybe. Hold on, one at a time.
Then let me just land so that you take off from there. So, all the years that I work in Nigeria as a technician, as an engineer, you are not allowed to wear shorts. But every white guy, every foreigner, that we work together in the same section. Now, I'm not even talking department. During summertime, they wear shorts as an engineer. You are not allowed to wear shorts. You understand? Sometimes we wear our shorts to work and we change to put on our long distance, even with the humidity over there, because it's dress code. But how funny it is,
you the Nigerians are giving.
Let him land. And Paul, try to land there because a lot of people are waiting for you.
I don't like this type of thing.
Father, I want to address some misinformation that Paul has put out there. Can I quickly?
So this is the thing. I don't like all this type of thing. When people don't let you land, you miss your train of thought. You start defending. And when you start defending, and I'm good with this type of argument, I will also distract you when you are talking. Let's enjoy the show that way. You go ahead. Then let me start distracting you. Then you understand how it feels.
Misinformation you put out there.
Don't address my misinformation when people are bastardizing me like that. Let me land. I was here for over 40 minutes waiting for my turn.
That's
you understand? When you put me now, what you are doing, you are putting me. Fire is putting me on the dock like I'm defending. I'm not defending. I'm only selling my own points. Don't put me on the dock. If I do that to you, you will not. You sound stupid. Go ahead. You make me lose everything. Fifi, good evening.
Yeah, I think Paul, you said a lot of things, and you are all in agreement. It's just a little bit of misunderstanding.
What are you talking? When you see corporate people in the bank, they all dress corporate because they make them dress corporate. As an engineer, you never wear shorts.
Paul. You're correct, Paul. I've seen it. I've had a Nigerian woman. I forgot a VT or something. Most of you probably know her. She's online. She said it herself. She said she used to work in the advertisement industry or fashion industry in Nigeria. That they make them deliberately wear wigs, that the only time they allow them wear their natural hair is when they are doing traditional stuff. That's a traditional kind of theme stuff that they actually allow them. That the corporates make them wear wigs. So that's a valid point Paul made, and I believe Akampa supports it too. I hold on. Let me just say this because that's why I kept this this post on this thing. I just want to comment on it so I can remove it. I think that this guy hates me. Ruwan, he hates me. He probably hates a lot of people on this panel, but he agrees with what Akafa was saying. He says it's everywhere. Black women are just the most unprotected people in the society, and this is important because I don't know why this gets to me a lot when we just leave them. We just pretend as if we don't care. And I have heard some men say, "Don't get involved with women's stuff. Don't talk about the hair. Don't talk about anything. Just leave them, let them do their own thing." No, you have to because they raise the children too. They raise the children. They are part of everything. Our societies, we all have to look out for each other. The women have to look out for the men. And I will always say, don't always mollycoddle them too much. Make sure they do their job. Men are meant to be there to defend and fight. If they have to lay their lives down, they should. Because you can't have our women keep being dispossessed like this. No, I just wanted to address that. I've done that now. I'll go and I think who was next? Alaba.
There are people that are misinformation before you go to who's next.
We should leave Paul alone now. What has Paul done to anybody? He's not controversial.
If
if he doesn't need turn, she can say whatever she wants to say at any time. If you want to say something, just raise your hand. Everybody will allow you to talk because when I'm on, I've always said it. Women are underrepresented here. So whenever women are here, if you want to talk, they're allowed to talk.
Yeah, let the lady talk now, though.
You are muted.
Hey, I think I can fire. This is my first time seeing you, but I've been listening to everything you said. Thank you for speaking up for us. But anyway, I'm just gonna pass. Maybe is that AY? AY can go ahead and speak up. I mean,
go thank me when I give you the
you see. Okay. If you see the way the way especially for father is oppressing me here.
Hold on. Hold on. KJ, I beg. Thank you. Brother KJ, Uncle Paul, phone, thank you.
Father, are you just going to let that misinformation pass by without address?
Don't worry, you come to your turn and you correct it.
Thank you, Uncle John. Ferrara, thank you. And my enemy with the glasses, I've forgotten his name. Thank you. So, all right. AY, you can speak.
Okay. What I'm gonna say, I think we argue too much here, man. The thing is, when you're talking of, to be honest, for me, generally, education of the women is more important than even men. Because when you actually educate the women, you educate the whole society. So education in any form, if you want to rebuild the society, I think the focus should be on the women. Just like what somebody said, the women are the ones really raising the children, right? So this is the way I see it. So on the other hand, like some of the stuff Paul was discussing right now, like when you go to Nigeria, usually the banks, they have dress code, kind of like, oh man, you must wear suits, you must not keep this, you must not, women, you must have hair, you must do this. Till today, I don't even know why these stuffs are more important than the actual work itself in terms of efficiency. Because even in abroad, I don't think they do that. I know I was asking my friends that working back then in Canada, like, they don't do that. They don't enforce this kind of stuff. I don't know why in Africa, why are we focusing on this kind of stuff?
No, you can't say that. In the West, it was a law. You feel me? It's just because they are considering themselves modernized. So you see, they have relaxed a lot of their laws against black people. You feel me? So black
was
people
it for
here
black people in US or general?
yeah, it was mostly, it was for black people in the US and in the colonized countries. It's for the colonized countries, which is Africa, and it's for the Caribbean. So we in the Caribbean know what you're going through because we go through it too. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say is your laws are being perpetuated by the people because colonization has made your living a culture. Your living is a colonized way of living, and it has become culture because it's over 500 years. You feel me?
You have a point.
So a lot of people will see it as normal, but you get the shitty end of the stick. So that's the reality of all of what's going on, is when you conform to colonized thinking, even if you conform, you still end up getting the shitty end of the stick. That means your children become uneducated, your people in general become stupid. You feel me? And your people become poor, and your people get the name the bottom of the barrel. So in order to get rid of all of that, in order to dismantle all of that, you, Nigeria, have to put away everything and become black first. It means love your black hair over everybody else's hair, and state it every day, and put a frown on anybody who is opposite of that. You feel me? You have to give respect to your own blackness and give respect to your neighbor's blackness over international blackness, and when I over international color, and when I say that, I mean overseas. You feel me? Because international don't mean in Africa. International mean across the ocean. You feel me? And so the only way, and as the big man AV said, AYR something said, he gets it. Our women are the most important in our society, and they are the strongest on a psychological level. They can turn you into idiots, or they can make you smart. So if you don't pay attention to what your woman or woman is doing, in terms of, you can't make them disregard consciousness. You cannot make your woman disregard consciousness. Pan-Africanism, black consciousness, your woman must be dragged in it. Once you drag your woman in it, they will never leave. But if you make them go their own way, they will destroy the children. They will make your children a bookworm or a robber. So all of the dysfunction you see going on in Nigeria, even if it's coming back to the woman, she has to be conscious of what she supports in order for, because regardless of what you support, it gonna come back at you. You feel me? So you have to be mindful of what you support, that if you support goodness, consciousness, then you can say this is what you supported. You feel me? But if you support wickedness and frustration and opposition of blackness, opposition of your hair and all, then when wickedness come to you, you shouldn't say nothing, because that's what you support. You feel me? So we all need to support our blackness, support the love of our skin, and support the love of our neighbors in order to get love from your neighbors.
Thank you. I can fire.
Father, I can fire. How do you feel now? You were talking, you take the conversation from AY and you land. Because you land, you make sense. You understand? But when other people are talking, you just intrude and everything. You are messing their plans. It doesn't really speak well. Please, it doesn't really speak well. You land.
And that is
makes
Paul
me make
being
sense.
nice. I've
You
seen Paul
understand? Because
gaslight
me
somebody
trying to talk
for
about issue,
hours.
you didn't even let me land.
So Paul, nobody wants you to gaslight. When Paul starts, you're not going to see here the end.
Yo, true Nigel, let me talk to the man. Let me talk to the man.
No,
you know what? I think you are. I think you're right.
Other people have to finish talking. See,
wait, but I want to say this.
We have to be gentlemen here. See, there are people here. Mazi Ta Ferrari, that hasn't spoken, and if I'm not mistaken, KJ hasn't spoken in a while too. So we need to get around a little bit, then we can start, do. I think once everybody goes round, I think they came here because of what you were saying, I can fire. And so once they go around, then you all can start freestyling. AY, we didn't even let you finish at all.
I didn't even finish.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Yeah,
and let's not interrupt AY before it says I'm picking on him.
Just I don't talk too much. I'll finish soon. So the other thing is one other thing that Paul was discussing. You see, what Paul was saying is just a hard truth to take. Like, the war they are fighting in the Middle East, it doesn't really affect us. The only thing is, because of humanity, you feel the pain of what these people are passing through. Because, Father, I've said this before, to be honest, you think they really care about us because we're black? Let's just put the truth out there. It's just sad. It's just that if you watch the black people, we give a lot of sympathy to people. When there is crisis in the world, black people will always like, oh, what's going on? Even Ukraine and Russia, the same thing. That's how we have. But I think we focusing on ourselves more is gonna help us as well. But still, I think it's good to also give look at what others are passing through. Like in the case of South Africa, you see what they are doing. They really like going very hard on Israel, right? The reason they're doing that is because of their experience. They even call out their diplomats, they cut ties with Israel right now. It's because of their experience. It's not that they know what it is, right? If you pass through such crises, you understand what people are feeling, because it's so easy for us to say, oh, these people, they've been in Open prison for years. And today, you Bobby children, come on, any human being, even a lot of, you see Israeli, they are even protesting in America like, oh, you need to stop this rubbish. Because any human being, if you are human, you will never appreciate what is going on in right now.
I get that part though. How about the same people that Israelis are doing this to now, that we are feeling empathy for? The same
they
side
do it to us.
is doing it to us in Sudan right now. 1,300 is dead, and their villages are being they are literally doing it to us while Israel is doing it to them.
So that is the point, right? So this thing, if you want to discuss it, has to be holistic, because don't forget, even the Jews today, the one that was done to them years ago. You see it?
Yeah. Everybody doing it to each other. But the only people that are not doing it to others is us.
It's us. It's us, because we don't really have that. I don't think black people. I don't think we want to do such. We are not that evil.
I think we just have lost touch.
Fathers, you don't have to comment on every speech so that we can go around and talk.
Okay, Alaba. Okay, fine. Fair
you
point.
You don't have to comment on every speech.
We are only evil. We are only evil towards each other. You see how quick Tinubu was give out a sound about invading another black country. You see how easy that was? You see me? That's what we need to think about. How we get angry at each other real quick. And I think we need to consider it as cowardly, because we don't have no helicopter gunship and no RPGs and all that stuff. We are easy to put hands on each other. I know that, because that's how I see y'all have even comedies with you putting hands on each other like it's nothing, as if these things are normal. We are cowards, and all we do is try to hurt each other, because we know there's no real what you'd call, there is nothing coming back to you. You feel me? Same with the Muslims. The Muslims attack you because they know there is no real comeback to you. It's cowardly. We as black people need to stop attacking each other, because we need to understand that if you attack each other, you gonna look like a cowardly little person, because you never attack the people with the real weapons. Feel me? And if you're not gonna attack the people with the real weapons, we need to keep quiet in our neighborhoods and stop acting like we tough on each other.
Okay, let's allow AY finish, because
yes, I agree with you, Ika Fire.
And AY, you were going too far into the Middle Eastern
No,
stuff.
I'm almost done. No, I'm away from that. So, one point that we agree with Ika Fire, right? I also share his view on this. I'm gonna just restrict this to Nigeria. We actually need to love ourselves. Even the fight we're talking about the government, they need to do better. You know, the thing is, if we don't have love among ourselves, even within Nigeria context, it's not gonna happen. Because what you see politicians doing, they divide us across this line. They see the mark there. Oh, we are divided across. They go ahead, they portray it more. Oh yeah, let's go. So we kind of need to love ourselves. I've said this, right? Nigeria, we are actually failure to the whole black race. Because if Nigeria was working, even the Africa America you call it today, a lot of people would be so comfortable to go back to Nigeria, go back home. Because if you watch us, we are actually very accommodating. Nigeria are not gonna like beat you and say, hey, you are from Jamaica, leave our country. You are from Ghana, leave our country. You are from yeah, there might be one or two issues that I think we are very accommodating. So if the country was good, a black person will feel very comfortable in Nigeria. Nigeria would have been like United States of Africa, even African countries. If they go to Nigeria, it would be like they go to America, like vacation, stuff like that. But right now, we are not only feeling ourselves, we are feeling the whole continent, and we are feeling other black people that are outside the continent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And our women and children. That thing where foreigners can just come into the Ferrari. Let me just comment. I am used to it. I have to comment. I don't want you to criticize it. Please go ahead, Ferrari.
Okay. Greetings to everybody. A lot of you are going to be a little bit upset, because I'm here to slice you off with some truth, each one of you that I can get to. And if you don't like what I'm saying, well, there's always the chance to go
qualified with evidence and or
I'm gonna back anything I say here.
Okay, good.
But first of all, truth matters. I can fire. I commend you. You have spoken the truth today. You have hit the nail on the head. You have spoken the fact as a black man, and you do make the black man proud. I can say that for most of the people on this panel, and I will get to that later. I have a few of my points jotted down so that I don't misspoke. First of all, I'll take on Paul. You said the wars in the Middle East is not your war. You are right to a certain point. I'll say 30%, but 70% you're wrong. All wars are your wars. You know why? Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. The key factor for any war is injustice. You understand? So what's going on in the Middle East might not directly affect you, but it is your war. Remember, the war now is a global village. So we're just 1 second away from each other. You know, if the world had left Hitler alone, maybe those of us in Africa will be grazing cattle right now for the white man. So that was their war. It was a white man's civil war, but people fought to stop Hitler. So injustice is the main cause of all wars. So please don't think like that. We're here to educate ourselves. In a way, be concerned, be empathic to their concern. But we have our own bigger problems, which is what I would deal with mostly. So I've dealt with that. And then when you said the Arabs did not help South Africa, that was another misinformation. In fact, the Arabs contributed financially to the struggle against apartheid a lot than the Western countries. The US did not help apartheid. Britain did not help apartheid. The Arabs, they helped Mandela when he was abroad and all, the ANC. So please check facts, all these things, and let's put out the right information. You understand? They were more involved in the struggle. Cuba was more involved in the struggle than all these Western countries, than America, than all these. Please, let's get that right. That's the correction I needed to make with Paul. On this panel, I would say a lot of us here are hypocrites. A Nigerian medical minister of health once said that 75% of Nigerians have some form of mental problem. It's not my quote, it's a medical doctor's quote from Nigeria. Now, 65 years, or we're going to be 65 years, and we keep doing the same.
Is that your truth? Is that your truth?
Over and over again. Who does the same thing over and over again and I expect the same result? It's only someone that is insane. Totally insane. Only insane people. At 65, we cannot provide electricity. We cannot provide for water. We cannot provide security. We are men. We should be ashamed. Anybody who sees that as success have a mental problem. Anybody who does not address that as an issue has a mental problem, even if you've not been diagnosed. But anyway, let's leave that alone. So I want to hit on Forefather a little bit first. Forefather, on the issue of opposition, I know your main topic is always security. And I always, on the comment line, if you've been noticing, I've been pushing the line that you're pushing your paymasters line. You see, we are here to educate. Let everybody in Nigeria know we don't have opposition. You're right on that, Forefather. The reason we don't have opposition is that we are practicing the politics that the white man left for us, which is that the white man, this is from Ali Mazrou, Professor Ali Mazrou, the white man has killed an elephant, and we all should bring our knife to the table to cut our own portion from this elephant. We call it national cake. That's the politics we have now. And that's why I have always been an advocate that we've never had democracy since 1999. We will never have democracy. It's even now getting worse. We're now moving towards a fascist state. So when you push a line, I don't know whether the platform is to educate. People are watching. The young ones are watching. Let's use this platform to educate, to inform the right way, so that when people know the right things, that change we all desire, or we all claim to desire, will start to come. You're right, there's no opposition, but there's no opposition not because the opposition was not there, but because the system is not there. There's a big difference between that. So you like to blame the victim, and I always have this fight with you, Forefather. You always like to blame the victim. You know, the system is not there. Now, on the issue of insanity, all of us, we keep, the opposition is not there. For example, Obedience won't like this, and I got to put this out. Okay, they stole an election from you, and your solution is, I'll try again. Who does the same thing over and over and expect it? You should be, if the likes of Obi don't know that something is wrong with the system and ready to fight the system, then they are still gaining from the system. They have a problem. Maybe we should all be focused on revolutionary now, the Shogores and all the other, but I'm not here to discuss that. So there are other issues. There will be time for that. Let's move on to the next point. Now, I deal with a lot with young people because I'm an educator. And there's this poster, it's gonna be the last part of my speech, I put on my wall about what a parent wrote to the teacher on what you want to teach the child. A lot of us have been miseducated, and thereby, instead of sounding like educated people, we sound like fools. We sound like idiots. We sound like deniers of facts. And we sound like people who have no concept of what progress should mean. Let me take on Madzi TA. Madzi TA, first of all, I don't understand the hypocrisy of putting Madzi in front of your name because you're definitely not Igbo, or I might be wrong, or have any Igbo lineage.
I'm so disappointed.
You will answer me after I'm done. But the key thing I want to take you on that nobody has taken you on was on the fact that you came on this medium some days ago and said that IPOB plans to burn Lagos. I am an Lagos Island boy.
He ran away last time.
Hold on now.
Let me finish.
We can't go back to that now.
I'm not going back. Let me finish.
Allow him to talk, please.
Yeah, he's talking now. He's talking,
Please,
so nobody's stopping
these are
him.
the people that interrupt the truth. That's a misinformation. That's a bigotry statement. No one called you on that. I think someone should call you on that. On AY always say, why am I so hard on him? AY one time during the speech called me a friend. I felt so offended. Why would somebody who lacks integrity call me a friend? I was mad with AY. Why do I say that? Your politics or your direction for your country determines your morality. I'm not here to judge your morality. But sometimes when you defend evil, like I Can't Fire said, most of you come up here and defend evil. You know, there are more of you. I can't mention him. There's also, what's that other one's name? Something Papa or something. Anyway, do you understand? That's why I have a grief with you. I've talked about Godfather. I've talked about
Alaba. What did I defend?
You get to me.
Leave him before he cries victimhood.
Yeah. Please let me finish. So these are the issue. Most of us are here are hypocrites. If we love our country, if we love our fatherland, what we have inherited from our fathers is not right. Let us call it what it is. If we cannot agree on the truth, we can agree on progress. If we come here just to hear each other's voice and feel good about yourself that you can speak some Oyibo, Fela once said it, take your eyes out of the book, and that goes for you too, forefathers. This Machiavelli and you're quoting, this white man who is a supremacist and a war apologist that you keep quoting. You know, I don't believe in the white man's way. Fela also said it. Take your eyes off the book and look straight. You know, because if you're all in the book, you're going to end inside gutter. Now, death and cockroach, they inside that gutter. You know, everybody comes here to say, I come here to land. Let me land. And when they land, you find out that their landing is not made up of any sense. It lacks sense, no sense whatever. That's the final of what I'll say. I Can't Fire. I praise you. You have spoken like a true black man. I wish the rest of us who are black will continue to uplift blackness, because black is already, it's a double-edged sword. The white man hates us, and here we are, we hate each other. And some of us hypocritically come here, talk about Bible, talk about love, talk about God, but you don't even love yourself enough to want to make your country good. Criticize those that are criticizing, the destroying your country. If they have power, write a letter to them and tell them borrowing money and sharing it is not the way forward. Do something about your people who you win. You keep thinking election is like a game. Supporting what's that British team? Supporting England United or whatever. It's not a game. It affects lives. It affects generations yet unborn. This is the second slavery we are witnessing. I end.
Forefather, can I reply to Alaba?
Yeah. I guess
first of all, Alaba,
you have to keep it brief because go ahead.
I'm sorry to call you my friend.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
I don't need new friends. It's not by force to be friends. I only use that word because I see everybody as my brother here. Sorry, you are not my friend. The second thing is, your problem right now, you think you know everything. You are here to lecture people. You are here to tell people you are the only one speaking the truth. People have right to their opinion. And when people speak what is not true, the right thing to do is to confront them with alternative truth without insulting. I never said, why you don't be hard on me. You are too small to be hard on me. If you go hard, I go harder. I'm not, don't see me laughing every time. No. Don't play that dirty game.
Yeah, all right. One second.
If you
1
want
second.
to fight,
let me just say something.
Yeah, one second.
15
second.
seconds.
I want to tell my brother here in the glasses.
Because I think that's what he came to do.
Hold on. I want to tell my brother here in the glasses, right? We have to have good psychology. We need to focus on good psychology. We need all our black brothers. The Muslim black people. We need to convince them that all of us have one enemy. We need to find a way to make them know that even though you're Muslim, you are the one the Muslims are killing. So something's going on where you as the Christians need to start defending the killing of the black Muslims. You need to make it known that we, the Christians of the South, want black Muslim to stop getting killed. And you need to make the black Muslim know that we are defending you because you're black. You feel me? And point it out that those Arab bastards don't like you. You feel me? So we need all our Muslim brothers. You are not perfect. You as a Christian, you are a black hater. Christians are black haters. You get taught not to like anything black, including yourself, and you're here. You feel me? You get taught not to, and you were disconnected from your woman. The Christian South, the colonizer took your woman away from you and gave her laws for herself.
Guys,
so hold up.
I'm just getting sick of all these, yeah. I'm just getting
hold up.
All these bands.
Yeah. Hold up, big man.
Please stop.
Yeah, I'm not gonna stop, bro. So just be quiet. You feel me?
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna stop, bro. Just be quiet if you don't like what I'm saying. You feel me? Yeah, but what I'm trying to tell you is our women have been split up, even in slavery. Over here as the West, bro. Let me talk. Over here, over here.
You don't tell a woman. Okay. If your woman is being unruly, you deal with your woman. That's your personal problem.
Well, that is your own. See, I can fire tone. That is your own opinion. You have your chance to have your own say. Okay.
Yeah. First of all, there is a thing going on in Nigeria where you, the men, are being killed by your wives. It's a public thing going on now. So don't act like I'm telling you anything that's not happening, because it's a I'm are you hearing me to Niger?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so it's a public thing that's going on in Nigeria, where your women are where where a lot of wives are killing their husbands abroad and in Nigeria. So what I'm trying to say to you,
Let me contextualize what he was saying. I
That
think
is
that
not so
comes from
true.
a report that says that 70% of women in jail in Nigeria as a result of murdering their partners. So, and my explanation for that is that Nigerians don't imprison their women except when they kill men. That's when they
yeah,
imprison them. And
but
that's
to
why
Niger,
there's so
I'm not
intense
talking
laws.
about. Listen to Niger, I'm not talking about that. Listen, listen, listen to Niger, This what I
Nigerian
hold
women
on.
don't kill their husbands.
See, I can fire.
No,
Just
all right,
hold
hold
back
on,
a bit.
all right,
Hold back a
hold
bit
on,
so that
man.
the others can
I'm
go
not
on.
okay. I apologize for that. But this what I have to say, big man. This what I have to say. Don't direct how I'm talking here. Don't tell me what to say, because you don't have no more brain than I. You feel me? What you are just a human. Anything goes on in humanity goes on in humanity anywhere. So don't act like I don't know you. You feel me? And if you feel some type of way, yeah, that's your bad. I don't care. And if we were president, you still can't beat me up. You feel me? So I'm just trying to tell you that.
You challenge statement, big man. I can't be
Oh,
here. You
father.
challenge statement.
See, Tone, you are actually being
Don't
rude.
challenge
He
my
never said
don't
you are being.
challenge
He
my
never insulted
statement,
you like
man.
that.
Father, let me use 30 seconds to
Yeah,
let
please
me
go
use
ahead.
30 seconds
But hold on,
No,
man.
I can fire.
What I'm
Hold
trying to
on now.
tell you
You've
is,
had a lot of say now. I
yeah,
can
but
fire. Let others speak.
the man won't let me speak. You feel me? And trying to throw me
Don't
off.
worry. Don't worry. You're going to get your chance because
But
PA
hold on, hold on,
I
man.
can
Let me
fire.
land.
No, you're not going to
No.
land. I'm sorry. I can fire. Hold
Everybody
on.
gets to
I have
land.
to moderate because other people have their time here. There is step that is sitting there. We have to respect other people's time too.
But all I have
We're
to
not
say,
paying
we
them to
need
be
our
here.
Muslim brothers. We need our Muslim brothers also. So we
Thank you.
have to find a way to compromise.
Thank you.
Father,
Paul, 30
real quick,
seconds,
30
please.
seconds, 30 seconds. And
My
I
guys,
use
it's
my
my
word
turn now.
very
Paul.
clearly.
I know. 30 seconds.
30
Let that happen.
seconds. If I get past 30 seconds, kick me out. I use my word very clearly. I said the Arab did not support South Africa in terms of nation states. Did you see the Arab people go to United Nations and stand for South Africa? This is what I said. And Alaba said, I am wrong. And Alaba, if I'm wrong, prove me by sending any of your facts. I would love to learn that part.
From what I did check that information up. I did check that information.
South African state and apartheid are two different things.
Ferrari, please hold on. I checked that information up. He did say that the support from Arab nations often took the form of condemnation of the apartheid policies at international forums, sanctions against South African government, and the contribution to the African National Congress and other anti-apartheid organizations. However, it is important to note that the level and nature of support varied among Arab nations. So technically, they did some stuff. So that's why we are here. We don't have perfect knowledge.
You must understand that we, for example, we as a Christian, when we talk about Arab, we see them like one people, one religion, but it varies like the Christians. You understand? So Arab has always been like that. But what I'm saying, nation states in United Nations where they want to use votes to help this issue. Tell me anywhere that you see the Arab states.
No, they did too. From what I gather here,
send the link now. I believe you are reading it. Put it on the screen. Put it on the screen.
Hold on. Okay, I can put it on the screen. It's ChatGPT, I must say. It's ChatGPT too clever. Okay, let me put it. Let me put it so people can see. So yeah, this is it. It says during the apartheid era, South Africa, which lasted from 1948 to the early 90s, several Arab nations, particularly those aligned with the principle of anti-colonialism and anti-racism, expressed solidarity with the struggle against apartheid. They offered political and diplomatic support. That's the last point you were trying to get this in, as well as financial support. The fact that they can sanction South Africa indicates that they went a little bit further. And by the time it's sanctioned, I think diplomatic support is a given, isn't it? By the time it starts sanctioning another country. So they did put in some effort, but they didn't send men. They didn't put military support or anything like nothing like that. So it's not as deep as that of the Soviet Union or that of some other nations. Cuba. Yeah, exactly, Cuba. That it's not as deep as that.
The education that they have today, they were going to Cuba for schooling and everything. That's how few black people were educated.
And if you check the countries, it's probably going to be tied to
sorry, you can go ahead.
Other countries. Yeah, the time is up. TA is on the call now. Don't start nothing, TA. A lot of people are after you. They are gunning for you. They are gunning for TA at the moment.
Let the man talk.
Oh God, you've already started. You are muted.
Hello?
Loud and clear.
Is it my turn now?
Yes.
Yeah. Man, been waiting for quite a long time now. Okay.
Thank you for your patience.
Where do I start? Yeah, I mean, you guys have spoken, somebody was talking about those things I always talk about before, about love, about loving one another. That truly, that we don't love one another. We blacks.
Guy, you don't know nothing about love, I beg. Not chat love. Just stop your bigotry and let's attack you.
So just relax.
You know nothing about love.
Listen.
You lost all respect that I have for you the other day. Just talk your bigotry and let's carve you. We are ready.
Tone, just relax. I'm not going to start going back and forth with you, with anybody here. You understand what I'm saying? So because look, this platform here, putting us together doesn't mean we're equal. You understand what I'm saying? I'm telling you fact now. Yeah. So look, whatever perception I've got, yeah, it's my own prerogative.
Right.
Yeah. So
either
you call me bigot or you call me whatever. It's just see. Either you take it or you leave it. I don't care. Yeah.
In his opinion, Tone, you are being a little bit obstinate. He hasn't even said anything.
Exactly. Just back up, man. So look, I know one thing about this platform is that if you have a different view, they'll try to shut you down. But look, I've been through thick and thin, and I can never be shut down. And that's the way I feel. So whatever I say, you can come for me, you can say whatever you like. I don't give a damn. But that's my own opinion.
Can we get to the actual discussion?
So yeah, forefathers, sorry, because I can see that this place is kind of heated up. So back to what I was saying, that about love, that loving one another. If you love one another, all these things will not be happening. I'm not going to dwell on that too much because I've said that before. Another thing I've said before as well is about making, either the eastern part or the western part or the northern part, making it as a business hub. Now, if you look at, for example, now, the owner of, what's it called? This airport in London, Gatwick, is a Nigerian. Yeah. Money knows, it doesn't know color. You understand? When you have money, you can do a lot of things. Now, I've been saying it several times that look, if you turn some certain area in Nigeria to mini Dubai, a lot of people will flock there. Turn Nigeria to mini Dubai, people will come there, invest in that country. And that's one thing I believe. When you invest, when your country is stable, a lot of people will come down. They want to do, because now, if you look at Dubai, for example, Dubai is just a little section of the Arab Emirates. But now the white goes there, the black goes there, everyone goes there. Even though they said that, look, you can't hold hands outside in Dubai. A man and a woman cannot hold hands outside. but people still flock there because the way the place has been turned around. You know, so whatever I would think about Nigeria, please always say something positive, something good about that country. You know, here in UK, you don't see a Londoner or someone talking bad. You know, that look, you do not wish this or whatever, just cursing and cursing and cursing. You know, and apart from that bit, somebody was talking about that, said that IPOB Lagos or whatever. Look, if I could see someone on video that, okay, they're calling them and he's telling people that, look, burn this place down, burn that place down, you know, burn here, burn there. And it was live, it was shown, you know. So
hold on.
Yeah.
Who are you talking? It's not the leader of IPOB that said that, is it?
No, it was what's it called? Kanu. The guy that was
Kanu was the one that saying they should burn Lagos for the sake of Lagos, or is because of the protests, the NSAS protests?
So because of the NSAS protest,
yeah. But the way you said it, you see, that is quite irresponsible, don't you think?
No,
you cannot say something to make it look like he is saying IPOB should burn Lagos.
Okay, now listen this way. This is the way it works. You know, I'm a location to the core. You know, I know what's happening in my state. If you have some people, some soldiers on the ground, you understand, and they're giving you feedback.
Do you realize that Mr. Ferreira?
Listen, guys, let me explain. Look, you have soldiers on the ground, and they're telling you that, okay, this is where they are. You know, okay, now burn that area down. Go to you know, because you have hatred for Tinubu.
Hold on there. Yeah. Hold on again. This is why what you are saying is dangerous, poisonous, because you're not contextualizing it. He says the same thing in the southeast.
Okay, now let's look at it this way.
You see, you talk about love.
Yeah.
But I find when people say this sort of stuff and you carelessly make such pronouncement, without even qualifying, you know the gravity of what you are saying. Then you didn't bother to contextualize that he actually does the same thing in the southeast.
No, not in that way.
I believe in me. I've heard him say the same thing about doing the same thing in the southeast, kill police officers, burn police, ECPA, burn police, voting premises and all the rest of it. They do that. So when you see what makes what you're saying bad is that you're making it look like he's saying attack Yoruba cities. That is what you are saying, and that is wrong.
Listen. Let me learn. If someone could be saying that any Eastern person that goes to a Pentecostal church or those Yoruba church, you see what I'm saying? Look, what I'm saying.
Hold on, because what did he say about that? Any Eastern men go to Pentecostal, so what?
Yeah, he said, look, the Eastern people shouldn't go to Pentecostal church. They shouldn't go, to all those Yoruba churches.
Man.
You understand?
That church is not, it doesn't belong to Yoruba. Where did you get that from?
I'll show. Listen. What I'm trying to say, I'll bring the.
You shocked me today. You really shocked me today.
Can we not leave now the Kalu topic, please? Can we leave now the Kalu topic?
Shocked me today. What you did today, AY. Now I'm beginning to see why Tone was cross with you. What you did today is completely. You are completely saying inflammatory things that you know full well is inflammatory. I'm really shocked by you.
Why are you calling AY now?
I'm mistaken.
Oh my God, AY. Oh Jesus Christ. You know what? I owe you an apology, AY, especially on such a thing. I owe you an apology on that.
Forefathers.
You really need to.
It is AY. It is AY's fault.
I'm not going to be on this panel. Let me just say this. I'm not going to be on this panel. I'm not going to be on this panel. No, Tone, please hold on. Hold on. I'm not going to be on this panel and tolerate. I will never tolerate our own people just coming to divide our people deliberately. Because I criticize our leaders all the time when they watch our people tearing each other apart and they keep quiet about it. And what you are doing here is that's exactly what you are doing.
So that
is exactly what you are doing here.
You have to create a special tool for you. You England people, make una carry on a wall and go England.
And how is that even TA? Why are you making it about TA? Why are you bringing? Why you bring? How is that even tone? How is that even having to do with Igbo people? Listen. Kanu says something. It's not something that you associate with Igbo people, and you start saying he's attacking Yoruba people that they should go and burn Lagos. That is so wrong.
Let's stay on the topic. Just simple for father.
Just stay on the topic. It's so wrong. And you know the contest was in the context of
The lady wanted to talk.
Can you let me finish?
The lady wanted to talk. The lady wanted to talk.
So let me finish.
Yeah. I think she's got the mic. Sorry. You come back to ETA, but she's got the mic right now.
No, don't do that. Let me finish my point.
No, you will come back.
No.
I will come back to you. You will have your chance.
Don't let them finish bigotry talk. You can't allow this medium to be used for bigotry.
If he says that I will shut, if he says that I will not, none of us will accept it here. Not only me.
What is the whole issue, sir? I don't even understand.
No, because he's saying that Nnamdi Kanu.
Father, we are here. If John Abba didn't know about it, let John Abba run it.
Don't give me space for mad people to dance. Move on.
Hold on, guys. Let me address Paul. Paul, we know, we've been through this for a while. This is one of the reasons why I keep saying, let everybody go their separate ways.
So because TA says something.
You understand what I'm saying, Paul?
I do. If you go give me visa.
Every time we keep talking about
if you go give me visa,
we still have one or two people keep calling Igbos, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa. Let us go. If you don't like Igbos, let Igbos go. They are ready to go.
Because of one person.
We don't want to be part of Nigeria anymore. And
if he calms down, you want to pull more fire.
Take your south. Let the Easterners go.
You are wrong. You can't.
I think it's my turn. I think it's my turn to talk.
Give them what they want.
I'm not finished.
That's why, Father, you can't let them use the stage to spread bigotry.
Yeah. Not until I talk.
Okay, let's allow him have his say. No more divisive stuff, please.
No,
because
it's
Father. If now Olumide that you don't come out for here.
Let me finish. So what I was saying, so now I didn't want to talk about Nnamdi Kanu. It's because somebody was saying it. You understand? So it wasn't me that brought about Nnamdi Kanu's case.
Because you said it last time and ran away like a coward that you are.
Just keep quiet, man.
You're a coward, man.
Let me tell you one thing. I don't understand why, forefather, you're giving a bigot the stage. I don't get it.
Hold on. Let's hear it. From Lagos Island. It doesn't speak for me. When he talks about Lagos, it doesn't speak for me.
Please let him
hold on.
So you shut him down because he's spreading hate. See. If he has said something wrong,
I'm not spreading.
I would say this from my own side. If he has said something wrong, and after this whole thing is done, I know he made a lot of mistakes just now. If he corrects himself, and eventually, when we finish this discussion, it leads to a common ground, then it will be okay. But if he carries on like this, obviously, if I'm hosting, I'm not having him. I can tell you that right now. I'm not going to tolerate somebody that comes in and just start dividing people.
Father, if now Olumide now, you go not bully Olumide. Is it because Olumide that short man? Why they do like that?
Can I talk?
This is one of the joke, I beg.
I didn't want to talk about Nnamdi Kanu or whatever, even though that somebody was talking about it. It
has been your topic for three good times. Stop it.
Yeah,
stop it. The day we are discussing Nnamdi Kanu, talk about it. That's not what we're talking right now. Just stop.
You're interjecting now. Come on. Yeah, relax.
Your father, you're the problem, not CA. You're the.
Please go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, forefather. That's nice one.
So, what I'm going to say, is about how the country can move forward. Yeah. First of all, like I said before, that we should love one another. Then apart from that, we should try and see what we can do in Africa to invest in Africa. Yeah. Mostly Nigeria. Put your money where your mouth is. Develop the country and let people go back home and start doing things. Go to the grassroots, go to the local government. You understand? Not just come in here and start talking, revolution. I'm not a fan of revolution anyway, because I've done that. I've seen my part. You understand? And I know some people that are lost along the way when it comes to Aluta and all the rest. But now going forward, if you want that country to be better, please stop cursing that country. It's the only one country we've got, which is Nigeria. Stop cursing that country. Even the Israelites, with what they went through, they never cursed the country. They're always praying to God for that country to be turned around. Now, I believe in that unity, binding us together goes a long way. I don't believe in division. I believe in one Africa. So what Rwanda has done, man, perfect. What Kenya is doing as well is perfect. Free visa, let people be able to move around. Let us love one another. That's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And don't you think you owe people an apology for trying to say that?
That's where I want to start.
That Nnamdi Kanu should burn Lagos. That said that they should burn Lagos down.
Can I give you guys a prelude to that?
Forefathers, can I say something right quick?
Please, if you go ahead.
See,
Sorry,
the last time I saw you on this platform, this is exactly the same thing you said. You kept pushing Igbos, kept pushing IPOB, kept calling in Nnamdi Kanu. And let me address you. I addressed you the last time, but you locked off. Go and tell your leaders, if you are Yoruba, Tinubu is the president, let the Igbos go so that you can have your South.
You and him are the same. You want to disappear. This one wants to cause problem. What is the difference?
I hate when you come here and talk about love. But
I love the Igbo people anyway. It's just that some people, some of you.
Yes, he has finished. He's finished.
Hypocrisy is the only vice place to virtue.
Can we give him an opportunity to possibly offer an apology?
Can you guys yield the floor to me?
Can we give him an opportunity to possibly offer an apology?
I'm going to say this once, yeah. I'm going to say this once, yeah.
Nonsense.
Which I'm not here to disrespect people. Let me be real with you. You understand? I'm not here to disrespect people. And I always see people the way they are, be it Arabs, be it white, be it anyone. I see people first. I don't see colors.
Can we hold on, please? Is it possible that you can offer an apology for the misunderstanding, or you can put it to misquoting? Because personally, I don't know whether you knew what you were saying, but if you did, you either need to retract it and apologize for it, or there'll be consequences. Because I don't believe that people should be doing this type of stuff to each other. When we are trying to have constructive conversation, we start inciting stuff against each other in such
I'm not here to incite any hatred. Listen,
Father,
I'm not here to incite any hatred.
Why should you force a man to apologize? Apologize that is coming from his lips, not from his heart.
Let him talk now, please.
Why should you force him to apologize?
We have to try to have common ground. If he apologizes, it's a start. Can we just let me moderate this, please?
Yeah, please.
Forefathers, if I've said something, that is offensive, I apologize for that. I'll take that back. But what I'm trying to say is that, look, I'm not a bigot. I love people the way they are, be it blacks, be it white, be anything. You understand? I don't believe in hate. You understand? That hatred, stuff here, you guys should stop it. Whether Arabs is doing this or this, white is doing that. If the whites are black, don't live there. Live if you're living in London and you think the whites are bad, please leave London and go back to Nigeria. You understand? Love people in general. Stop saying that, okay, these people, they hate us. The Arabs, they hate us. Make your country good. Develop your country. Make it a superpower. China, everybody's going to China now. Look at where China was before. You understand? So
Hold
that's
on.
what I
Could I
believe.
ask two nice? Yeah, hold on. Could I ask two Niger
That's our
something?
opinion.
I want to ask two Niger something. Why are you putting my mic on mute all the time, bro? I'm not even saying nothing. I'm not even
The
interrupting.
reason why I can give you the reason is because of the echo. You see, that's why. It's not because I'm trying, because I'm echoing right now. I can hear myself.
All right.
Okay.
You lucky, man.
Okay.
So
First of all,
I'll leave
You
the
want
floor
to call
for
for me
guys,
to
Let's move on.
Can you hold on a little bit?
tentatively we are going to move on from this.
Because
TA, some of your pronouncements, please, let's try to, take into account the context of where we are talking from, because I expected that, someone like you will be able to understand the kind of statements you are making. And, we are going to give you the benefit of that, to be fair. Steph, please go ahead.
yeah, I think it was last Sunday, a week today, was Dr. Damages that was holding the show that day. I finished talking, and TA made a response, and that was the last day. I think that was the last day he made that statement. And then I couldn't talk again when he left. The people that were on that show remember that I then complained to Dr. Damages that I expect him that when people make certain statements that could be insightful, that he should fact check it and ask the person to really provide, just like what you did now, Father, and I like what you did now, to provide the evidence that made you to arrive at that conclusion, because it's a dangerous statement, and I felt very pained that day.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
You can't
Because
make.
we were online when they were attacking some Igbo people in Lagos, so
Yeah,
it's horrible.
If you are able, I'm coming. If you're able to make that statement and you claim to be a loving person, to what extent you went to condemn what happened in Lagos during the election to show that you are not
totally. See, I'm still
coming.
Can I answer that?
I'm coming. In my opinion, it is wrong for you to make that statement.
Which statement are you talking about?
Last week Sunday, when you said that Nnamdi Kanu planned to bomb Lagos. That statement. That statement, you made it like somebody who had an intelligent report that there had been arms that were confiscated somewhere.
I didn't say bomb. I said born.
Kill off Fanu Oje. The born at the born. Kill off Fanu Oje. Jesus.
Hey, come on. Who is this guy?
This is pure semantics.
Who's this? Wait, who's this Ferreira?
You guys, I thought you guys went to the same competition. Hold on, where is he now? Where is he? I can't even find him. I can't find him in the backstage. I thought you guys went to the same optician.
It's
all right. Like I said,
let me put the context. Let me put the context clear. Let me put the context clear. Personally, I am not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu, but I always say that I love what he's doing. And if there are like 10 people that are doing that in this country, that our leaders would have sat up. That's my position. I don't like what he's doing. If I am to do it like him, I will take a different perspective. Do you understand? I will use that power politically to capture the zone where he's operating from and start to make change from that place.
Better, I agree with that.
People that talk the way he talk,
thank you.
I have that kind of courage. If there are like 5 of them in Nigeria, the political class would have sat up. If somebody like him could put fear within the 5 eastern governors, if such a thing is happening in other zones, they would have sat up and do the right thing. I disagree with his strategies. Sometimes he could go overboard, but that is his own personality. When he talk about certain things, there are certain things I've said that made sense. When he talk about a division of the country for whatever, I know that there was a time he had an agreement with some leaders of thought from his state, from his zone, that actually, if we can get restructure the country, that is also okay. So sometimes somebody
Where
may
is
be talking
the
too
noise
hard.
coming from? The baby noise.
Somebody may be talking too hard on an issue, but it's just a call for negotiation. It's just a call for dialogue. So keeping that one aside, the issue of Yoruba church that you talked about is not meant, is a way of describing Pentecostal church. It doesn't mean a particular person that owns a church.
Steph, don't defend him on that, please.
I'm telling you what I know.
Because he said it openly.
No.
You understand?
He said
it openly.
Pentecostal churches are owned by Igbos. He referred to every Pentecostal church.
He talked about the Yoruba church. So giving the money to Yoruba church. I'm watching now. Come on.
If he said that was wrong. And we have to all condemn it.
You know how weird y'all sound. Y'all know. You know how. You know.
If you know where he's coming from, he's not talking about it because of Yoruba. He's not a Christian. He's a Jewish. He's practicing Judaism. So he criticizes Christianity in general.
Steph, how do you defend this? He said one thing. He said when they were talking about the gun Oyigbo market, he was telling the guy, he said, it's not Oyigbo. It's Oyigbo. Stop calling Oyigbo. It's Oyigbo.
What is the difference?
Because what he's trying to say is that, look, that place, you know, it belongs to the eastern part. That his name Oyigbo. It's the Igbo people that name it Oyigbo. You understand what I'm saying? So, but look, I'm not going to. I'm not here to talk about.
We are just being.
Somebody brought stuff.
Listen.
Go and watch the video.
Do you
believe? Hold on. There are some things Nnamdi Kanu and yourself may have some aspects that you share in common. Because I don't believe in what he stands for most of the time. The only thing I take from him is his charisma and his guts to be able to do things. So that is all.
Something is echoing.
Have you finished? Yeah, there's an echo coming through. There's a serious one actually. I think this is my man. I can't fire there. You see, that's why I'm muting you.
In summary, please. If we are here to profess love for the country, and we cannot show that love inside this forum, then anybody that's talking about love is just being hypocritical. That's all. I yield for now.
Thank you, Steph. And I thank you for your patience. I know you've been there waiting for a long time. Jonaba and Jagun has been in the backstage, so nobody should get in his way and interrupt Jonaba too much so that he too can be able to speak. Jonaba, please go ahead.
Let me use to my big brother,
Yeah, Jaban come to defend. He come to defend Jamaicans. I'm sure that.
Nobody's attacking you. Please go ahead, Jagun. Yeah, mute, Jagun. We are waiting for you.
I beg your pardon. I thought maybe it's me creating this echo, you know, because I've been hearing the echo all day. Hopefully it's not me this time. I see.
Oh, yours is echoing too.
Yeah, because you know what happens when I come on. There's a sign from Google saying that they're trying to fix a glitch, that there's an echo. So I don't know if that's everybody or if that's just me. Yeah,
I think it's happening to some people.
Yes, or. In any case, TA done his favorite trick of stepping into shit, which is excellent. I'm sure if you look at your foot, TA, you'll just be smelling there. I don't know how you always do it. It's fantastic. You can come in here, talk peace, and you just bring bombs. I can't understand how your mind works and whether or not you have any nuance in how you pronounce things. In any case, the subject matter today seems a bit convoluted. I'm not always sure what we're talking about. There are so many subjects that go on at the same time. What I would like to say is let me just be here for a minute and let John Abba speak, and you come back to me on the next round. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Hold on. We want to talk about. We want to talk about how Nigeria don't want to help the Caribbean.
Not
My
yet.
brother,
Let
I'll tell you
Jonathan
this.
finish
I'll tell you
first
this,
before we
Sal.
go
And
there.
let me just say this to my brother. Let me just say this to my brother. I would agree that Nigeria has not stood up to its responsibility. But I would also tell, when I listen to Black Americans and people from the Caribbean, it seems like they're always waiting for something to happen from the sky, and that is going to bless them. Maybe it will, but bro, right now, each man have to call him father name. Yeah, you over. Each man have to deal what them have to deal with.
Even in Nigeria, they can't even put that for their people. Yeah, but I guess that's what we are doing now.
Okay.
Abba, yeah.
All right. No, when you become a senior citizen, life will teach you many things. You go through so many things. You see you hear so much, and then you start talking less. And please, my brothers and my sisters, this is a public forum. Everybody is watching us, and words matters. And we should be respectful of each other, even while the person is saying is not something we want to hear. There's a way we coordinate ourselves so that we don't put out that negative energy that will discourage others, and then we become chaotic in the process, and nobody listen to we don't listen to one another. I don't think that will solve any problem. It's not constructive, and it's not entertaining. It's nothing than chaos. And I think we know better than that. We are all age, and then that's all I can say on that regard. I think we have talked so much about all the issue going on, and we will continue to speak truth to the power, whether it's political. I know sometimes you guys, the issue of religion is not, even though some of you know what you can call me, but I'm not that. Let us take religion out of anything we are discussing. Religion is very complicated. Let us be spiritual. Spiritually mean be mindful of yourself and do what you don't want to do to others. Don't do it to them. So it's simple. Love yourself. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Christian, it doesn't matter. God created all of us. It's a religion. It's a choice. So maybe if you are born into a Muslim family, 99% of you, the chance of you becoming a Muslim is there. And the same thing with Christian. And God created all mankind. So let us not bring religion to anything. And anybody that is cited that, maybe it's for economical issue. You know, we empower so much and reach a pastor. I don't know whether Tia is a pastor. I would, if they don't give you offering, I don't even have money to give to you. Don't worry. So, well, don't worry. Jagon is in London there. You can go and see him in his cave, and you guys can reconcile very well. And brother Ferrara from Chicago, you refuse to give us your brother's file until now. So don't worry, we are all here. We'll be fine. Let us keep a good spirit. Let us have issue how the brother from Ekan is Ekan Fire. Ekan Fire is no different from forefathers. The ideology of empower black, and which I respect that, and I'm for all that. So let us, what can we do collectively? And when I'm hosting Rudolph in Texas, come in person. It's going to be a good hall. Let us come and we see some certain things and see how we can talk man to man. There are certain things we cannot just be, we cannot say here. We can say ourselves, have a good time, how to enrich this network that will become more popular than this. How do we go about it? So let us do some grassroots movement, and how do we empower ourselves financially. All of these things is possible. We are not, when you are financially weak, your enemy can always take advantage of you because they have the resources. So let's talk about that. How do we empower ourselves? How do we support one another in business and otherwise, which we can do that. In the world is becoming one through through means like that. So please let us be mindful for now, and then forgive one another whatever we have said that hurt you or whatever anybody says. Uh, let's move to the big thing. So I'll hold on any topic for now until the brother talk about having Caribbean. We will always be there. We go vacation there. I've been there to Jamaica. I've been to some of those places. It's a beautiful place, but I still feel that, of course, there is a big help they need. But we will be okay. I yield for now.
Yeah, guys, forefathers, I'm gonna leave now. I just want to say, I'm not here to hurt anyone. You know, if I've said something that really hit the court, yeah, I said my apology. Because as a Christian, you know, if you think you've offended someone, you apologize. So I'm gonna leave on that note with a peaceful mind. I apologize if I've offended anyone. So love you all, guys. I'm out. Peace.
Thank you, TA, and we appreciate that a lot because
TA, thank you.
We have to learn to suit our. This is the whole thing, isn't it? It's not because we don't expect perfection, but we expect that when people call us, we retrace our steps a little bit. Thank you for that, TA. Till next time, you're always welcome. Yeah. Right. Take care. Jagun is still
let Tone come on because he's a wise guy. Let him come on.
Thank you too for taking decision on that. You did well. I go buy you one month, okay?
What month? Who me?
Thank you.
I thought you said I've been treating you badly all evening.
Yo, we want to hear Tone. We want to hear Tone, man.
Tone is just going to get upset that we let him go for free. he wanted us to quarter him.
The thing is, yeah, I have a lot of respect for the man. I was more shocked. I was like, is this really coming from TA? Because I expect so much from him. I mean, he's always been fun. We stay late nights and we talk and all that. But for that to come out from him, I don't know whether he gave it a very good thought or whether it was just some bad joke and all that. But anyway, it's gone now. He's apologized. It's fine. It's clear from my mind and all that. But this is what we just need from everybody. You see, we are not here. Somebody said earlier, well, yeah, it was Alaba was saying, now we're not here to joke and all that. That's why it pains me when I see people, they come here, use the time they're supposed to be doing something better with their life. They're just firing abuses. If they don't fire abuse to forefathers, they will fire abuse at me. They will fire abuse at Alaba and all that. And I'll be wondering, can you be that stupid? Looking, people are ignoring you. Can't you get that they're ignoring you? You be calling the person all sorts of names and all that. The man is just ignoring you. Can't you just get it with you? Anyway, going forward, anyway, what my thing is, I still stand by. Tinubu is not going to be there for a very long time. Something dynamic will happen. Because as we are feeling it, there are other people that are feeling it. But people that are going to affect the change, they'll have to do it properly. Because when you're going to affect the change, your life is on the line. It's going to be done. That's what I'm just going to say to you guys, everyone here. It's going to be done, and it's going to be done. Because these people have not shown us that they've got the interest of Nigeria at heart. What's the word now? They're so callous. You see, the swagger. The other day, I was saying earlier, Tinubu was addressing some APC people in Abeokuta in Yoruba, and he was so disrespectful. He was so arrogant, calling Dakpo that if he wasn't as the present governor of Ogun State, that it was him that put him there, that they brought he took somebody to it. You don't have to start saying that. Listen, you are like I will borrow the word of dirty. You are an uncle. Yes, I will respect him as an elder statesman, but you're a thief, you're a forger, you're a drug dealer. It remains. and somebody will tell me that I'm talking down about Nigeria. What other president like that?
The dealing part,
Our
though,
northern brother,
the dealing part, he was involved, but the
he was
dealing part, there's
involved.
no clear
Yeah, but if
evidence
you're
of
involved
it.
in a gang, you're part of the
He was
network.
the treasurer.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he's part of the
no,
network.
I did say that we have to be providing evidence of what we say. When we call somebody a
Big
drug
bag
dealer,
man.
we have to have proof of it, and this is something we
Okay,
have to
fine.
exercise some discipline on.
One of our northern brothers
This is
came
the part
yesterday,
I
said that
always
we
get
were.
angry with forefather with. He always liked to soften the blow on behalf of
I
the
don't care
youth.
about softening any blow. I care about
You're
accuracy
softening the blow for them.
based
I
on
mean,
evidence.
there's an FBI report. His name, he was a bagman. I don't know what other proof or
Nobody said
evidence
he
you
was.
want.
He
And here
didn't
you have pushing
get
a
involved
line
in
that
drug
just
this
of
thing.
I don't know.
Alaba,
Nigeria
come
will
on,
that
man.
cannot determine
I've told
Nigeria
you
will
my
never
premise.
be good.
That cannot determine.
I have said my premise.
Let us
The reason
move.
why
If you want to talk about
it's not controversial.
Like I was saying, our northern brother came yesterday. That came for the first time and was saying that we're talking down Nigeria. We're demarketing Nigeria, according to the word of my my brother Kulata. Well, nobody's demarketing anybody. What other presidents in Africa or anywhere that have got 3 date of births that cannot even, is not bold enough, he doesn't have the balls enough to come to the camera and clarify that? You said you went to CSU. Yes, you went to CSU and all that, but there's no evidence that you finished there and all that. How you got into CSC? So a lot of controversy. You told us your age and all that. You and your first daughter, it's this gap of 7 or 8 years. I mean, how is that possible? So all those things and all that, you tell us we shouldn't talk. And when you talk, they'll start labeling that we are too sentimental, we are too touchy and all that. You know, we can see if we cannot deal, we cannot even start talking about nuclear weapon
for
like
me, the worst thing.
forefathers is saying, when we don't have a responsible government.
See,
Do you
let me
think
say
this
this
do you think if
about
this
this thing
government
you are
has some
saying.
lethal weapon, if they've got some lethal weapon at their disposal, anybody from the east will say something. They will go. They will use those. They will
See,
have no plan to use that weapon.
let's be realistic to an extent. Him his date of birth and all those things, to me, it's not highly consequential. It's what he's doing with Nigeria. That is what we should be focusing on. Because if you look at his date of birth, this thing and all that stuff, we forget Nigerians in the 70s. I'm not trying to excuse it. I know Nigerians, they barely even have good driving license. Their passports, they are this is consistent. Look at CSU. CSU couldn't even document date of birth accurately for the same person. They used 2 different date of births in the same school. That is how crazy it is. The whole system was completely messed up during that time. But when you keep focusing on that, you are missing the fact that the real reason why we don't like him is because he's ruining the country with his politics, with all the other things he has done. After all, Obasanjo came out from prison and became a president. So it's not necessarily about his background, it's about what he's doing with the country. So that's my take on that anyway. Jonaba, you are waving.
Yeah. You see, let us not, you guys know my stand in many things. The issue of certificate, no certificate, we have already passed that. If you like, you hold it, no hold it. In those age, when he's not 70 years old, he's around 80 years old. If you go and look at many people at that age, not too many have their birth certificate in Nigeria. So, and that has nothing to do with his leadership, except you are just being dishonest, or you come from a very well-educated family in those days, then they keep all those records. So that is the petty thing we want to talk about. Let us hold people accountable for their delivery. So if Nigeria is going in a good direction now, do you want to talk about that certificate? If Nigeria is not going on the good direction, you will always focus on that, because those things are not the thing that ordinary Nigerians suffering right now want to hear.
Yes, I want to talk about this certificate.
Ogaba, 1 minute, please.
You are free to talk about
please,
it. I
please,
say ordinary
1 minute,
Nigerians, they don't care so much. I'm not talking about certificate. I'm talking about birth certificate and whatever education. I'm not talking about.
Let's keep the record straight.
Okay.
No. Sorry, Augustine. Augustine, please wait. I'm talking about, I'm not trying to flog a dead horse. I'm I'm just touching on a lot of controversy. But the main thing, like forefathers did say and all that, we have not seen evidence. You grab the power, you snatch the power. We've not seen any evidence that you have. You don't. He doesn't know what to do with it. His team, he just doesn't know. So a lot of things have been mounting, and people people are hungry, people are disappointed, and all that. Then why should we not talk? And when you talk, they say you're demarketing Nigeria, that you're being too emotional.
Everybody is free to talk on any issue they want to talk.
It's just
but
like when you go to the when you go to
the age of 80 years old and plus, those in those era, many of them doesn't have a birth certificate. Whether you like it or you believe it.
I know. Jonaba,
I agree with you 100%. But
I want to say this before I leave, guys. Can I quickly put my last submission in and then leave?
And not knowing where you were born.
Can I put
you have been very, very mean to me, Ferrari. No.
There's a difference
I'll be
between
nice
not
this
having
time
a birth
around.
certificate.
You want to be nice to you and AY.
I'm glad you want to be nice this time. You're very mean.
I'll be nice to you and AY. I want to leave my mother. Can you please let me leave my last submission so I can go?
When the school was not established.
Listen, guys, I want to leave my last submission so I can go. I'll be nice to forefathers. Honestly, forefathers, you're doing a good. I like the way you handle that TA situation. And AY, don't just call people your friend. You are forgiven for that. Is that nice enough? On a serious note, now back to issues, guys. We're not. If we care for our country, we're not going to make progress being deniers of fact. And this goes for John Aber. John Aber, you're always good at coming to stand to defend this, defend that. Look, that's not the point right now. Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
No. You cannot. You have to correct yourself too. It's about correction, right? You cannot call myself.
What is it? What's the point?
John Abba, ABBA.
Yeah, what did I call you?
Pronounce it again. Maybe it's your English.
John Abba.
Yeah. Thank you.
So when you people call me Alaba, I'm not crying here, even though my name is Alaba.
Alaba, I can pronounce Alaba.
Oh,
okay. Thank you.
Anyway, Jodaba, you are an elder statesman, and at this stage, I believe you want to hand over a Nigeria worthy of his name to your children. If any of you are on this platform not thinking about that, and we're not going to get there if we all constantly come here and defend evil. You understand? Call a spade, even if they are your people. They are in power now. The question is, how do you hold them accountable? If you can't,
their birth certificate.
Let me finish, please, because I would lose my point. I'm about, these are your people. They are in power now. How do you hold them accountable? If the system is not there for you to hold them accountable, then means you and your children are in trouble. So maybe what you should be advocating for is not for them being in power like a sports team, like you're shouting for Arsenal. It's not about Arsenal or United. What's the British football team's name, or the Chicago Bulls? No. Yeah, you have to hold. If there's no system in place to hold them, if what they have is absolute power, and they are using that absolute power absolutely like any man would, we're borrowing money against your children's name and sharing it among themselves, and you have no way to hold them accountable. You have no judicial system that is worthy or credible. You have no election system that is worthy of its name. Maybe you are all shouting the wrong cause. Maybe we need to start readdressing how to have a system in place that can hold people we put in power accountable. Personally, I don't see that now. You understand? I think those of you who continue to participate in that charade called democracy, you're all part of the problem. You have to form a formidable and say, this system is not working. How do we tear it down and start fresh? You have to be a part of that voice. If you're continuing playing in the game where how it ends, that's why I laugh at these LP people or PDP people participating in this last Saturday's election. You already know they were going to rig you out, and then you participated. That means you're a thief too. You're just interested who can rig each other out the most. It's even those who gave you democracy, that is not how they run their democracy. These are the facts, but the Oyibo will never tell you so. Fella don't put on for song. Oyibo will not tell you, say the thing where they do, they wrong. Then when they cheer you, will go on. Oyibo will not put somebody with such a huge criminal record as their leaders. They won't do that in their country, but you are allowing that and defending it and justifying it and thinking you're supporting Arsenal. This is not a football. This is not a game. Politics is not a game. Politics affect life. And if it's not working, the Shoyinka's generation, they failed. What did he call them? Wasted generation. Our own, I'm in my 50s. Our own our forefathers, I heard that you never saw first tag. I never knew you were that young.
No, I did see. I was alive.
I just was one of the greatest shows black people ever put on the stage. First tag. Anyway, those of us in our 50s, some of us have run away. Most of us in the country are hoping their children will be abroad. Fix your country. All these side talk, this talk, is not fix your country. Call a spade a spade. Let your children inherit something. All this defending, being religious, being tribal, being we have to call a spade a spade. I'm not talking so that I can get a response. So I'm just putting my own truths out there.
Yeah, but it's not true that you measure me and what it doesn't relate to what I'm saying. I'm not Tinubu supporter, and everybody on this platform knows I speak.
No, that's not true. That's not all your submissions has been.
If people in their 80s,
please don't do that. Don't do that, John Haber.
No.
Don't do that. Don't be a denier of yourself. Don't deny yourself. I understand Peter denied Christ, but don't deny yourself, please.
To be fair, I've never had him supporting him
when you
once.
start joining this show. Everybody knows.
Okay, let's move on from that because I don't want that to
I'm not a supporter. I just
agree
say
with
that.
Okay, you're not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alaba, you're supposed to be brief, Alaba. Please try to be Alaba.
I can finish my submission. Now, we all have to be focused. The system is not working. If anybody comes here and say the system is good, is okay, it means that person is benefiting from the system. Now, let me put this out to those of you who are here supporting this so-called system as it stands. I still respect people like Fani Kayode, people like Festus Keyamo, people like the fat man from the East, the one that always goes to Abuja to march. What's his name? What's his name? Everybody help me. The fat man.
If you are calling him fat man, I don't know.
That's the only way I can remember him now.
Is it Asari Dokubo?
Asari Dokubo. I still respect.
Is that him?
Like that.
Seriously?
No. You know why? You know why? Let me tell you the truth. Why I respect people like that. You know the Bible says that. What does it profit a man if you gain the whole world and lose your soul? Those people I mentioned, at least they gain the world, although the shitty hole called Nigeria is what they've gained. They gain something. They're making money out of that system. There are people on this panel, there are people on this chat sheet, on internet, defending madness, and they are not making shishi. They're not making nothing. So those people are even bigger fools because they're not only losing the world, they're also losing their soul. So we need to be focused. The system is not working. How do we tear it down? Anybody that continue to participate in anything called election in that country, to me, is a fool. It's not a cause, so it's a description. You understand? Because only a mad person does the same thing over and over and over again and expect a different result. We need to form a coalition of the willing, come together and say, this thing is not working. Let us come to the table and talk about what is not working. How do we fix it? This is not what should be handed over to generations. 65 years old, no light, no electricity, nothing. Our life just be like that ball. We want win. They push for one corner. And that man put him out for song. Thank you all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Who is next? Is that I'm next.
Okay, please.
Okay, sorry, guys. Let me add this one.
We are going to be rounding up. We are going to be rounding up soon.
Next? How do we move forward
next week?
How do we fix this problem?
What I want to tell those people that say holding the government
KJ, you have been
accountable.
very patient. Please, after Steph, then KJ can go.
Those people that say that holding the government accountable or criticizing the government is a crime. Those people that say that you are running down the government, whatever phrase they want to use to describe it, in their mind, they believe that that's the reason why Nigeria is not progressing. They are very wrong. And I'm sorry, I cannot apologize to such people. Our people used to say that if you, when you get an ant-infested firewood into your house, you've actually invited the lizard to a feast. Okay? As long as those in power continue to do the wrong thing, lead the country to the wrong direction, we'll continue to criticize them and call them out. And the process through which somebody got to power and your credentials doesn't really only matter when you are seeking the office. Even after you've gotten into that office, it will continue to be a talking point. And anybody that is talking about it, nobody should talk the person down. There's nothing wrong in it. There's a difference between somebody not having a birth certificate and somebody not knowing when he was born. It's a huge difference. Anybody of a certain age, that's in those years where they don't have a birth certificate, they have age mates. They know I was born in so and so place at so and so time with so and so person. It was maybe during so and so period. They could miss it by maybe a few months, but they can't miss it by 7, 8, 10 years. They can't have 7 different dates of birth. It's not done. It's not true. Nobody should come defend it here and tell me, say, in those years, people don't have birth certificate. We're not talking about not having birth certificate. I don't have birth certificate when I was born. I wasn't born in a hospital. But I know my date of birth. And I know a whole lot of people that were giving birth the same period when my mother gave birth to me. So it's not about having birth certificate or not having birth certificate. What we are saying, when there are so many controversies surrounding a particular individual, so many controversies surrounding one individual, is he the only one born in that period of time? Let us condemn evil, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm still curious about the wood with the infested ant that will invite lizards. Is it not the ants you should be worried about? Why are we worried about? Why are we worried about the lizards? What is it saying about? Why are we worried about the lizards?
Father, it is. You see what you just simply said. I know you're not an Igbo man, so let me explain it to you. See, if you go to the farm or to the bush and you see dry trees or dry wood that is already infected, and you take it and it has ants, you can't stop the lizards or the chicken from coming to visit you, because the ants will go right into your kitchen or into wherever you're putting it, and the lizard will come feasting. So it's not the lizard's problem. It is you who are going to bring the wood that had the ants in the first place, that have invited them for a party. And just like he has said, one of the things I wanted to say is this.
But isn't that a good party, though? That's the confusion I have. Because the ant is a problem. The ant could go inside the house and bite everybody there. But the lizard is coming to sort it out. So you are inviting something good.
Wait, when he went to the forest to get the wood, the other dry wood there he could have taken. You wasn't take the one that had the ants. So that's what I'm saying.
So he could have taken a clean this thing.
Yeah.
But it's just that I get confused when the lizard is supposed to be coming to clear the rubbish.
He's not coming to clear rubbish, because the lizard will the lizard come, it will bring more problem.
How? He's killing the ants.
In your bedroom.
Forefather, lizard is not a pet.
I like to question some of all these sayings, so that
the lizard is scary. The lizard is scary, man.
Pardon? The lizard is scary.
The lizard is scary.
Can I make my submission, Forefather? You see,
okay, please go ahead.
As long as we continue to defend this criminal act, Nigeria will take a long time before it can become. In fact, I don't think it can even become good. because we always have excuse for the reason why the things are done the way they are done. Mr. Tinubu is not the first man in Nigeria who has become old, and so he must have to have some form of reference. Obasanjo didn't know his age, so he wrote about. So you can equally say about, so we know you don't know the exact time. Nobody's holding him guilty. We're not holding him guilty for that. We're holding him guilty for the one he deliberately and purposefully did. And that's one the court have decreed in their wisdom that the Nigerian people cannot stop them from stopping an elected official. So in other words, the sovereignty of Nigeria lies with the court. These are not no mean things. These are not small statements. They are very weighty. But unfortunately, in the Nigerian context, we look at everything and say, okay, let it go on. What I was looking for was the party that Hope Uzodinma has already thrown, where they already spend people's money, drinking, champagne and the rest, celebrating an illegality which they know. Okay? Because they know that that's the end of it. Once your name has been declared, you are definitely going to be there for the next 4 years. The question is, for how long shall we continue in this? One of the reasons why I was there was because, you guys were going to talk about the IDP massacre in BENUE, but I guess I missed it, or you didn't talk about it after all. But all the same, let me tell you something. It's only, I don't know, are we fooling ourselves? Because which country does what we do and is able to survive? Which one? I don't know any country like that. Okay? Is there any of you here now who is sitting here who will give AY 360 billion to do a business for him, and the guy comes back and doesn't deliver, and you just keep quiet? You just, okay, go on, carry on. You give him another tax based on the one he has already failed. Has the system moved Yakubu? No, Yakubu is still in the system. Has he sanctioned anybody from INEC who aided and abetted the last election? No. The system failure of IREV, has anybody questioned the reason? No. Has INEC given the reason why there was a, whatever they call it, a glitch in the system? No. But we are still thinking in our wisdom that the same set of people are going to do better and deliver a better result in 3 states.
To be fair, they did give a reason why there was a glitch. I don't know why people keep missing that. They did give the reason. Whether it's true or not, they did give one.
They said the system had a glitch. Sorry, sir.
They said the internal system was not able to create a specific directory that is meant to record this in the election. Does the votes. So, and I don't believe that, because that kind of system, the way it is designed, that is meant to be able, the software has to have permission to create directories when it is operating on its own. So there is no way you flag an application through when it cannot create directories itself. So but that's the excuse. It's within the software that runs that takes the votes and all the rest. It's not the server itself. It's not denial of service. It's within the software. And they said it's the directory, because softwares are able to create directory to put names, states, and all that. So the software itself does that. But they said the software lacked some permissions, so it wasn't able to create some of those directories. And because people didn't tackle them on that technical issue, there is no way they will flag that software as a developed software if you cannot create those directories. It's almost impossible. But nobody tackled them on that because nobody really knew. They were just busy talking about denial of service and whether the server was on or not. That is the problem.
Yeah, the explanation they gave was not even. In fact, they just said it was a glitch. The explanation was not sufficient at all.
No, in the court judgment, they stated the real reason.
That's
the one they gave. How did you think I know about it?
KJ is too on the platform. KJ is a spirit now.
Yeah. KJ is capable of so many things. He's capable of so many things. Let me take the other one out. Yeah, that's it, man. Please go ahead. Are you done, KJ?
No, sorry, my network said to that point itself. What I'm simply saying is this: the reason they gave, every other programmer in the universe have said that is totally not true. And just telling the Nigerian people that there was a glitch only for that particular presidential election and only at a particular time is almost inconceivable. But we have accepted, and we have moved on. And now we are being hit with even a much harder one. Okay, because assuming that Nigeria was too large, they couldn't organize it. But what about the 3 states? 3 states, 3 states. Okay, so the question is, my brothers and my sister, look, if you guys are thinking there's going to be something different tomorrow, I'm sorry, I cannot, play the fool's paradise. I can't. In fact, if I was able to do that, I wouldn't have left. I can't.
So, KJ, so are you saying now there is no third party challenge in Nigeria? Is that what you are saying?
There's no what?
No third party challenging the other party?
Hey, my brother, are you the only stranger in Israel?
No, I'm asking you. I think there is a momentum for the third party that has been formed to be a check and balance. So you are telling us now that it's a rundown deal. There is no opposition party.
My brother, you see, I've been in this political game for a very long time. You see, what you just saw now, just forget it. It has ended.
They thought LP momentum ended.
See, remember when I came here earlier on, there were some salient points I made the very first day I came here. I said this and this and this and this are going to happen, and all of them came to pass. That people telling you that there's going to be a third party, a third force, or whatever they call it, forget it. It's done. It's not going to come back. Okay, it's not coming. Anybody who tells you that Labour Party is going to rise up and become the force in the next election, go and mark my word. Labour Party may come back, but not with this force, if it does survive. But I'm telling you, the system has they're going to make sure that anybody who can cause a difference will be taken off between now and the next election. Mark my word. If it can't get you, they will run down your property, they will run down your government, your company. They will make sure that they put every obstacle available to just make sure you're not able to stand in that system.
Thank you.
It is not going to change. We have seen it, and it's still going on. Remember, there's still demolition going on in Lagos silently. You guys are aware of that? I can send you latest pictures. Okay.
I know.
So these are things that have been. Look, what is done in the West is going to be replicated all around Nigeria. So if you have a brother who wants to be a governor in the next 4 years, please tell him to hook up with Tinubu, because it's the only chance he will get. Or join the APC.
Father, let me make my views here. You see, one thing that I see that's a problem on this platform is the ability for people that are even criticizing our core political dictators. They don't want people to share their whole view. People will come on this platform, like the one that just left. You are saying things that are not true. You don't want people to question them. For example, what I've noticed on this platform is a lot of people, the moment you don't agree with anything about Peter Obi, they declare you, it's Agbadu, it's not obedient. These are rubbish talk. And one thing I like to question things. Let me shock you. 2 years ago or so, when Nnamdi Kanu was saying President Buhari was cloned, do you know there are educated people I respect that actually believe that statement? They argue with me, because usually I even told Tone, I said, when I hear Nnamdi Kanu say stuff like that, I usually laugh, right? I treat him like Trump. He just make me laugh. But I don't have issue with him saying it. But when an educated person, somebody that is not sick, you not believe in that, I have problem with you right away. So there are some things I have my own. Convince me, even when you know what you say. I'm gonna be different. I speak with people here privately. I tell them my stand. I'm not gonna follow you. I tell you, we're just different. It's okay to be different. Allow people to be different. When people want to question things, give them an answer. That is how because even if Peter Obi was the president today, we would still question him. You're not going to come and criticize and say, oh, why are you questioning Peter? No. This is the problem. That's why politicians are just using not do kalo. Because what we do is we allow them. Even the issues we discuss, the issue of date of birth, to me, I see them as trivia. They are not important to me. My fight, let the country work for the people. They make it stupid policy. No matter what we are discussing here, we have a president sitting there. They are happy when we are talking things that are not necessary even. Look at the Senate. They just bought SUV, wasting our money. This is borrowed money. Borrowed money. You know who is going to pay for them? It's the poor masses. Look at, they just removed subsidy. You know what part of the reason is because they should be able, they want to be able to pay their debt. What now the question you ask yourself, the debt they be collecting, what's it called? Accumulated for say 10, 15 years ago. What do they use the money for? They use it to buy cars, waste it on themselves and their family, embezzle the money. Now, indirectly, you don't know if our children are unborn, they're gonna pay for this money. So we should be hitting on them, looking for a way to stop this. Stop these people. I think that is what will help us. This is not. I speak with people like I just feel sad where things are going. How can you, if you have pity for the country, you spend 50-something billion to buy cars? People are hungry. If in fact, even make education free for 3 years, say, oh, I pay for the student. We will love you because they are heartless. That my own stand is still, all of them are doing it. All the parties we are supporting, they're doing it. All our tribe, they're doing it. All our religion, they're doing it.
How much do you think that Nigeria spends on R&D annually? On R&D annually.
R&D care. Do we even have ROID? That's the first question.
I'm looking at something that surprised me a little bit because I don't know what they are using to do cliche, but they are saying Nigeria spent $1.5 billion on R&D. I have to
tell them to give you results. What they are receiving, where they are doing the ROID.
I know the last time Technology Institute in Nigeria, the minister was talking. He said they did kilishi, and then they have a machine for making kilishi in Nigeria. And that man, bold-facedly, after many years of funding, came out to say it's kilishi that they've accomplished. I'm telling you, man, some people, they need to have their asses handed back to them.
I remember that statement, right? Kilishi, people are doing real research in universities. Even the little money that go to university, you know what happened? Forefather, professor pocket the little money that come. They're doing nothing. They're doing nothing.
Ewa, if you allow me to complete what I was saying, I'll be glad.
Oh, I thought you were done. Go ahead, KJ.
Now, going back to where this problem started, let's dive back a little bit. In 1960, the University of Nigeria's motto was the restoration of dignity of man. So, not today that we realize that we need to restore what was stolen. But he ended on that signpost in the University of Nigeria, the restoration of dignity of man, of the black race. He never went beyond that point. Nigeria, being the leading, player in this, refused to go beyond that writing, the restoration of the dignity of the black man. Now, every now and then we pick charlatans and make them leaders, or make them, I have stopped to call them leaders. I just call them political leader. Okay, make them political leaders because they have neither opinion nor do they have a reason or a place where they believe that they're taking the country. If you talk to a leader of nations who have become nations, they will tell you exactly what they want to achieve in one year, in 2 years, in 3 years. Now we are here. Our Lord and Master, Tinubu, has done many appointments, out of which over 6 of them have been totally wrong. And now, let me tell you how bad it is. And when I'm saying this, I'm saying with us all sense of responsibility. The president stands before the ministers and tell you, I have made a NYSC copper a minister. If you don't like it, go and deal with it. That is your problem. She's doing her work. What did the constitution say? You have just simply told the Nigerian people that you don't give a damn about the constitution. It's what you want that will happen. And so until we disabuse ourselves from this thing of thinking that leaders are now become monarchs in Nigeria, they'll keep doing the same thing because nobody calls them to action. Nobody calls them to question. Okay, nobody calls them to question. You go borrow pension money, pension scheme money, and you're putting it to spending and lavishing on your luxury, and people are clapping for you. Nobody is doing anything. You see, that's why I've lost. You see, I come here. Do I come here to fight anybody any longer? No, I've lost all that because there's no need. People are fighting for not fighting for themselves. So why do you need to bother yourself? We come here, we just joke, and we talk about international affairs, and that is it. Okay? Nobody is saying anything. People are just clapping. They are spending this. God will see them. God is already there. Okay, God will see them, and they will live their normal life and complete it. So it's better for us to tell ourselves the plain truth. Okay? You see, one of the reasons why I keep agitating that, even if we don't want to divide the country, let us regionalize it. If it was the 5 eastern states that has a premier, okay, we can hold him responsible, and if he comes to London, we can beat him up. Nobody will say you're beating a Yoruba man. They'll say, oh, they are beating his people. So
you are beating him more here, man. You think that will go away?
AJ, I support
Let me tell you, I'm coming. When they slapped Ekwemadu, if he had agreed that slap, if he had listened to himself, he wouldn't be in prison today. Okay? But when they slapped him in Germany, he came back. And that didn't make any sense to him. Because if you go read through...
It's a political witchcraft. It's not the only bad politician we have.
No, I'm not saying he's only one now. I'm saying he's... Look, Ekwemadu...
It's a witch hunt. It's a political witch hunt.
You see now, see what you're saying. Jonathan, your in-law...
We are trying to round up now. We are trying to round up.
Bad luck. It's not. That's just a.
All I'm trying to say by giving that example is that your people can hold you accountable without necessarily making it, regionalizing it, or making it a tribal thing or religious thing. It is easier to hold your leaders accountable, and you can do with them what you want to do with them. Remember,
the fight should be about putting a system together that you don't have to beat anybody. The fight could have been like, if the person do not deliver, then you vote him out.
Your neighbor, the system not go. It does. How long do you want?
The fight is going to fight. How many people you going to beat up? So if the system can give you the opportunity to hold them accountable, which means they can have two terms or be there for life. So if this one do wrong, you beat him up. The other one do. How long you gonna be beating people up?
Before now, Goodluck Jonathan introduced this 5-year or 6-year term, which was turned down, which the elders now have said they should go back to. Now, but what I'm saying is what you're missing, what I'm trying to portray. Probably I'm giving a lot of examples, so I'm missing my point. What I'm trying to say is this: the constitution that we're operating and the system we're operating is not allowing for that change. If you are going to, for instance, make a change in National Assembly, it is the same people we are going to make the change to affect that are sitting there to do it, and they're not going to do it. Remember that if you go back to the civil society organization that activated this change in the electoral law, they did not say in that electoral law it was a must that rivers will be used. It was a must. It was a must, but it's the National Assembly that changed it. Okay, and they removed some clause that will have made it impossible for you to do what is going on because it's to their own advantage. Okay, so what I'm saying, we have tried severally so that the system will be changed from the top, but it's not working. They will not accept to discuss the constitution. They will not accept the change that will bring about good governance or build institutions in Nigeria. Do we remain in this stream and die there? Thank you.
Thank you. I think Jagun hasn't said anything. So that we can round up. So
I just want to. I just want to say, you know, everything that KJ has just said is the quandary that we're in, the space that Nigeria is in, and that space. I think we should all agree that we're in a really desperate situation. If we can't take the hard core questions and handle them in that nation, then our desperation says that we should break Nigeria up. Breaking Nigeria up, as I'm sure we all know, would make every one of us weaker, to be frank. And when I say every one of us, I don't just mean in Nigeria, I mean in the whole black world. It will make us very much weaker. In this scenario, we are easily picked off, and we are actually running the road of the European right to come and manipulate us even the more. I feel that, you know, really and truly the quandary that we're in, if we're not able to take the hard route and do the hard work of repairing the country, do the hard work of revealing truth and bringing down the present administration, then really we're not going anywhere as a nation. We're not going anywhere, because the answer is not to break up, and the answer cannot be to stay in the status quo that we're in. So, you know, yesterday we finished up in the background, and it was said by Kandu that the only way we can do this thing is for the military to come in. And in hearing him, I felt my heart sink, because who wants military rule at this time? However, I came back and said, look, the leadership that we have in Nigeria, as I see it, it's not Afrocentric. It is not reading the table of the economy that we are in. Just as many people have said, to waste money on administrational cars being given to ministers at this time, when there are so many industries in Nigeria that could give it a better and stronger economic viance to move forward. We're not in these spaces, and it's a great shame, the position of Nigeria, a great shame, because it's not going to happen from top down. From bottom up, which is what they do in Japan. They did this in Japan. It was called Keizai. It was a strategy that the intellectuals in Japan had after the war to build Japan back up from the ground, not from the top. And if you read this philosophy, you would understand that Nigeria does have there are examples that Nigeria can take in this world that can bring us out of our quandary. But unfortunately, we are not going to take the hard route. At this time, it's easy to blame the government, very easy. But each of us are culpable in the sin that Nigeria has become. It's just an open sin. We're just all sinning haplessly. And with this, we have to go deep and check ourselves, because I don't feel that we've got the fight in us. We come here and talk a lot, but we don't have. It's proven to me that we don't have the fight in us, man. We don't have it, and that in itself is a crisis. Unfortunately, I've got no solution. I feel I have a way out, but it's not a solution if we're not ready to take the hard route and do the hard work. That's my submission.
Yeah, that's true. It's not often easy for us, our people, to get. You know what? To an extent, I did say that I wasn't going to be talking too much about this thing, because in the end, when the time is right, we'll do what we need to do. I think who hasn't made their last submission apart from Ife? I think it's Ife that is outstanding. If you can hear me, yeah, have you got anything to say to us as a parting shot? If you don't tell us to tell ourselves the truth, because one of these days we're going to have problems where he's telling me
if
that we
we
should
break
tell ourselves
Nigeria
the truth
right now.
Yes.
AY, you just want to hear my voice again, right? Let me not come after you, please. Mind your business.
Okay, boss.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Forefather.
Yes.
Do you know my question? Hey, Jagun, long time. Where do we go from here?
Build.
Where do we go from here?
I say we build.
Where are we going?
We fight.
Where we're going from here?
Yeah.
We fight, we build, we claw our way to the
We
skies.
don't even have any beginning. We don't even have any destination. Where is our destination?
It's a long
What are
journey.
we trying to achieve?
A long journey.
These are the questions, my dear. These are the questions.
Because I don't get it.
If we want to ask where do we go from here, in terms of the political happening,
In terms of moving our country forward.
the federal government hold your state money.
Seriously?
Yes, that's where we go from here. If the federal is not giving the allocation, then you say they are holding the federal. If federal is giving the allocation to the state, then we're going to go to the state level and hold them accountable. We always put this thing in the like that in the cards they are giving to them. They are bribing them not to take a move. That is a bribe. Yes, that is what it is. If they are bribing, I'm telling you, politics. They are bribing them for the masses. Is to subdue the masses. So, and the mentality of ordinary Nigeria, we can be in abroad and think we are this and that too. If you go to Nigeria, that spirit will sub. You see people very educated, well polished, but you see them tattered because they have taken the humanity out of them through poverty, through everything. So it is the only thing when the people come to awakening is to start, okay, the local government chairman, the money go to them directly. You know what they'll do? Because the governor appoint them, then they'll take the money and give it to the governor. So we are talking about that. Yes. So we are talking about real issue where we can start from. The little thing we can start from.
Jonaba, the money that goes the money that goes to local government goes first to the state account. So local government has a separate account. It's the governor that takes what he wants.
It's by force.
And most times,
that is okay. But the local government, the local governor, the local government chairman, is supposed to take the care of the people in the local area, whatever they are assigned.
I want to help you. They go to the governor. The governor only gives them.
Yeah, but they don't even go through the governor and take the money. The governor
salary
take the money.
Them to pay. So if their salary load is 100,000, they will get 110,000. 100,000 for the payment. 10,000
to buy water.
Yes, be generous.
That is
generous. So what you are saying, it doesn't. You see, the federal system, the system that Nigeria is running, is neither federal nor unitary. It's just whatever anybody decides
it's
to do.
It's a confused system.
No, the state get the allocation. The state get the allocation.
It's a middle of the road system. That's why.
It's nowhere, man. Actually, the way KJ described it, that's the way it is.
The governors, they take
the money.
For better or for worse, the system has lasted for 23, 24 years, and
But do you know
amendments are happening.
Do you know my concern about this country, this company called Nigeria? Because it's no longer a country. I know John will come after me, but that's okay. I'm ready to fight you, you know. But this company called Nigeria, my only question I keep asking myself, why do we have to borrow money to sustain this country? Because we are living under debt. We keep borrowing money to run Nigeria.
I think the debt is not the problem. It's the fact that we are not generating.
Listen, hold on. We borrow money to buy cars for our legislators.
Is the problem.
Yeah. That is part of it. That's part of the problem.
We borrow money to pay salaries. We
which is silly.
To do literally
it's a psychological
it means that it's time to shut the country down.
I think we are missing the strategy. The strategy for them doing that, of course, nobody is in support of that. But this is to empower the rich become richer and the poor become poorer. And
that is what they are
so
doing.
the poor have to wake up to say enough is enough.
But that's what I'm saying. The masses need to rise up against their oppressors.
Exactly. Nani go leave my comfort zone here.
Are you guys ready? If you guys ready for a change, then all these things that is happening is also good.
Yes.
Nobody's ready for it.
Governor said something yesterday.
Even nobody ready
a
for a
big
change.
event could happen. You understand? And bring that change.
You
So
know
they
them
are
now.
just provoking us small by small.
Na lie.
The depth that is rising is good.
Na lie.
The,
Na lie.
don't worry. It's gonna
See,
galvanize one day.
about the debt, Nigeria owes about 8 billion
We are
dollars.
not there yet.
In the bigger scheme of things,
Exactly. We are not yet ready.
let me give you a
From bad to
context of
worse.
the debt that Nigeria owes, so that it shows you the potential that we have.
I don't need
Nigeria,
to know that.
you
know
want
why
to
I
know?
don't need to know
I
that?
will tell you.
We all know. We all know,
Every
forefathers.
week.
No, you don't.
It's gonna get worse.
What do you think? See, what I'm trying to say is that Singapore, a country of about 6 million or so people, owes $1.4 trillion.
Can I go?
While
Hold
Nigeria
on.
One Nigeria of 200 billion owes 100 and something billion. It shows you we have the capacity to pay, but because we are not organized.
How are you gonna pay? The money you borrowed, what did you use? What did you do with the money you borrowed?
I agree with you. That's where the problem is.
Let's not compare.
But
they have development, they have infrastructures.
Yeah,
we're talking about borrowing money, but we're not doing anything. We're just.
I agree with you on that one. We have the ability to pay. Our leaders are just so useless right now, and maybe the people are contributing. Please go ahead.
Suffering. That's why. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't pity the people in Nigeria no more. I used to show sympathy. I don't. Until they are tired. When they are tired, they will rise up against their oppressors.
You think suffering is going to force people to do this? Let me break it down to you. There was a time, serve them. That's where you don't, everything you work in this life, you give it to the rich. There was a time it was like that. The poverty didn't make those people rebel. So people will suffer. What will make them rebel is something you are not going to see coming. Like, look, that NSAS one. All the nonsense that be going on in this country, it didn't drive them until NSAS. So you just won't know. And one day, it will just ignite.
Yeah.
And it will turn.
It's just a question of time. Because we get to a point where the people cannot take it any longer. It's a question
that is what will unite us. That what the suffering is the only thing that will unite us. And when from the east to the west and to the north, when one thing hold them together, and they say there's no more, then it will become a change will come.
Yeah,
but
one the leader will make will catch all of them.
That is what, and this is the change gradually. This is the change. The only thing is, I think I don't know whether it's a black nature. We want things done so quick without having any strategy, without having any plan. Even if Nigerian government is to be giving, who do you want it to give tonight if you take it from Tinubu? Who?
It's not about, listen.
No, I'm just saying the change. The change is that we don't want the government that what is going on. We want a new leadership. So leaders, these people will not change for you. One thing you should know is that rich people don't think the way we, the middle class or the ordinary people think.
I'm not in the middle class.
Thinking
I
about
am in the poor category. I'm not in the middle class, Uncle John. If you're in the
then don't let God verse for you. You go do in abroad compared
let
to
God
Nigeria,
hear me very well.
Compared to what they are going through in Nigeria, at least you have a stable electricity, you have a road to walk on. There is infrastructure wherever you are. At least there is something for you. And we are talking about the tattered road on the poverty, the lack of infrastructure, hospital, road, airport, everything is broke down. We are talking about debt.
We are paying for it. We are indirectly paying for it, sending money back home to support people back home.
Yeah,
okay,
then that's what I'm saying. That when it reaches that level, where from the south to the north to the west, all the four corners of Nigeria say they can't take it anymore, then the change will come. But if one side is advocating for something, or the NSAS has nothing, I always explain to you, NSAS has nothing to do so much with the far north, because that is not that's not how the leadership work there. So there are things that, okay, what is going on in Benue is a different situation. It does not including the whole country. So it's all those. If one thing unites us, then we can see the change we are looking for.
I don't even understand.
Let's say the leaders make a mistake to do something that unites the entire country.
What is happening in Benue State, and this is part of the country. Normally, the president is supposed to go there and visit. But nobody's doing anything. Nobody's saying anything about it. They don't care.
And that's true. You know, you hardly see the president visit them.
They don't care.
Assembly.
No, they don't care.
Saying that
But the point I'm trying to make is
I'm
that
just confused sometimes.
things are happening in a different way, but it's not something that is in general. The only thing that is in general now is the level of poverty. Now that is kind of uniting us. But those things until you get to the north. You see, let me tell you, I don't know how much you know about the north. KJ may know.
Let's try to keep it brief. We are trying to round up. You know, this is a work week.
If they say there will be riot and something,
We can carry on backstage if we need to.
You can't stop them.
Let's try to we are trying to I'm sorry you came late.
I know, but I have a problem with John Abba. First, give me
no, you can do it backstage. You can do it backstage. You can have the chance to talk. Sorry, I don't want to do it in public. You can do it. If you have a serious issue, you can discuss it backstage when both of us get when we round up. Sorry, I don't want to do it in public.
What's happening?
There's echo. I wish echo, and I think it's this one. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we can when we round up, you go backstage so that you know. Yesterday they did the same thing yesterday, so it's not.
Please,
it's
just
quite a good thing.
I have 1 minute to talk to John Abba, please.
Oh yes, you're allowed to talk. You're allowed to give a closing statement and everything. So that's fine.
Okay, no problem.
No insult.
Insult. I don't insult people now, but
I know. I trust you, Dan. You are very true.
You have to talk to some people into their brain so that their brain can change.
You already come with insult, and I cannot take it. You should know if you come with me, I'm gonna come.
Oh God!
If you come with me, if you're gonna talk to my brain, I'm gonna talk to your brain. If you're gonna talk to my brain, I'm gonna talk to your
No insult, please. Let's be respectful.
No insult. You just started straight up.
I tire you.
Excuse me.
Go ahead. I can take it. Come on, bring it.
Yeah. Please, you know the last time, how are you? Because you're too sick around. Let me tell you something, John Abba.
Leave woman matter.
No, I think I beat that. Only I'm with the woman.
You know, saying that white woman you marry, we go verse. So,
where you go verse? Now my sister they greet now. I thought you to greet woman too. Now problem for you.
Okay, don't be distracted, Dan. Don't be distracted. Speak it out.
Don't be distracted, man.
Yeah, they know what I want to talk. That's why they are trying to distract me so that I will forget. I didn't forget it. The last time John Abba came to this program, I was busy working that day. That was why I just noted it down. So the day I will catch him, I will just tell him what is in my mind. John Abba, you know you're a very funny guy. When I say funny guys, please, I'm not trying to insult you, but I'm trying to make my point here. And I want to tell you that Nigeria at the moment is very angry with the situation. So when you come to this panel that is getting very popular now everywhere in Nigeria, and you start to speak on the side of the people destroying Nigeria, you make so many people angry. I'm one of them. Because when you want to make your point, you'll be saying nobody will force you to support who you don't want to support. You come from that level so that people will say, okay, we are in a program of have your say. So you are entitled to have your say. It's all right. I can understand you. You say that's the program. But my brother, don't ignite anger in people. I think you hear that English. Don't ignite anger in people. You understand? Because people are really angry, but they don't know what to do. Everybody's finding a solution. How can we solve this problem? How can we remove these criminals from this where they are? Because Alhaji Danti said it clearly. They have done their part. And he was talking the way we are talking with the angry Nigerians. Call them their names. He did not miss words. And you will come here sometimes talking something that is, I mean, it just break my brain.
You are the one that, no. You are the one that.
Hold on, let me finish. You will talk
John Abba, please don't go at him, man.
You will answer me
after.
now we
What
got
I'm
him.
trying to tell you, you know the type of person you are, and you know where you stand in this matter.
No, you have it wrong, all completely wrong. And
That
you
is
do
your
not
problem
understand
now,
the
because
dynamic.
you
Let me
always
even
think that
lecture you
everybody
about.
has it
No, you
wrong.
can be angry as much as you want to be angry. But let me lecture you, put it to your brain how Nigerian
I've not
politics
finished what
work.
I'm saying now.
No.
God,
Listen to me.
You have been very
Nigeria,
quiet.
You have included
Nigerians.
Let me speak.
Oh my God.
Daddy Ahmed, and
Mr. John, can you respect yourself and let me
you
finish? Then you
respect
can say
yourself
what
because
you
you
want
don't
to
even
say.
have a clue about what you are saying. I'm not in
Yeah, you are the
anybody's
only
fan.
one who have the clue. That's why I'm telling you what you have
I'm not
upstairs.
anybody's fan. Who
Janaba,
am
let
I
him land
supporting?
now. Let him
Who am
land
I
so that
supporting?
Hold on. Yes.
Dan, you 30 seconds lands, please, so that
Okay,
Janaba
let me
can
land with
respond
30
and we.
seconds. Thank you, Father, for giving me that last opportunity. You know, there are people, when they come to the platform, they pretend they never want to stand very correctly in one side. They jump here a little bit, blow us like, you know, when rat is eating your leg, they blow you fan so that you go before they start eating you up. Then he thinks that people are not listening. John Abbott, it's not today you have been saying this thing. But the last time you came to this channel, I was was working. I didn't have the opportunity. But that day, I know how many headbutts I gave you on this screen. But today that I met you, I want to tell you, please caution what you are saying about
To
Nigeria.
hell with what you are saying. You cannot warn me.
You can say whatever you like, but
Guys,
just leave it.
Can I just say this? Can I just say this, guys?
cannot warn me.
Janaba, calm down, please.
You dare not come to this platform.
Janaba, take it easy. Take it easy. It's okay. Yeah, you are correct.
You see, if I may say, you know, we Nigerians, man, we're a bit hard-headed. Hey, John Abba, so sorry. You know, people. Sometimes I read the comments, and people are very harsh, as we all know. But you know, in the place that we're all in, we have to understand it's complex and confusing. And to be on one side, as Dan has said, is approachable. It's appealing. But to be on one side doesn't mean that you're on the right side in this Nigerian complexity. There are nuances. There's a way of speaking about the Nigerian situation that is not straightforward. It's just not straightforward. Anyone who thinks it's straightforward from where we are now, after so many decades of demoralization, of the crippling of the mind, of the crippling of the spirit, of the crippling of your physique, these things are complex. Now, you know, it's easy to point the finger, you know, and we do it too often. We just come here and say, yeah, it's your fault because of you. This style of doing, bro, if we don't understand that there are nuances, there are ways of tackling this complex question. And I've just put to the table that we're in a place where it's so desperate right now that some people are wanting the government, the government and the parastatal, the organization to remain because they are feeling somewhat safe in that arena. And then there are those who want the direct opposite and want to break the country up because of the desperation, not because it makes common sense, because these things aren't making common sense. There may be a desperate jerk position to say that I want Oduduwa nation. I want to break away from this thing called Nigeria. It's giving me a headache. You understand? But there are others that will say, boy, there's a way that if we can get into the government and entertain our local government and make sure that we are putting the right people in. It is a long thing. It's a long thing, that route. So it is irritating because that's where we've always been for the past 50, 60 years. So really and truly, we've got to appreciate that somebody like John Abba, you know, speaking from Dan's position, who may annoy you because he's still looking to see how we can work this Nigerian thing out from a political standpoint. Now, I'm very frustrated with that notion. However, that is somebody's notion. If they can put it, yesterday we were myself, Kandu, and Pansat were the last people here. We finished at 8 o'clock this morning, to be frank. And we were discussing things, and we came down to the point of the desperation that we're in is going to require military rule in that country. And I'm thinking, my goodness, are you sure? Is that weird? And I'm coming down to the reality that this could be the case. this could actually be the case that we're going to re-entertain a military rule in a nation, because we can't rule ourselves. Where nobody in that country is trusted, no institution, no anything. You can't even trust your own family. This is how complex this situation is. So for us to come here and beat ourselves up on a regular basis, I think is a bit harsh, to be frank. You know, John Abba is a human being like any other person.
I'm trying to round up. You are stretching this too long. Sorry. We are going to do it in backstage.
Dan,
Let's let
Naba is not the problem.
let's Roof talk. Roof, please, you take your 2 minutes and basically say your goodbye, really. And then Ed will do that, and it looks like Nigerians. I don't know, man. Okija is here. The panel is full again. How did this happen? Who said something? I don't know. But we are going to round up backstage.
I can go back. I can go backstage for.
No, just say your piece first, and Roof, say your piece. Ed, say your piece. Then
how do you get backstage?
Then we'll round up. You don't have anything to say?
Who's that? Me?
No, how do you get backstage though?
I can put you backstage. You just let me know. I can put you backstage if you want to go backstage. All right then. All right. Good. That's Okija there. Yeah, Ed, please go ahead.
I've been trying to come in, and
I saw you.
I've been leaving myself because the reason is I've been trying to. Recently I just made up my mind that I would not want to come here and just maybe get into arguments with people. But there was there were things that were said, a lot of good things that were said today on the panel, especially the whole call for unity. And the reason why I kept leaving was because I wasn't sure what I was hearing. Right, like I could hear the general conversation about the need to be united, the need to think of ourselves as one, and to kind of band together to promote the African vision. But in that, I thought I was hearing something, and I didn't want to just have like a knee-jerk reaction to come on the panel and just respond to that. So the person in question really was I Can Fire, but he's not here to maybe clarify what I thought I was hearing, and I do not want to maybe just join issues unnecessarily. So I would say good job, especially to you forefathers. You've done a good job today. I've been listening for a while, even though I kept coming and going out. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, again. Yeah.
Yeah. I wish I Can Fire was here. I think I would really have relished you and him interacted.
yeah. Okay. Maybe now you get my point, because I think what I was hearing from him, and I'm not. Again, I wish he was here. Was really the whole conversation was centered around the need to be united. But I felt, as a Christian, I felt there was some sort of Christian alienation in that whole narrative.
Oh yeah.
Again, the reason why I say that is, he is a Rastafarian, right? And Rastafari is an African, right? Is Haile Selassie, who was an African man that we all know. So he's the deity or the object of worship of Rastafari. Dan, you can clarify if I'm lying.
No, you are lying, my friend. Rasta, there are different kind of Rasta people, my friend.
Another argument to
let's not open up another chapter here. This is what I meant when I said it would have been fascinating, because I get a feeling that the way Ed talks, him and the Akafaya will.
No. Okay, wait, Dan. Let me quickly say something, please, because you respond, please. Rastafarian is a derivative of the word Rastafari, which is actually the royal title of Haile Selassie. Are you denying that?
No, that's correct.
What is going on now? We are supposed to be closing out. Okay,
sorry, I just wanted
to backstage for that when we close, because the backstage is full right now.
Let's go there.
What did anybody say that has brought Augustine, Doctor, Ndubisi? What did they say? They didn't trigger anybody. And Roof, there are 4 people backstage right now. They are coming in when we are closing. This is work week. So we are going to round up. And if you want to finish the conversation, you all can carry on discussing backstage. I really apologize. Towards Christmas, we'll probably be doing longer sessions. I think Dr. Damage is making arrangements for, people to be having, almost round the clock stuff to be happening, because Nigerians deserve to talk to each other, and we deserve to have this conversation carry on. I need to thank the people for coming in. Ify, you are special. You are here representing for all the 99 million women in Nigeria right here. Thank you for representing for all of them. And Okija, if you want to say something, please go ahead. You are free to say whatever you want to say. You are a moderator here after all.
Okay. Good evening. I just wanted to talk to TA but he left. I think maybe probably he's in the background because this thing, it has become an issue which Igbo people. I don't know, they try to, every woman you tag him with Nnamdi Kanu. I just don't know, it has to stop, because we don't tag every Yoruba man with what's Sunday, we go whatever, we don't tag every Osama, every northern person with Boko Haram or some other extremists,
okay.
or like
Kanu is a special man, please.
Yeah, so because TA, if you're listening, if we cannot say, okay, let's destroy Lagos, but look at it, Lagos. If you go to Lagos, apart from the Yorubas, Yoruba from all the Yoruba speaking states, combined, if you bring them out, bring the next people in population, Igbos. Actually, even Fashola said once, something ago, that Igbos, they constitute the majority in Lagos, potato population. He said it, I didn't say it. If you go to first tag over 95% or 97% Igbo. If you go to Salago, if you go to Alaba market, the main Alaba market, Igbos is Igbo market. If you go to what do you call it? Trade fair, most Igbo. So if someone says, Igbo that destroy Lagos, why would you be thinking that an Igbo man want to destroy Lagos, destroy his own business? I don't know I haven't done statistics of that.
Yeah, you saw him apologize now.
Yeah, but I'm just talking so that everybody else, we have to start, getting out of that, because that's one of the things that happened during the election. Peter Big, he went everywhere he went. They were talking about Igbo, so Biafra. I don't know why, you're talking about Biafra. Why Igbos are telling you? I'm my aunt, my mother's cousin. After the war, let me tell the story a little bit. When Onisha fell, so my uncle, my great uncle or grand uncle was going, he was driving his family home. So that's my mother's cousin was living with her, So the soldiers, they stopped them. So one soldier is from Southern Kaduna. So he asked my uncle, oh, is this your daughter? His man said, yeah. He said, okay, give me an address. After the war, I will marry her. That's how it started. So after the war, he came and married that woman. They have many kids. They're grown. They're some of them older than I do. But they are from Southern Kaduna. But what I'm saying is, if someone was telling me a story about Southern Kaduna, they knew my aunt. The person knew my aunt, and he was saying, so I said the majority of the modern houses in Kaduna owned by Igbos. So Igbos, they have gone to everywhere. You see how some people. One house, someone was saying something about Igbo people. He said that the Igbos, they were the doctors in their community, the pharmacists, the doctors, everything, the bread makers, everything in their community. But we still, whenever somebody talk about Biafra, you start targeting every Igbo man. We always have people who have their brain, messed up somehow, think somehow. But it has to stop.
Let me interrupt you a little bit.
A lot of people challenge him on it. Almost everybody challenged him on it, to be fair.
That was the reason why I told him to go and speak to Tinubu and his cabinet to let the Igbos go. If he has problem with us, let them go. And let us have peace. You all can have your Lagos.
You know,
this thing over and over again. This is not the first time.
1 minute you are one African, one Nigerian, then the next minute you want to go.
No, this is not. No, what I'm saying is this. If we keep on, no, this is what I'm saying, forefather. If you let this guy keep on doing this over and over again, in as much as we want so much to be together, but people like him constantly put this division.
I'm not for one will not allow that. I told him to his face.
This is not the first time he did it.
I can tolerate almost anything other than that. Really.
Do that, and I'm just saying that
you can keep your leg.
Yeah, don't worry. We are going to go backstage. I'm not going to even have time to be saying bye bye to the people in the back. Let me just say, Soji, you are in the distance. I know you are Jagun. You are just in disguise there. Rejoicing, I see you there, Chooks. I see you there, Tryon.
Oh boy, why you say that? That's not me.
Teto is there in the chat. Blessing Chukuma, Jaja, I see you, and we see a black beauty. She is a beauty, I have to say, but this is what it is. The young one, I see you there. But why? I see you there too. Jerry Carl, I see you there. Michael, where is Chioma? I've not seen Chioma for a while, and I know she's alive. I know she's alive, and she's online too. Not just alive.
You guys
online.
pissed her off.
I don't know, man. I don't know what happened. Maybe he's told. I don't know. Maybe he had the fight.
I wanted to say maybe he told piss her off.
I don't know. Maybe they had the fight or something. Kando, I see you there. Michael, I see you there. CF71, I see you there too. Thank you all for coming in. And let me just say thank you to the people that contributed. We should never forget them. Young One, Kolata, Alexander Gomez, Kolata. These are regulars. Thank you all for coming in. Ndubisi, I see you backstage. Roof, I see you backstage. And who else is backstage? Yeah, so we're going to be rounding up for now. Then we're carrying on the discussion backstage. It seems to be even more relaxed from what I gathered yesterday. So good night, everyone. Till next time. Bye.
Good night.